which were very much in Supreme Court today, and Supreme Court has given a verdict on it. And this was very, very critical because it actually raised questions earlier of whether the ED does have that power under the PMLA. Well, what the information is now coming out of Supreme Court, and I'm going to go across to Arunima in a bit from now, who's actually going to break down the significance of it, is that it affirmed the stringent provisions of the PMLA. This is in relation to the expansive definition of the proceeds of the crime, search and seizure, the power to arrest, attachment of properties, and the twin bail conditions. This is going to be seen as a huge shot in the arm of ED, and also to a sense, I would say also the government, because the government has always rejected these criticisms by saying that first, both the ED and CBI are autonomous bodies, and therefore the government has got nothing to do with it. Second, if the ED and the CBI... Okay, Arunima is joining us. Arunima, if you can just break down for our viewers, what does this essentially mean?
You know, what was the case before the Supreme Court? Essentially, settlers like Mr. Karti Chidambaram, who had gone and challenged what they call the unbridled power of the Enforcement Directorate. For example, if you make a confession to an Enforcement Directorate officer under the existing law, it was admissible in court. And that was being challenged, that this is against the right to liberty guaranteed under the fundamental rights. Because often before investigating officers, before police officers, coercion is alleged while taking statements of an accused. What the Supreme Court has said is it has drawn a distinction between the way an FIR is treated and an ECIR is treated. When Enforcement Directorate registers a case, it does not register an FIR, it registers an ECIR. And the Supreme Court is saying an ECIR is an internal document of the agency, and therefore you cannot draw parallel with the way a police case is probed vis-a-vis an FIR, and therefore you cannot even allege that your liberties, which are guaranteed under, a police case, whereby only a statement made under 164 is acceptable in a court of law, which means you have to record your statement before a magistrate. A statement given under 161 to a policeman is not acceptable, but similar parallel cannot be drawn with ED. That is what the court is saying.
Okay, Ashish Maheshi is also joining us. Ashish, on a day like today, when the Congress is protesting on what they call the misuse of the ED, you think the Supreme Court verdict is going to come as a shot in the arm for the ED and for the CBI? Ashish, if you can hear me. Okay, Arunima, the same question to you. Do you think the Supreme Court's verdict is going to come in a shot in the arm for the ED? Okay, I'm trying to connect with both Arunima and Ashish Maheshi. But what Arunima was breaking down for us is that this was a petition which was also moved by, among many, by the Congress MP from Shivaganga, Karti Chidambaram, and where they accuse both ED, CBI of arbitrary use and misuse of their powers only because they wanted to indulge in a political witch hunt. Those bunch of hearings were heard by the Supreme Court, and the verdict which has come in is certainly going to be seen as a shot in the arm for the investigative agencies. Okay, Ashish, you know that what I was asking you is that this verdict of the Supreme Court, does it come in as a shot in the arm for the ED and the CBI?
Pallavi, one has to realize the fact that Enforcement Directorate, there are serious allegations on them that it is being used by the current government as an agency which can basically target the opposition. And most of these pleas were basically filed for the reason that, the opposition parties were basically being targeted, and in fact we've seen so many actions by Enforcement Directorate. But at the same time, the Enforcement Directorate, the basic challenge was the provisions of Prevention of Money Laundering Act, under which the Enforcement Directorate was acting. And it's certainly a shot in the arm, reason being that Enforcement Directorate, as of now, whatever action they are taking or whatever actions they have done in the past, they stand vindicated. That is most important. So here, the Enforcement Directorate is certainly a shot in the arm, because whatever actions they have done till now, whatever actions they have done in the past, whatever actions they are doing currently, they justify it because they are doing it under the law, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So if there is no change in the provisions, it's certainly a shot.
Ashish, I'm sorry, I'm going to just come back to you. Ananya, in fact, is very much at the Supreme Court. He was covering this. Ananya, can you just tell us what was happening inside the court, the arguments which were then essentially given, just a backdrop to the verdict of today?
Well, yes, Pallavi, it's a very, very significant judgment, first of all, and a big jolt to, in fact, former J&K Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti, Karti Chidambaram, and many others which challenged the provisions of the PMLA 2002, which the Supreme Court has clearly upheld, except for a few provisos, just like whether amendment is possible into the PMLA through a money bill, which has been referred to a larger bench. In fact, what has been upheld is, what I'll tell you, is that the ED officers are not police officials, and hence the statements under Section 50 are completely admissible in the court of law. Apart from that, it has also been upheld that the power of arrest, the special powers of arrest that have been given to ED officers are also upheld. Apart from that, Section 24 of the PMLA, which deals with the proof of burden on the accused person after the framing of charges, is also upheld by the Supreme Court, giving a very, very big win to the Enforcement Directorate. Now, going on to the arguments, Pallavi, the arguments that the centre had essentially given in were that the Section 19 with regards to the power of arrest has said that there are relevant safeguards and, in fact, stringent safeguards present in the Section 19, which makes it possible for an accused to get justice. And, in fact, the powers of arrest of the ED officials are very high, because only a deputy director or a director rank officer can arrest. And, in fact, there has to be a reasonable reason to believe that the person has committed the crime. And, in fact, there has to also be a material evidence. These were the basic arguments on this power of arrest. Apart from that, on Section 24, it was argued that it is not only PMLA wherein the burden of proof is on the accused person after the trial is there. It is also there in fact, the special statutes like TADA, POTA, and the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Apart from that, what has also been upheld is the Section 50's validity, which is a very, very important proviso in the current perspective, because remember that what we are seeing today also is that Sonia Gandhi, the interim Congress president, is also appearing before the ED, and all of her statements would now be admissible and can be self-incriminatory against her if at all the ED goes on to arrest her or a case is made out against her. So all of these provisions, Pallavi, have been upheld by the top court, and apart from the proviso with regards to the amendments that have been brought to the PMLA through a money bill. So a very, very significant win for the Enforcement Directorate, and a big jolt to people
very significant, and something which comes in a shot in the arm, not just for the ED and other investigative agencies, but also for the government. And this is where I'll bring Arunima in. Every time the Congress party, TMC, accuse the ED, CBI being used as a political weapon by the government says they are autonomous bodies, we can't do much about it. What the Supreme Court has said today is in sync with that, and do you think this is what is going to embolden the government as well?
A pat on the back for the Enforcement Directorate, which has been constantly under scrutiny, especially since the time the data has come out about their conviction rate. This data was shared by the Minister of State for Finance in Lok Sabha just a couple of days back, in which the conviction rate came out to less than 1%. And since then, ED has been under further attack from the opposition parties. What the Supreme Court, however, has said is that the law, the PMLA, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and the procedure that ED follows under it are all above board as far as burden of proof goes, where the onus is on the suspect, on the accused, to prove that they have not indulged in money laundering. That has been upheld. The difference between an ECIR and an FIR, and why what is not allowed under an FIR, which is a confessional statement, is allowed under an ECIR. That also the Supreme Court has said that, there is a difference between the two. Just to explain to our viewers once again, if you are arrested under an FIR and you are made to give a confession before a policeman or woman, that is not acceptable in a court of law. You will have to record your statement separately under 164 before a magistrate. That is what the challenge was, that how come Enforcement Directorate under the PMLA, gets to use a confessional statement extracted from the suspect. Supreme Court has upheld that as well. So it is definitely an encouragement for the ED that the procedure that it was following so far in its investigations has got the stamp of approval from the Apex Court.
Okay. So Arunima, this you, as you're pointing out, it emboldens the government as well. It emboldens the ED and the CBI as well. I don't think the opposition is going to buy this logic anyway.
But the opposition's hands are tied, isn't it? I mean, you can't really come out and criticize the judiciary. You can criticize an order, yes, but you can't attribute motive.
Yes.
And this is a very technical issue on which the opposition leaders like Karti Chidambaram, like Mehbooba Mufti, they were seeking recourse. Karti Chidambaram specifically has been in the crosshair of the Enforcement Directorate for some time. The issues that they challenged were very technical. They were on specific provisions of the law, and the court has gone into their challenge, gone into the arguments that they presented, and said that there is nothing wrong with the law. So post this, what else can you do? I mean, I doubt there is any other course available. Yes, the money bill route for this amendment, that the Supreme Court will still scrutinize. We'll have to wait and see whether the court has anything to say on that.
Okay. And Ananya, while you were inside and you've been tracking this story for quite a few days now, during the course of the hearing, it'll be interesting to note what were the arguments which went as a counter. Those who actually, for example, on behalf of Karti Chidambaram, what were the arguments which was given from their side? Okay, we'll just go back to Ananya, who's there from the Supreme Court in a bit. So Ashish, just to focus back on the Enforcement Directorate, the ED officers, by way of their sources, have often gone on, have tried to explain the fact that they don't take the diktats from the political masters or from the politicians, certainly not from the central government. An argument which, of course, has not cut much ice as far as the opposition goes. Here on, I mean, the jury is always going to be out. I mean, the opposition is always going to say there's no case against the Gandhis. But do you get this sense, by way of your sources, that the ED is actually going to say, look, at least the Supreme Court understands what we have been telling you guys for such a long time?
So, Pallavi, basically the biggest problem that opposition was facing, that Enforcement Directorate had the powers to arrest. There is a specific section where even the assistant director, the deputy director, the joint director or additional director or the director, if they believe so, that a person is guilty of, this is a very specific provision which says that if a person is found to be guilty of money laundering, then that person can be arrested and produced before the court. So this special power is basically troubling the opposition. We know that Karti Chidambaram, Mehbooba Mufti, Anil Deshmukh, all are under the investigation of Enforcement Directorate, and they believe so that the Enforcement Directorate is being misused. But here, this sections of 17, 18, and 19, which actually helps in Enforcement Directorate to deal in search, seizure, and arrest. These sections basically are troubling the opposition. But here, on these sections, the Supreme Court says that no, the Enforcement Directorate has right, though they are not the police, but ultimately they have the right to investigate under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and all provisions under these sections, they stand as of now. So certainly it's a big setback for the opposition parties as well, because opposition parties have been alleging that the Enforcement Directorate is being used or misused against them purposely, so that whenever there are issues which are concerning the common man, if the opposition tries to address that, then the Enforcement Directorate knocks their door. But then Enforcement Directorate, since they have been working on various cases, they are working on more than 5,400 cases as of now. It's not only the political cases that they are working on. So more than 5,000 PMLA cases have been registered by the Enforcement Directorate under various sections of PMLA. So the cases as of now being investigated under PMLA there will be no change in the provisions. And since the Supreme Court has also said, no, this is the right direction to work, then certainly it's a big setback for the opposition parties.
Yeah. So Ananya is also back with us from the Supreme Court. Ananya, the question which I wanted to ask you earlier, what was the arguments which were given by, say, Karti Chidambaram side on moving ahead with this plea?
Well, yes, I remember that a lot of people, including Mr. Karti Chidambaram, had challenged the provisos of this particular act, the PMLA, and the essential argument that was given out by Karti Chidambaram and
in fact, other people also was that Section 19 gives a special power to arrest, as Ashish was also pointing out, that ED has a special power to arrest if it has reasons to believe a deputy director, a director or assistant director rank officer can arrest anybody if they have a reason to believe, and also a material evidence, there is some document with regards to their reasons to believe, then arrest can be made. So challenging this proviso, they've stated that these are extraordinary powers, and the ED can on their whims and fancies arrest anybody and everybody, and can in fact be used as a political puppet. But then what is very, very essential and what is very, very important was the centre's argument in response to these statements, wherein the centre clearly noted that ED officers are not very equivalent to police officials. This is what exactly the Supreme Court has also upheld, that ED officers and police officers are very, very different in nature. ED officers come in oath, and only a deputy director, assistant director or a director rank officers can make such an arrest, and there are relevant safeguards under the PMLA Section 19 which protects an accused from an illegal arrest. And in fact, what is also argued by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta and Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju continuously is that safeguards that are under Section 19, that the accused can only be arrested by a deputy director, director or an assistant director, or the higher pedestals of arrest, that there has to be a particular reason to believe, there has to be a documentary evidence to arrest a particular person, are very, very high standards of arrest, and there is no need of a CRPC provisor to come into the picture. And in fact, there shall be no reason that this provisor should go away.
I'm also going to try and get in a legal voice as well. Mr. Swapnil Kothari is also with us. I'm sorry, Ananya, I had to cut you short. Mr. Kothari, there are two things over here. One, of course, everyone is reading this as a huge shot in the arm for the ED and to the government's arguments as well. And the second, of course, is those data which is out, which says that the conviction rate in the ED investigations have been very low, which has often given rise to this counter-argument from the opposition parties, is that how ED is actually being misused, politically speaking. Your thoughts on that?
Well, let me tell you something. The opposition always seems to have some sort of a rankle with the powers of the Enforcement Directorate, especially when they come under the scanner. And that is very natural for anybody to say that, the ED is acting at the hands of the ruling dispensation, and there's a witch hunt, it's a political rivalry, all of those things. But if you've noticed, the judgment of the Supreme Court clearly validates the entire provisions of the PMLA, the provisos which were challenged, and also it ensures that the Enforcement Directorate as a central investigating agency does not have its hands tightened or in any way shackled to ensure that the criminals are caught within its net, especially because money laundering is a huge, huge scam. And this is something which they need to ensure that the Enforcement Directorate has powers within itself or under its in its hand to go by the act, to go by the statute without fear or favor. So what is more important from flowing out from this judgment is that it is a validation from the top court, especially to the central investigating agencies, that yes, you have the power. Of course, you shall utilize the same sparingly, because you need to have a reason to believe, and a reason to believe means a legitimate reason to believe. And also at the same time, you need to have material evidence on record before you go and arrest someone. And especially at the deputy director level, obviously people who are occupying those positions are not somebody who act on whims and arbitrariness, and it should they do, because no system is foolproof. So obviously, if there are fault lines, if there are people who are compromised, then the Supreme Court is there to take care of them at the same time, and also of the victims who have suffered at their hands unjudiciously.
Mr. Kothari, if you just hold on, my colleague from the Supreme Court, Ananya, also wants to join in. Ananya, go ahead. You have a question for Mr. Kothari.
Mr. Kothari, taking the discussion on conviction rate forward, I remember that Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, when he was arguing this particular matter, had said that 4,700 cases have only been registered, while there have been around 33,000 offences, predicate offences that have taken place. So do you not think that this is something that is a very, very legally tenable argument? And in fact, he had also argued that around 98,000 crores of proceeds of crime has been in fact confiscated. However, the confirmation has come in on a pretty lesser amount. But then don't you think that this is something that gives ED a special statute, that gives ED a better chance as an investigation agency, Mr. Kothari?
Well, Ananya, it definitely does. And, Tushar Mehta, obviously speaking for the government and speaking for the investigating agency, is going to, give you a separate picture, which he is doing. He's saying that, there is much, much more at hand and much, much more, nonsense that is going on in terms of money laundering. But, only 4,700 cases or so have been registered. So it's not that the ED is arresting people left, right, and center.
Mr. Kothari, I'm sorry, but we also have the BJP spokesperson Nalin Kohli joining us. Nalin, every time ED questions someone from the opposition says, there you have it. The centre has used and misused the ED and the CBI for its own purposes. Today, what the Supreme Court says, you think that should kind of silence them? You think so?
Well, certainly it would bring closure to an unending round of criticism against the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which had been challenged. And once a three-judge bench has ruled on it, you will, of course, note that I have still not had the time to have seen the judgment itself, but what one gathers from the media, it has basically upheld the provisions that were under challenge in terms of definitions, in terms of applicability, the powers of arrest, Section 24 dealing with the reverse burden of proof issue. So it, of course, will silence it out. The Prevention of Money Laundering Act is an act with a specific purpose. It's an act to obviously prevent money laundering and proceeds of crime. Now, the opposition party may feel aggrieved with the fact that the Enforcement Directorate is taking action against certain set of people, and they are from the opposition parties. But in each one of those set of cases, there is ample showing there that there prima facie exists a case. You don't need even a trial for it. If 20 crores are found in the house of Partho Chatterjee's associate in a scam that is being seen by the Honorable High Court of Calcutta, I mean, do you really need a full trial to say that something is prima facie wrong and it's justified that money laundering should go on there? I mean, 20 crores is not a small sum of money. Even a crore of rupees for that matter of fact. So
but Nalin, the other side, which even Ananya was pointing out, is the rate of convictions as far as the ED investigations go have also not been very high. So this also strengthens the counter argument is that you have those investigations, tariq pe tariq, but nothing comes out of it.
So therefore, I'll give you a counter argument, and as a practicing lawyer, we face it in the courts. In civil law, it may be matters of commercial dispute, family dispute, it may be property-related matters. The actual judgment may come after a period of 10, 15, 20, 30, even 40 years. Now, that's for a separate set of reasons. So just because you don't have finality or closure, in this case being the conviction, you can't say that the act itself is bad. That is also the process of which requires a larger discussion. It requires many reasons to it. It requires in terms of how evidence is taken, how cross-examination takes place, how adjournments happen. There's a whole set of stories there. So that cannot be the argument whether the act itself is right or wrong. The act has to be seen within the corners of the Constitution. The act has to be seen whether it fits in the mandate. I mean, whether the judicial challenge to the act sees reason to interfere with the act or not. So obviously what's being reported is that this challenge has not succeeded because the court has broadly found that the act per se is okay. Now, anyone who gives a statement also in terms of an investigation under the PMLA or any act has every right to challenge that in the trial process that thereafter begins. So, there is a provision for everyone to protect their rights. But the removal of the act on grounds which are more in the nature of criticisms born out of personal anguish is not the way the court would look at it. The court would look at it whether the act itself is constitutionally correct, it meets its stated objectives, which is why an act is passed, and whether the circumstances around it also in each individual case are justifying the use of that provision or not.
Okay. Fair enough. Mr. Kothari, just listening to what Mr. Kohli had to say and the arguments which are also coming in from the Supreme Court as well, well, that stamp of approval has been given to the ED, the CBI and the investigative agencies. But what about the concerns or apprehensions which I guess will still remain as far as opposition parties goes? Okay, before that's going to come across, let me just get in a quick reaction. Let's listen in to Mr. JP Nadda, the BJP president.
कुत्सित प्रयास है, यह इस देश में चलने वाला नहीं. देश कानून से चलता है, देश नियमों से चलता है और नियम सबके लिए बराबर है और नियम का, कानून का जवाब देना ये सबकी जिम्मेवारी है। मुझे लगता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और ये परिवार इनको नियम के अनुसार चलना चाहिए और कानून का जवाब देना चाहिए। कानून में सारे प्रावधान हैं।
So the Congress party is taken to the streets basically protesting against Sonia Gandhi and saying that your government is misusing agencies.
No, how we have been misusing the agencies? You know how ED has been working and how lakhs of crore of rupees have been recovered by ED itself and by other agencies. इन्होंने देश के लिए काम किया है और कोई भी एजेंसी कोई भी काम करती है वो कानून के दायरे में करती है और किसी भी एजेंसी की बात किसी को पसंद नहीं है तो उसके लिए कानून के दरवाजे खुले हैं। वन शुड टेक द लीगल कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन और सड़कों पर आना यह कहीं न कहीं अपना कानूनी पक्ष को दर्शाता है और कानून में लड़ने में कमजोर महसूस करने की बात है।
Sir, one bite in English on the court verdict that has come out as far as PMLA is concerned.
No, court has just now upheld the PMLA and the ED's jurisdiction, and the Supreme Court has said very clearly that they have that jurisdiction and PMLA is within the ambit of the legal ambit in which it is working. It has been upheld by Supreme Court, and we should respect the Constitution, we should respect the law, and we should respect the law of the land.
Sir, also one question.
Thank you.
And that was the BJP president, Mr. JP Nadda, his first reaction coming in from the BJP on the verdict which came out from the Supreme Court. Mr. Kothari, you must have heard what Mr. JP Nadda was saying, what even Nalin Kohli was saying a short while back. You know, despite repeated reassurances coming in from the government that ED, CBI are autonomous bodies, opposition of course doesn't believe in that because every time an investigation takes place, they say, there you go. You think what the Supreme Court has said today could be a closure on that?
Well, no, not at all. It won't be a closure. There will be continuous rants from the opposition because that is what they do. They want to oppose each and everything, especially when they are caught under the scanner. But that's, that's something which we have to partake. It forms part of the democracy, so we don't have to pay too much attention to that. The investigating agencies have to do their function under the Act, under the statute, which empowers them to carry out their objectives. And what's more important is that the Supreme Court is not going to look at the rants of the opposition or even the assertions of the center or the ruling dispensation. It's going to go by the statute, by the objectives of the statute, by the powers that are vested in the Enforcement Directorate, whether they are operating, whether they're attempting to meet the objectives, and if there are any, extravagant transgressions, then the Supreme Court is there to haul them in because people who face the wrong side of the law will always question that, and they will get the relief from the Supreme Court, depending on this judgment also. And of course, even in the past where there are arbitrary actions by the state or by the center, the Supreme Court has come into the rescue as the constitutional sentinel and as the upholder of the fundamental rights of the citizens. So it's very apparent, Pallavi, that this is not the last time that you've heard the opposition speaking against the statute or the act. But as what Ananya was stating and I was asking, as far as the conviction rate is concerned, that is one of the grudges that even I have against the central agencies, because most of the cases are very high profile cases, say like the Sushant Singh Rajput's case has been refrigerated since quite some time for reasons best known to the agency. Now, obviously, cases such as this, or even thereafter many other cases where the Enforcement Directorate has gone in and swooped in, some or the other ways it has been compromised apparently, or it has been silenced for reasons, which they are only in a position to answer. So that is something which they have to account for, and they ask their own concerns whether they are being able to carry it out. And if they are feeling any sort of political pressure, then there are always the courts to be there, courts to help them out as far as this particular aspect is concerned, and ensure that whatever investigation they take place, they bring it to a closure, to a conclusion. To say that things take 30, 40 years in a democratic system like ours is not a justification for that. What is more important is that closure is achieved. Otherwise, I do not mind joining the bandwagon of the opposition and say, because I have a great handle in my hand to say that, these convictions never take place. These things go on for 10 years, 15 years. Obviously, there is no merit in the case. That is the way even I will argue, even if I don't hold their brief. Because I am a person who, as a citizen, would like to see culprits being brought to book. Of what purpose is a statute? Of what purpose is a law if it does not meet the ends of justice? And delayed justice is no justice at all.
Okay.
Der hai, durust hai, it doesn't work here.
But as you said, I don't think there's going to be a closure on this. I have my doubts, and as you said, I don't think it's going to have a closure on this. Before I thank you, Mr. Kothari, thank you very much, Ananya, for reporting from the Supreme Court. And before we go into a break, just a quick update. Right behind me, the police has been put and the forces have been put on alert. So highly likely that the Congress MPs will once again come over here and carry on the same protest which they did yesterday. The news continues over here on CNN News 18.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 13-week leadership.
Such force that the ropes were tied to the rescue boat to prevent it from being swept away. The SDRF personnel managed to reach the group and brought them to safety. 4 women got stuck in a field due to rising flood waters, but the Jammu and Kashmir police and a team of SDRF personnel carried out a daring rescue operation and successfully brought them out. One person was seen getting washed away while crossing a flooded road. After getting alerted by locals, police and SDRF personnel rushed to the site to rescue him.
Is India at the risk of slipping into a recession? Here's what a Bloomberg survey of economists says. Right now, according to them, there is zero probability of India slipping into a recession. Experts say that the global impact on India will be moderate. In the short term, Sri Lanka has an 85% probability of going into recession. In fact, all of Asia, the Asian continent, has a 20 to 25% chance of slipping into recession. As far as the United States is concerned, there's a 40% risk, and the odds for Europe are greater than 1 is in 2. So more than 50 to 55% chance of recession in Europe. Recession will pull down the prices of commodities globally, as also the value of assets across the world. Meanwhile, Olympic champion and World Championship silver medalist javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra has pulled out of the Commonwealth Games. Chopra has a groin injury. He's been advised a month's rest by his doctors. Neeraj Chopra is defending champion at the CWG, which begins in Birmingham on Thursday. Boxer and Olympic medalist Lavlina Borgohain's personal coach Sandhya Gurung has received her accreditation for the Commonwealth Games. This comes a day after Lavlina alleged mental harassment by the authorities, who denied entry to her coaches to the Games village. After Bollywood star Ranveer Singh broke the internet last week with his nude photo shoot for a magazine, a case has now been filed against the actor. The complainant has accused Ranveer of hurting the sentiments of women and insulting their modesty because of his photographs. Meanwhile, a shocking incident of moral policing has come to light in Mangaluru in Karnataka, reminiscent of what happened in 2009.
Bajrang Dal members barged into a pub and disrupted a party that was organized by a group of college students. The right-wing group asked the staff to stop the event, alleging that the students were indulging in some illegal activities. They objected to the girls partying there and asked the students to leave the pub. According to the police, the Bajrang Dal members approached the bouncers and asked them if the minor students were being served alcohol. In 2009, at the same pub, members of the Sri Ram Sena had similarly attacked customers and chased them away.
Beijing and Islamabad's latest move on the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor project has left India fuming. China and Pakistan are now inviting third.
Okay, welcome back. But there's some more controversy now which is brewing because AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has now stoked a huge controversy, and he's making reference to showering of petals on the Kawadiyas, and he's asking this question that it's okay if you want to shower petals on the Kawadiyas, but then why do you run the bulldozers over the Muslims? In fact, we're going to try and play the soundbite out, but we also have Arunima who's now joining us. Arunima, obviously he's trying to cater to his constituency, but it's something which is certainly going to stoke a huge controversy.
Yes, Asaduddin Owaisi in a series of tweets have questioned the Uttar Pradesh administration's decision to roll out the red carpet literally for the Kanwad Yatra. What he has said is, पुलिस ने पंखुड़ियां बौछार की, कांवड़ियों का झंडों से इस्तकबाल किया, उनके पैरों पर लोशन लगाया और उनके साथ इंतहाई शफकत से पेश आए. दिल्ली पुलिस ने लोहारों को हटाने की बात की ताकि कांवड़िया नाराज ना हो जाए. उत्तर प्रदेश हुकूमत ने यात्रा के रास्ते पर गोश्त पर पाबंदी लगा दी. एंड देन देयर आर अ सीरीज ऑफ ट्वीट्स इन व्हिच ही सेज ये रेवड़ी कल्चर नहीं है. रेवड़ी कल्चर इज एज इन freebies is what he is accusing the government of indulging in. This has been countered by the Bharatiya Janata Party MPs. Jagdambika Pal, who spoke to our colleague Amit Pandey, said that we do the same when there is a Tazia Yatra, Tazia procession that is taken out. It is just a question of taking care of the faith of people and showing the humane side of police. This should not be discussed on religious lines.
Yes, but I won't use the word understand, but we know where he is coming from, because at the end of the day, he's been pretty angsty and angry and very vociferous in his criticism of wherever a bulldozer has been run by, by saying the fact that, you're only targeting these people because they happen to be Muslims and belong to a minority community. You think this kind of comment by Owaisi just adds on to the entire debate?
What he's also doing, his second tweet is a parallel that he's drawing when, namazis get an FIR against them. He says, Musalman khuli jagah par chand minute ke liye namaz bhi ada kare to bawal ho jata hai. And I've already read out to you his earlier tweet about how he's saying how Kanwadiyas are being helped by the police, lotion are being put on their tired legs. There is also helicopter in service to ensure petals are dropped from the air. And he's saying, while you're doing all this for the Kanwadiyas, even if namazis go and offer namaz at a public place, there is a huge uproar. So that is the comparison that he is drawing, trying to draw attention. He's of course addressing his own constituency. There is a constituency which feels the way Asaduddin Owaisi is tweeting out. But if you ask the ruling side, if you ask the BJP MPs, they say that it is unnecessary to bring in that comparison.
Okay, yes. Many thanks, Arunima, for putting that into context. We also have the first political voice, Rakesh Tripathi from the BJP, now joining us. Rakesh जी, इसके पहले मैं कुछ और पूछूं. सबसे पहले आपकी क्या पहली प्रतिक्रिया है? क्या असदुद्दीन ओवैसी जो कहते हैं, आपको लगता है वो गलत है इस तरह का तुलना करना?
देखिए, असदुद्दीन ओवैसी लगातार कुख्यात हो रहे हैं इस बात के लिए कि वो जब भी अपनी जबान खोलते हैं तो जानबूझ करके ऐसी भाषा का प्रयोग करते हैं जिससे सांप्रदायिक सद्भाव बिगड़े, जिससे कुछ लोगों की भावनाएं आहत हो, और वो लगातार इस तरह की जबान प्रयोग करने का काम कर रहे हैं. अब कांवड़ यात्रियों पर अगर सरकार ने कुछ सुविधाएं दी हैं तो ये सुविधाएं तो रोजा इफ्तार के समय भी दी जाती हैं, उनके दर्द नहीं होता है. इसको सांप्रदायिक आधार पर देखा जाना ये ठीक नहीं है. देखिए, सरकार की जिम्मेदारी होती है कि सांस्कृतिक विरासत से और रीति रिवाज परंपराओं से, व्रत त्योहारों से जुड़ी हुई चीजों को संरक्षित करे, लोगों को सुविधाएं प्रदान करे, और ये सुविधाएं सभी राज्यों की सरकारें प्रदान करने का काम करती है. इसमें किसी प्रकार का मजहब के आधार पर भेदभाव नहीं होता है. लेकिन असदुद्दीन ओवैसी मजहबी आधार पर इसमें भेदभाव देख करके और इसको करके जानबूझ करके सांप्रदायिक सद्भाव को बिगाड़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं. लेकिन उनके इन प्रयासों में उनको सफलता नहीं मिलेगी. उन्होंने लगातार उत्तर प्रदेश के विधानसभा के चुनाव में भी ऐसी ही तमाम बदजुबानी करने का काम किया था, लेकिन जनता ने उनका साथ नहीं दिया. की जमानत जब्त हुई है. आज कांवड़ यात्रा को लेकर
ओवैसी जी का ये भी कहना है, राकेश जी, ओवैसी जी का ये भी कहना है कि जब सड़कों पे नमाज पढ़ा जाता है तब आप लोग आपत्ति करते हो कि ऐसे आप नहीं कर सकते, एक जगह है बनाई जाए वहाँ पे नमाज पढ़े. लेकिन जब कांवड़िया रोड पे चलते हैं, काफिला चलता है उनका, तो पुलिस भी रुक के उनको पैर में दवा लगाती है या लोशन लगाते हैं. तो ये अंतर क्यों? ये सवाल है ओवैसी जी का.
असदुद्दीन ओवैसी जानबूझ करके लोगों को भ्रमित करने का काम कर रहे हैं. देखिए, जब ताजिया के जुलूस निकलते हैं या उर्स के मेले लगते हैं या इफ्तार की पार्टी होती है या बकरीद के कार्यक्रम होते हैं तो स्थान नियत किए जाते हैं और किसी प्रकार से सुविधाएं मुहैया कराने का काम करती है. तो कांवड़ यात्रा बिना अनुमति के नहीं हो रही है. सरकार ने बाकायदा अनुमति दी है, इसके रूट तय किए हैं और उन रूट पर व्यवस्थाएं की गई हैं. ऐसे ही जब ताजिया का जुलूस निकलता है तो उसके लिए भी रूट तय किया जाता है, उसमें भी व्यवस्थाएं की जाती हैं. इफ्तार की दावतें होती हैं तब भी उसी प्रकार की व्यवस्थाएं की जाती है, उसमें सरकारी धन खर्च किया जाता है. उसके मेले होते हैं उसमें भी इसी प्रकार की व्यवस्था की जाती है. अब यात्रियों के लिए इसी प्रकार की व्यवस्थाएं की जाती है. इसलिए ये सब बातें करना मुझे लगता है कि तर्कहीन है, ये कुतर्क करने का काम है. राज्य की सरकार हो या केंद्र की सरकार के लिए संवैधानिक उत्तरदायित्व है कि वो जनता के जो भावनाएं हैं जो उनके बिलीफ है उसका आदर करते हुए उनकी व्यवस्थाएं सुनिश्चित करने का काम करें, और सरकार ने यही किया है।
Okay, thank you very much, Rakesh ji. Well, Owaisi certainly has stoked a huge storm early in the morning. We're going to wait for more reactions through the day. But for now, we have a reaction coming in from the BJP MP, Rajendra Agarwal. Let's listen in to him.
पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश, आप मेरठ से ताल्लुक रखते हैं और आपके ही रीजन में फूल बरसाए गए थे, कैसे देखते हैं इस ट्वीट को ओवैसी?
नहीं, देखिए ये धर्म की बात नहीं है, कोई उस नाते इस घटना को नहीं देखा जाना चाहिए। एक जन आस्था का इतना बड़ा एक स्वरूप है ये, यानी लाखों कांवड़िए रोज निकलते हैं, विभिन्न प्रदेशों से वहाँ पर हरिद्वार पहुँचते हैं, वहाँ से जल लेते हैं और कुल मिलाकर के इनकी संख्या करोड़ों में पहुँच जाती है। तो एक जनास्था का सम्मान है और जनास्था के इस प्रकार के सम्मान के कार्यक्रम अन्य जो रिलीजन से जुड़े हुए लोग भी उनके विषय में भी होते रहे हैं, और इसलिए इसको केवल धार्मिक आधार पर नहीं देखना चाहिए, सामान्य जन से जोड़ करके देखना चाहिए। और जैसा मैंने कहा, केवल उत्तर प्रदेश के नहीं, आप देखिए राजस्थान, हरियाणा, दिल्ली, पंजाब और भी दूरस्थ स्थानों से वहाँ पर श्रद्धालु पहुँचते हैं और बड़ी एक प्रकार की तपस्या से करते हुए वो अपने गाँवों को जल लेकर के जाते हैं, पैदल जाते हैं और अपने जो गांव का जो शिवालय है वहाँ पर शिवरात्रि के दिन जल चढ़ाते हैं।
Okay, so that was Mr. Rajendra Agarwal. His first reaction, the BJP says that this is absolutely a wrong comparison. Muharram, when taziyas go across the roadway, is made for them, they are facilitated. Just to do a recap before I go across to my colleague Arunima to get her thoughts on it and what could be the political reactions. What Owaisi in a series of tweets has made an objection to the fact that during the Kanwariya Yatra, which we have been seeing in the last few days, flowers have been showered on them, petals have been showered on them. In some cases, you know, special enclosures have been made for them. Also, for that matter, that you know, we also have Delhi police, we also have other people applying lotion and medicines for them. It's a matter of faith, is what the BJP is saying, and one should not make these kind of comments as far as the matter of faith. Before I go across to Arunima, we also have a first reaction coming in from yet another BJP MP, Jagdambika Pal. Let's listen in to him.
सर, इस पर ओवैसी ने सवाल उठाए हैं, असदुद्दीन ओवैसी ने, उन्होंने कहा कि उन पर पुष्प वर्षा की जा रही है, लेकिन जब लोहारों को हटाया जा रहा है, अगर कावड़िए मुस्लिम का नाम भी लेते हैं तो फिर कार्रवाई शुरू हो जाती है।
देखिए, जब ताजिया निकलती है, जब उनके भी त्यौहार होते हैं, तो प्रशासन और सरकार उसमें भी इंतजाम करती है, उसमें भी करती है। तो अगर आज कांवड़ियाँ निकल रही हैं, जो पैदल लोग चल रहे हैं, उनका एक आस्था, ये धर्मनिरपेक्ष देश है और सभी धर्मनिरपेक्ष लोग जो हैं उनका सरकार सम्मान करती है। इसलिए उत्तर प्रदेश में उन कांवड़ियों पे जो पैदल चल रहे हैं, सीखे भरते हैं, उन पर स्पर्धा की जा रही है।
लेकिन भेदभाव की बात ओवैसी कह रहे हैं।
कहीं भेदभाव नहीं, मैंने कहा ना कि जब ताजिया निकलता है तो रूट डाइवर्ट कर दिया जाता है, रास्ता बंद कर दिया जाता है, ईद का त्यौहार होता है, ईद का त्यौहार होता है, उन त्योहारों में जितना प्रशासन और शासन होता है उसकी मदद करता है।
So that's the BJP saying it's absolutely wrong and unfair comparison, because even in the case of festivals like, even on the face of occasions like Muharram, where Tazia processions go, the administration always facilitates them. So why target only the Kanwariyas, or why target only one particular faith? Well, Owaisi's comments certainly have stoked a political controversy through the day. We're going to get you all those reactions, but that's it for me from now, from Parliament. Thank you so much for watching. News continues over here on CNN News 18.
And release excess water. But many are making the most of the situation and enjoying the abundance of waterfalls in Rajasthan. Still, authorities have warned people to be careful because the current is strong. The Met Department has predicted more rains in the state for the next 2 days.
Meanwhile, amid the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, heavy rains around the holy cave triggered flash floods. But an alert was sounded immediately and more than 4,000 pilgrims were safely evacuated. Just earlier this month, flash floods are triggered by heavy rain struck near the shrine, killing at least 16 people. There's some frightening footage from a busy road in Shimla which shows a speeding truck ramming into several cars. The truck driver appears to have lost control of the vehicle. He swerved towards the right and collided bang into the middle of the vehicles. The impact is so strong that the boundary wall of a building is completely smashed. It is unclear, though, if there were any casualties as a result of this accident. The mega 5G spectrum auction has gotten underway and the bid amount exceeded 1.45 lakh crores on day one. The bid is for 72 gigahertz of radio waves. It is worth 4.3 lakh crores. Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel are among the 4 bidders right now. 5G networks will open 10 times faster than 4G. A phased rollout is expected by September. In fact, 7% of India's smartphone base currently is 5G enabled. Torrential rains have also led to some daring rescue operations, this time in Madhya Pradesh.
This tractor was crossing a bridge in Betur but got submerged in floodwaters. Some locals saw the plight of the tractor driver and threw a rope towards him. He managed to grab it and was pulled to safety. In Sehor, 6 labourers were trapped in rising floodwaters. A mammoth rescue operation lasting hours was launched to bring them to safer ground. A bridge in Sehor collapsed due to heavy rains, leaving several trucks and other vehicles stranded.
There's a big breakthrough in the Bengal SSC scam probe. According to the Enforcement Directorate, they claim to have found a black diary at the home of the arrested Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee. The diary reportedly belongs to the Department of Higher Education and School Education. It has details, supposedly, of cash transactions which she...
Good afternoon. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. It's good to see all of you this Wednesday afternoon. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. We're beginning this broadcast with a mega CNN News 18 exclusive. After the recent arrest of a radicalized youth in Bengaluru, ISIS and Al-Qaeda-linked cadre have been arrested in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Asif Mustaheen and Yasir Nawab John were on the radar of intelligence agencies for some time now. Knives, an ISIS flag and incriminating documents have been recovered from their possession. We'll get you more details of how the arrest actually happened and what all has been found. But let's break down some details in terms of what was the modus operandi and what was their eventual plan. Now, this is what we're picking by the means of what intel sources are telling CNN News 18. The accused were planning big attack before 15th of August or the Independence Day. So that becomes very, very crucial to know the backdrop of when these arrests have been made. The accused were ready to even carry out a suicide attack. But that's not all. What we're also now picking up is that the accused wanted to target Hindus and monasteries. That's again a big factor to keep in mind before we go forward. The other aspect that we're also picking up is the accused were in contact with ISIS in Syria as well as Iraq. A lot has been found, as I pointed out earlier, knives, ISIS flag and incriminating documents as well. But let me first bring in my colleague Anand Narasimhan, who's joining us from our newsrooms. Anand, good to have you on the broadcast with us. This is a big exclusive that we're putting out courtesy our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. First, just break down for our viewers how this arrest took place and what all has been recovered.
Well, there are two parts to it. The two parts are that there have been ISIS cadre who have been arrested by the Tamil Nadu police in Tamil Nadu. And then we have Al-Qaeda cadre and Al-Qaeda influence cadre there's been a crackdown upon in Karnataka. So we'll get to the Karnataka part in just a bit. But these are two ISIS cadre who have been arrested on the 26th of July by the police. And this arrest has happened in Tamil Nadu. The two people who've been arrested are Asif Mustaheen and his associate Yasir Nawab John. They were both arrested in Erode. In the city of Erode in Tamil Nadu, that's where they have been arrested. What has been found in their possession, like you said, have knives, incriminating material with the ISIS flags, etc. They have been on the radar of the agencies for a while and their activities have been very, very closely monitored. But more importantly, Asif Mustaheen was in contact with the ISIS core in Syria. So he was in touch with the core leadership in Syria. He was even ready to conduct a suicide attack in India on the same. So along with monasteries that you talked about, Hindus and Hindu leaders that you talked about, even police stations were on their radar for attack, and he was in the process of planning an attack when this arrest has happened. Now this is what we have got to understand, that Yasir Nawab John and Asif Mustaeen, highly radicalized individuals, and they were motivated enough to try and conduct and attacks on Indian soil. So that's the first attack that has happened. That's the first crackdown that's happened. Then the IB, Intelligence Bureau, conducted another operation on the 24th of July. So this is 2 days before the 26th. And this happened in Karnataka, where the Bangalore police have arrested a pro-Al-Qaeda cadre or person. His name is Akhtar Hussain Laskar. He actually hails from Assam. He hails from Assam, but he's based out in Bengaluru, and that's where he's been arrested. Now, he was also, and based on Akhtar Hussein's inputs, they have then gone ahead across into Tamil Nadu and arrested a Salem-based Muhammad Juba. He's from Bengal. He's from West Bengal. And they have arrested, and he was arrested by the Tamil Nadu police. So the Tamil Nadu police, in the span of the last 3 days, say 24th of July and the 26th of July, they have been able to arrest 3 cadre, 2 of them from Erode, that is, who are linked to the ISIS, and 1 cadre who was in collaboration with another person in Bengaluru, and they were members of the Al-Qaeda, or they were pro-Al-Qaeda entities. They were in contact with various foreign groups in Bangladesh and in Afghanistan, as well as other India-based pro-Al-Qaeda affiliates and entities. They also wanted to make a trip to Jammu and Kashmir and join the Al-Qaeda ranks with the intention of waging a war against India itself, and which they termed as jihad against India. Now, these are big arrests. They wanted to carry some bada karnama and big activity ahead of Independence Day, and that's where the issue was, and they were upset for various reasons, and they were highly radicalized. And now this is in conjunction with what we have put out here at CNN News 18, that there is high amount of radical vitriol that's being sent from across the border, and these are influencing and radicalizing minds, and people are getting swayed by it. This entire aspect of Sar Tan Se Juda, which was called, which was a call made by the Tehreek-e-Labbaik, and radical clerics were pushing this, and after Nupur Sharma episode, this was being pushed up. So any amount of cover fire that was being given was only emboldened these outfits to carry out. In fact, they were actually trying to carry out certain activities like beheading along with suicide activities, and they were looking at videos, and the knives that have been found in their possession are with this intent of carrying out some brutal attacks in the near future.
True. Anand, I'll just request you to stay on with us, because the story is now getting murkier. Some other details that we are picking up as well. What we are also now understanding, and this is crucial, that initial investigation is suggesting these all people were closely following developments in Sar Tan Se Juda cases, wanted to carry out major attack, and for that they were trying to arrange material. They even searched material online, as well as this jihadi material is concerned. I believe my colleague Harish is also now joining us with more details. So Harish, as Anand was also pointing out, the backdrop of all of this is very, very crucial. This crackdown happens in 2 states, in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, but before Independence Day. What more do we know as far as these accused are concerned, and how the radicalization took place on social media?
Well, especially in the case of Akhtar Hussain, who was arrested from Tilak Nagar area in Bengaluru, we do understand that he was propagating these extremist views on all these social media platforms. He was in touch with a few people via the direct messaging option on some of these social media platforms. He had travelled widely in Kerala and Tamil Nadu as well, and that's how he came under the scanner of the IB. And there were specific tip-offs that the IB shared with the local police, and that's one of the main reasons that the local police went about his arrest in a very planned manner. This wasn't just a random accused being picked up by police. In fact, there was a recce that was done. Teams were formed which ensured that they were in plain clothes around his house. They waited for him to return, and after that they ensured that they not just arrest him, and also take other roommates of his into questioning in case they were involved in this whole nexus that was part of a larger nexus spreading across Karnataka and Tamil Nadu as well. And once he was arrested, there were more leads that they gathered, and later on another person, Juba, was arrested from Salem in Tamil Nadu. He's now being questioned as well. The police here who handed over this case to the CCB, saying that they are closely coordinating with the central agencies, including the IB, to ensure that the information that they pick up from whether it's Hussain or Juba is shared with all these agencies, and every person involved in this entire nexus can be arrested. They're also going through not just his technical records like his call records or his social media handles and the communication via them, but also on whether he was in touch with anyone here, where he had traveled in the recent past. His roommates, 3 of them, have already been questioned thoroughly. They haven't been arrested, but the police saying that nothing right now suggesting that all these 3 were in loop or they knew what he was up to, so they haven't been arrested, but they are keeping a close tab and finding out where else he had traveled in the last few months and a year or so, and what's the kind of communication that he's had.
Okay, I quickly want to go back to Anand. And Anand, because you were speaking about the beheading calls that we had seen, is that now becoming a reality, or could that have become a reality if this crackdown hadn't taken place? 2 things that I want to understand from you. One, what more do we know as far as the recoveries that have been made? As we pointed out earlier, certain knives, ISIS flags, and some incriminating documents have been found. So do we have any more details of what those documents were? And secondly, how big a nexus is this as far as radicalization, which is now taking place on social media platforms as well?
Well, first things first, all of them have been radicalized on social media. They are all part of highly encrypted chat groups on platforms which are not easy to crack and which are very highly privatized chat lines and chat groups. Now, what we saw with the butchers of Udaipur, what we saw with the modules that were busted in Bihar, is that there were multiple people who were present in these groups, and these groups had as many as 180 people. So clearly there are far more radicals. Now there are inputs which suggest that those who are radicalizing or those who are pushing this kind of vitriolic language and vitriolic videos and incendiary videos, these are individuals who are present across multiple chat groups. So every module that's busted, there are a few numbers which are similar. So that there is a pattern to that. The other aspect is that these people, Mohammad Juba and Akhtar Hussain, both are not, they are from Assam and from Bengal. But what is their origin? Is their origin, now we'll have to do a background check. Are these immigrants from Bangladesh? Have they moved into India a decade ago or perhaps before that? And do their origins come from Bangladesh? How is it that most of these people are always in touch with certain people and emanating out of Bangladesh? That's the first question that comes through. Along with them being in touch with entities in Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, etc. But this Bangladesh connection is a big question, and they all tend to emerge from either Assam or from West Bengal, and they have this entire connection towards Bangladesh, which is indicative. And this is a similarity and a pattern which we are seeing even as far as Bihar is concerned. Then, of course, the kind of vitriol that's being pushed, extremist videos which they are getting subjected to. And this is all coming from a particular offshoot. And there is a factory which is pushing this out, and there are those who are getting radicalized. So this is a big issue, that all of these people are highly radicalized, not in person, but via social media, and they are all using similar encrypted platforms.
Harish, I quickly want to come back to you. As you were pointing out of how this arrest took place, the police couldn't have taken any chances. There were enough recce's that were done as well. Do we have any more details of their involvement in the past with any sort of modules? Any more details that you're picking up at this point?
Well, what the police, at least prima facie, they are suggesting is that perhaps they might not have got involved in any terror activity earlier, and that's the reason they were not under the scanner. And whatever tip-off that came in was because of the kind of communication that they were having, what they were sharing on social media, and the other intercepts of the agencies has led to this. And that's why these two, who perhaps do not have any major involvement in terror cases, went without getting traced for a long time. They're not very clear on, they're not specifying on how long they've been part of this nexus, how long they've been at this job. but they are saying that's one of the reasons why he did not get spotted. Remember, he was in the heart of Bengaluru. This man, Akhtar Hussain, was in Tilak Nagar. It's a residential area in South Bengaluru, and he was staying with 3 other people, and none of it raised any suspicion whether to his roommates or he was working as a food delivery agent. There was some bit of background verification that would have happened at those companies as well. There as well, no red flags raised. So they believe that a lot of it, as Anand pointed out, was happening online, was happening in encrypted chat groups and platforms. So none of it came under the scanner for a very long time. In the recent past is when agencies have picked it up, and then they've started tracking these people and passed on the information. Even the other person who was picked up from Tamil Nadu, Zuba, is based on the details that was given by Akhtar Hussain, and he was picked up. So none of their day-to-day activity raising any suspicion, and highly unlikely that they were part of any terror activity on ground before this.
Harish and Anand, we leave that conversation there. Thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let me bring in our guests who are joining us this afternoon as well. We have Director, India Foundation, Alok Bansal. We will also shortly be joined by the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, Vikram Singh. But let me bring in Alok Bansal first. Alok, how do you respond or how do you react to what we've just put out of how this crackdown has taken place, not just in one state, but 2, this is what we've been discussing over the last couple of weeks here in Zena News 18, how this radicalization is now happening on social media. As Anand was also pointing out, and agree with him, a lot of this also becomes very difficult to crack down upon because some of these apps are highly encrypted. What is the role of social media platforms and companies? That also comes under the scanner because that's why it's becoming so hard to even ensure a crackdown.
See, there is no doubt that it is not a question of a few months, but a few years now that this sort of a propaganda has been going on in the social media. But remember, social media is a tool. What is being propagated is far more dangerous, and we need to understand the narrative that is being churned out. And this narrative has been churned out from the time IS had captured Mosul, if you remember. From that time onwards, a jihadi narrative is being circulated, and many of the gullible Muslim youth actually get carried away because this narrative is a powerful narrative which is seeped in theology. It's a mythical account, and it actually impresses upon a gullible youth that this is the only way to follow, and they are slowly led into this vicious circle. And we have seen, to my mind, whatever has been unearthed is just the tip of the iceberg. There is much more that is going to be unearthed. There are still a large number of other youth who are afflicted and influenced by this propaganda and have been influenced by this narrative which is being churned through the medium of social media. And it is going to be a very, very tough task for the security agencies to unearth. Banning social media is not a solution. You cannot come out with advanced tools to break one channel of communication, but they will evolve something else. Please remember, these outfits will always be one step ahead of the security agencies. By the time you crack down on one network, they would be in some different network.
Yeah.
Today they might be on Telegram, tomorrow they might be on some other medium, the third day they'll be on some other medium. So what is important, and I have been saying it for a number of years now, is that we need to understand the dangers that are posed by this narrative that is being churned. Because this theological narrative that is being churned out is extremely dangerous. And we need to understand this and counter it. Now, countering it again can also be done through social media, and that is what is important. But for that, we need to have a counter narrative. And for having a counter narrative, we need to understand the theology. Because the potency of this narrative emanates from the fact that it is seeped in theology. And a gullible youth believes that this is what is his religious duties, which is not the case. Because they selectively quotes from theological texts, mixes it with their narrative, and then churn out a narrative which actually confuses the youth and actually indoctrinates him and takes him on the path of radicalism and terrorism. So to counter it, we need to create a counter narrative.
Okay, a counter narrative also needs to be created, says Alok Bansal. Let me bring in Vikram Singh as well. Vikram Singh, I want to talk to you specifically as far as the timing of this crackdown is concerned. Comes shortly before Independence Day. Their target was to create some sort of dhamaka or drama around the Independence Day. Look at the recoveries that have been made. There are knives, there are ISIS flags, incriminating documents as well. They were ready to carry out a suicide attack, and on their target list or hit list were Hindus. How worrying do you think are these details that we're putting out?
Very appropriate observations, and I feel that it is a cause of very serious worry and concern. But this is perfectly doable in how to neutralize them. But yes, in the backdrop of the Independence Day, in the backdrop of the infiltration, alleged infiltration from Pakistan side with a knife, and also what is happening in respect of threats of cutting of throats. This is extremely serious, and we have to take the intelligence at a different level. Whether it's penetration, whether it is development of other hardware and software so as to get to that encrypted communication, and also a thorough interrogation of these persons. 1 would lead to 4, 4 would lead to 16, 16 would lead to 144, because they work in the groups. It's a different matter that one of them may choose to be a lone wolf. But the fact of the matter, there is a battery and there's an army of backup supporters and backstage actors who also will have to be neutralized. And the mine of information that will come from the pedigree of this person arrested and also from the recovered material would be indicative of the fact the gangsters and the forces behind them, their funding, their ideology, and the use of the encrypted system. Mr. Alokji was very forthright, and he's saying that today it may be WhatsApp, tomorrow it may be Botim, it may be Telegram. True. But there is no dearth of such encrypted communication. But the intelligence, let me assure you, has it in them, and they have done it in the past, and I'm sure they will be able to do it again and give them a bloody nose when they deserve it the most.
Vikram Singh, I quickly also want to understand another aspect. You know, a short while ago, my colleague Harish from Bengaluru was reporting about the accused that have been picked up as far as Karnataka is concerned. And look at the details that have emerged. There were these accused who'd been living for some time now in central Bengaluru with 3 other people. One of the accused actually was working as a food delivery agent, but there were no red flags that were raised. So do you think today there is a change of strategy that is also possibly needed to adapt to how this radicalization has become so rampant so that the crackdown can happen much earlier?
May I submit? Reinforce the existing systems. I remember that even 25 years ago, we would say in any congregation, is there a person who is not known to any of the neighborhood? Is there a person who stands out like a sore thumb? Looks like an outsider, looks like a foreigner, any person who is not gelling into the crowd, and advanced intelligence in respect of community policing and other intelligence. There's a thing known as SARS, Suspicious Activity Reporting System. Every citizen is a police officer in plain clothes. Let that be taken up. And I can tell you that this can give you excellent dividend results. And given I have never felt helpless and I have never been caught on the bankfoot, because it is a full-time job. Let every person who is living in sensitive areas report about every outsider and suspicious activity, and lo and behold, you'd be able to neutralize and catch them before they are up to any monkey tricks.
Vikram Singh and Alok Bansal, unfortunately, I will have to leave the conversation there. This is a story that we'll keep tracking right through the day. For now, we're shifting our focus to some other details coming in. We now understanding AAP MP Sanjay Singh has been suspended from the Rajya Sabha for the remaining part of the current week, and this is for shouting slogans, tearing papers and throwing them toward the chair yesterday. This is what we're hearing from the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha. So 24th suspension just in the last 2 days. Now we're understanding AAP MP Sanjay Singh has also been suspended, and he's been suspended for the remaining part of the current week. The reasons behind this is he allegedly threw papers at the chair. There was shouting of slogans as well, tearing of papers and then throwing them towards the chair yesterday. So another opposition MP has now been suspended. Remember, on day 1 we had seen about 4 of them, then as many as over 19 yesterday from all over the parties as far as the TMC is concerned, some from DMK. Remember, the opposition has been protesting as far as these suspensions are concerned. They feel that this is a clampdown as far as their criticism is concerned of the central government, and they've been protesting. Not just the Congress but various other opposition parties have also now jumped in, saying that this is a clampdown of all dissenting voices and this is not what India or the democracy represents. The counter to this has been that there is a certain protocol and decorum that also needs to be followed by these elected MPs, and when that is not there, for how long can the chair tolerate this, and thus the suspension is needed at this point. Pallavi Ghosh, my colleague and a senior editor, now joining us with more details. So Pallavi, as we pointed out, I believe this is the 24th suspension that we're now seeing just in the last 2 days. While the opposition has been saying this is a clampdown on dissent and dissenting voices, The argument coming in from the other side is, but there is also a protocol and decorum that needs to be followed.
Well, I mean, if you go by the rule book says you cannot go out to the well of the house, you cannot carry your banners and posters. But frankly speaking, for all of us who covered Parliament, we've seen this happening at all times. I remember when the UPA was also in power, at that point of time, the BJP had protested an entire session carrying the banners and posters, and many of them had also been suspended. And that's exactly the point which opposition parties are saying, that why deny us the right to protest? You don't allow a debate and a discussion to happen, and you therefore do not allow us this right to protest. And therefore these suspensions are completely undemocratic and an attempt by the government being made to ensure that no opposition face can be seen on the floor of the House. Government's counter to this, of course, is we've never said no to a debate and discussion. The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is unwell, she's recovering for COVID, and once she joins back, that slot will be given. But in the meanwhile, if you want to have a debate and discussion, that's only possible when there is decorum on the floor of the House. And their suspensions are not a witch hunt. It's happened earlier also when the UPA was in power, and it also happens because you're going by the rule book and it's a prerogative of the Speaker and the Chairperson. So now the latest is 24 members have been suspended from the opposition. Day before 4 from the Congress party in Lok Sabha. Yesterday 19 from Rajya Sabha, TMC, Left and Congress and DMK, and of course today we have Sanjay Singh from the Aam Aadmi Party.
Pallavi, quickly I want to understand, what does Rule 256 essentially say, so that we have clarity of how these suspensions are taking place?
Well, essentially the suspension is for a limited time, and it's on the rule book, on the rule on which they have been suspended. And the rule on which they have been suspended is unruly behaviour on the floor of the House. As we spoke about this earlier also, the Parliament Secretariat comes out with it's a booklet which is there with some do's and don'ts along with the rights and privileges of MPs. And among the list of don'ts is also this, that you cannot do something. For example, no MP can flaunt a newspaper clipping to endorse their argument. You cannot carry placards and posters inside the House, certainly not up to the well. The chair or the speaker and the chairperson of Rajya Sabha will have to be respected. There's a designated place for protesting, and where I'm standing now, according to the Secretariat rule book, this is where they can come here and protest, or they can protest on the floor of the House through debates and discussions. So this is the yardstick, and this is a rule which has been applied for the suspension of these MPs.
Pallavi, I also want to talk to you about the larger issue, which is the opposition has been saying they don't have a platform as far as raising their voices or raising pertinent issues are concerned. But the more that we see suspensions and adjournments, that one is leading to a loss of this opportunity, is also costing the exchequer. Is the opposition reacting to that criticism?
Well, they don't. They say that, if it's costing the exchequer, then this is something which the government should think about it, because it's actually the job of the government to ensure there is decorum. But look, if you look at the government strategy, yesterday there was a bill which was passed by them, the Family Courts Amendment Bill. I'm just giving you a sense of where I'm standing at this point of time, and my colleague and video journalist Umesh Sharma is going to try and get you those pictures. You can already see the forces are on full alert, and that is because of what happened yesterday. But apart from that, we are hearing the buzz that once again many of the opposition MPs, particularly the Congress MPs, are now going to start coming out and they are going to be protesting. In fact, I can see you some of those pictures. You can see those MPs, I think they're carrying their placards and they are coming out and protesting. Police buses are very much here on guard. The official forces are very much over here. This is section 144 zone. In fact, Ridhima, a short while back, the Prime Minister also left the Parliament. His cavalcade went. And this is what I was talking about yesterday also. This is the route the VVIPs and the high security members of Parliament actually take when they go out of Parliament. And that's the section which has been imposed by the police officials. And over here, and you can see, for example, the MPs who are coming out. And the posters are actually talking about the arbitrary misuse of ED. They are clearly protesting the day 3 questioning of Sonia Gandhi. These are the Congress MPs who are coming out from there. Going to get you clearer pictures, but it's very clear that the Delhi police officials do not want a repeat of what happened yesterday just outside the Parliament.
So Pallavi, we're staying with those pictures that you're bringing to us. Congress MPs once again protesting. These are pictures that we're getting to you from Vijay Chowk in the national capital. Pallavi, I know you're still a little further away from where these MPs are, but could you see some of the posters or the slogans that they're possibly raising today? What are the issues?
In fact, Ridhima, I'm going to try and walk across to where the MPs are. So I'm just going to take this whole walk crossing across to Vijay Chowk. But essentially, what they are doing is that they're carrying those placards with the where they're talking about the misuse of the ED as well. And you know, they're protesting. And in fact, there was a press conference which was held earlier today in the morning, which you saw, in which, you know, they all said that, you know, she's a 75+ old woman. You don't target women, and how there's a it's an old case. There's been no FIR also which has been filed in this case. It's just been stirred up because the Gandhis asked questions of the government, and therefore the government is only misusing these investigative agencies. Now mind you, this is coming despite the kind of statement or verdict which came in from the Supreme Court, which ideally should have emboldened the ED and the CBI, but clearly this is not cutting much ice with the Congress MPs. We're going to see whether Rahul Gandhi also turns up over here. So far, of course, he's not a part of these protests, but you can see those pictures much more clearer. They're all carrying their posters, they're carrying their placards over here, and in fact I'm going to try and get my colleague Umeshji also to get a reaction from one of the MPs who are protesting right over here. They're all coming towards the Vijay Chowk area, as you can see them, and that's the kind of protest which is actually coming in from there. So far Rahul Gandhi is not here, but you can see those posters and section 144 in place very much over here, and completely tight security area. They are all walking up to Vijay. So I suspect that they're going to give us a sound bite and also giving their reactions from here.
So as Pallavi continues to report for us, those visuals on your screen where the Congress MPs have once again begun their protest march. They're protesting against the misuse of the central agencies. But Pallavi, as you were rightly pointing out, there is section 144 in place. Yesterday we saw how this protest became a security nightmare, a law and order situation, inconvenience to the common people. Fair to say the Congress today wants to get detained, wants to use this detention of various leaders as optics to further push its narrative.
Well, they're just walking up closer to the Vijay Chowk. You can see that area which is completely cordoned out. I'm just getting a sense of this whole area of Vijay Chowk over here, where, you can see them carrying their placards, and you have Congress MPs actually falling and taking their protest over here. In fact, I'm going to try and get in a word from Mr. Huda, over here, the opposition, the government says that we do allow debates and discussions. You people don't want it, and you are diverting the entire agenda.
We want a debate on inflation, unemployment, on Agnipath. The government for the last 1 week, more than that, basically forget about agreeing to our demand. It's just not even bothered to listen to what opposition has to say. If we can't have a debate in parliament.
But your posters talk about ED, so isn't it all about Sonia Gandhi then?
No, that is also one of the issues. We want to talk about inflation, unemployment, Agnipath, and misuse of the central investigation agencies to target political opponents.
You must have heard what the Supreme Court said today, that it does, in a sense, endorse the right of the ED and the CBI to carry on these investigations, and to say that they are being misused is wrong.
No, that they are misusing these central agencies to target political opponents in this country. You tell me in the last 9 years or 8 years, one BJP related person who has been booked. In fact, BJP has some sort of washing machine where anybody else in the political spectrum who's been accused by the central agencies, if were to decide to join the BJP overnight, he will be rinsed of all the accusations. That's the kind of magical washing machine they are having. That's what the country should ponder over. My point is, if we can't debate inflation, unemployment, misuse of central agencies in this house, and the MPs are going to be detained to a police line every day, then why are we building this new parliament building? Okay. Let's build a new police line.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you so much, Rupinder, for joining us on this. And very quickly, a quick date before I come back to you, Ridhima. What they're planning to do is to sit on a dharna at Vijay Chowk. Those pictures are there with you. Over to you.
Fighting for the farmers, we are fighting for the middle class. We are continuing to send this message, and especially a message, as loud and clear message to Prime Minister Modi and his Home Minister Amit Shah, that all these men and women in uniform do not scare us.
The opposition's meeting, held inside the parliament today. What was the strategy? What you guys discussed together?
You see, we cannot reveal the strategy, but of course we are all on the same page that this government is being sheer arrogant in terms of revoking 4 members of, suspending 4 members in Lok Sabha for the entire term, suspending 19 MPs in one day, unprecedented, and there was no extreme form of protest that was held inside the parliament that warranted this kind of extreme action. So you look at the run-up to the parliament. First, coming up with a list of words that can't be used, then saying that placards can be used, then this suspension, unprecedented suspension. This clearly shows the design of the BJP to intimidate and harass the opposition.
What police cited yesterday when they blocked you here at Vijay Chowk, when they were not gave you the permission to go to President House? What was the reason which they were citing?
You see, they will come up with certain technicalities, that's for sure. But the issue is the President of India, the newly elected Honorable President of India, has the right to receive visitors, and especially from leaders of different political parties, Congress party being the largest opposition party. And for us, it is our right to also meet her and inform the Honorable President of the state of affairs in the country and the state of affairs inside the parliament.
Last question, Gaurav. JP Nadda, BJP chief, is saying that the entire Congress cadre, entire Congress supporter has come forward to support only one family. Therefore, that's the reason why they're protesting, just to protect one family.
You see, that undoubtedly that would be the BJP's allegation. I'm not surprised. BJP do not see any corruption in Karnataka. You see the rise in ED cases after Prime Minister Modi has taken place. BJP does not see corruption in Haryana. BJP does not see corruption in Assam. So obviously the BJP, they try to hide. In fact, anybody who is tainted with crime is given a shelter in the BJP by JP Nadda ji himself, by the Prime Minister, by the Home Minister. They do not take any action. They in fact do the opposite. They provide a suraksha kavach, a protection to those tainted with crime and illegal businesses. So obviously I'm not surprised. They can do what they want. It does not matter. But the fact that they are throttling democracy inside parliament is shocking. The fact that they are bulldozing the parliament is shocking. The fact that despite record unemployment, inflation, that they are still pinching the pockets of the poor and middle class through these recent GST hikes is shocking.
Thank you so much. That was Gaurav Gogoi talking to CNN News 18. The Congress MPs who've come here at Vijay Chowk wanted to go to the President House. They are present here at Vijay Chowk at this moment as we speak. Yesterday we had seen, they were stopped by the police here. We had Shakti Singh Goyal as well. Shakti ji, आप लोग आज फिर यहाँ पे protest कर रहे हैं. Yesterday police stopped you. What is the planning for today?
Look, we want to discuss real issues in the House. And the platform of the parliament is for the discussion. If you look at in the history of past, whenever opposition demanded, when we were in ruling party, we allowed discussion. Even 267 we were allowing. Today we want a discussion on price rises. We want a discussion on the real issues like it because of the poisonous alcohol. More than 45 have died in Gujarat. We want discussion on Agnipath. We want discussion on jobs. We want main discussion on the price rises, and simultaneously all the agencies are misused against the opposition parties.
What government is saying that they are ready for the discussion, as in when the finance minister recovers from COVID, they will have a discussion on this. So what is the problem? That's what they're saying.
Finance minister is here today in the House. Why for this major issue when the finance minister is not well? Can't Prime Minister come in the House and reply the queries? Prime Minister can roam around the entire world, but can't come in the House and discuss the real issue of price rises.
Okay, I also want to now quickly cut across to my colleague Pallavi. I believe she is also getting us some reactions. Pallavi, over to you.
Yes, I'm going to try and get in a word also from Manish Tiwari in a short while from now. But you can see those pictures right behind me, which Umesh Sharma is also going to get for us, is of the dharna which is actually taking place right over here. So what they plan to do it, and of course I'm being told that it's unlikely that Rahul Gandhi is going to be joining in today, but they are doing a dharna over here to precisely make the point that how the ED and the CBI has been misused by the government repeatedly only to target their political opponents. And that's been the crux of their where, they turned down. But that has also brought in a lot of criticism, really, Ridhima, as I try to get in some more word of the fact that, why is it that it's all about the Gandhis? Why is it that you're not talking about price rise, or even your posters and placards are not really talking about that? And, but what the Congress says, of course, is that we take up with the entire issue. And that issue, of course, is the fact that it's a diversionary tactic by the government to ensure that there's no debate and discussion takes place on the floor of the House. I'm going to try and get in some more reactions. Manish is also joining us now. Manish, the criticism the government is making is there is a sense of entitlement in the Congress party. You're protesting and hitting the streets only because Gandhis are being questioned.
Well, the sense of entitlement is actually of the government. They feel that they're entitled to misuse and abuse the instrumentalities of the state for political purposes. So the question is not about the Congress president. The fact is that over the past 8 years, there has been systematic misuse and abuse of the instrumentalities of the state, which is something which doesn't augur well democracy. That's what we are protesting
You're a lawyer
against.
yourself. I'm sure you just heard what the Supreme Court had to say in the PMLA case and a hearing of all those pleas by, say, Karti Chidambaram. Won't you see that as a setback to what you people have been fighting for? An endorsement for ED, CBI and the government?
Well, I have not seen what the judgment is. I've just heard about the judgment from one of your colleagues. We'll obviously peruse the judgment, and if there is a comment to be made about the judgment,
The BJP president says that this should really shut up the Congress party because every time someone from the Gandhis are touched, this is how they hit the streets.
Well, I think the BJP president would be well advised to ask his government not to misuse the instrumentalities of the state. Question is not of the law. Question is of the intention of the person who is really operationalizing the law. And so therefore, in an answer to a parliament question, you've seen how exponentially the number of ED raids, etc. have gone up over the past 8 years. And correspondingly, the convictions have been abysmal. So obviously, that data itself lends itself to one simple interpretation, that you are misusing the agencies, and ultimately when those matters come before a court of law, they do not have 2 feet to stand upon.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So, Ridhima, this is exactly what we were saying a short while back. Despite what Supreme Court has said, the Congress party refuses to accept this argument that the ED and the CBI are autonomous agencies.
So there, Manish Tiwari there speaking to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh as the Congress still continues with its protest with the same narrative that central agencies today are being misused. We'll of course keep tracking all those developments. We're now shifting our focus to some other developments that we're tracking. Now, this is as far as the questioning of Sonia Gandhi that still continues with the Enforcement Directorate. We're now getting you the inside track on Sonia Gandhi's questioning. She's now being questioned on 2 important aspects so far. The first, financial transactions between Associate Journal and Young India Private Limited. Sonia Gandhi, during her questioning, has told the Enforcement Directorate that all the finance-related matter was handled by Motilal Vora. But remember, this person is no more. He was then the treasurer of AICC, AGL and Young India Private Limited. Interestingly, Rahul Gandhi had also given the same answers. Apart from him, Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Kumar Bansal had told the ED the same answers as well. Second, personal benefits from Young Indian. Sonia Gandhi has told ED that Young Indian Private Limited is a firm incorporated under Section 25 of the Companies Act, which essentially means that no person can take personal benefit. It was again the same answer that was given by Rahul Gandhi and others as well. My colleague Siddhant Mishra is tracking all these developments for us. While Siddhant, these 2 aspects we knew was going to be the crux as far as the ED questioning is concerned. What is interesting is that even as far as the answers of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, all the burden seems to now be pushed to one man, which is Motilal Vora, who's actually no more. So is there a way of cracking of what really took place?
Well, that's right. So basically there are 2 takeaways from the 3 round of questioning with Sonia Gandhi. A, that she has also, going by our sources in Enforcement Directorate, she has also shifted blame on Motilal Vora. And in fact, she said this in her statement that Mr. Vora was a treasurer of Young India, AJL and Congress Party then, and all the decisions were taken by him. A. B, the Young India was incorporated, Young India Private Limited was incorporated under Section 25 of the Companies Act, which means no personal benefits can be taken from the assets of the company. So these are the 2 points that have been mentioned by Sonia Gandhi in the statement that she has given to the Enforcement Directorate. And the same 2 points were mentioned by Rahul Gandhi. And in fact, ED sources are telling us that that Pawan Kumar Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge also shifted the entire blame on Motilal Vora. Now, this could be Congress Party's strategy because as Mr. Vora is not alive, this is what ED sources are telling us, that as the senior Congress leader is not alive and there is no one to corroborate the claims that these leaders are making, from Sonia Gandhi to Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Bansal. So, you know, so shifting blame on him can be a safe path for all the other Congress party leaders, and this is perhaps the reason that all of them have mentioned Motilal Vora's name in their statements. Now it's up to the federal agency to decide how to take the investigation further from here. Is there a requirement of any arrest that needs to be made in this matter, or directly Enforcement Directorate will file the prosecution's complaint in the court? That is something which is to be seen.
Siddharth, I quickly also want to understand, we know that largely essentially what the ED is trying to understand is as far as details around this money trail is concerned. But what we're also picking up by the means of sources, and our colleague Ashish Mehrishi also has been reporting about that, is that the ED is also trying to verify if there were other Congress leaders involved. Any names that you're picking up, is it a possibility that we could see more Congress leaders being summoned by the ED as well?
Well, the build-up in this matter has been going on since April. And when Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawan Bansal, these two leaders were summoned by the ED. Now the Gandhis have been summoned, and in fact, all those who were on the board then of Young India, Associated Journal and Deccan Herald, all the directors, their statements will be recorded. They may be a high-profile political personality or maybe some low profile personality. The ED, irrespective of their profiles, ED is going to question them, because this entire case is regarding the transaction that took place between Young India and Associated Journal, the loans which were given to Associated Journal, and the entire argument of ED's case is that the loans were given so that the properties which National Herald, Associate Journal owns, comes to the Gandhi family. So this is the entire case of Enforcement Directorate, to which Congress Party has to say that Young India Private Limited has been incorporated under Section 25 of the Companies Act, which means that the properties cannot be used for the personal interest. So there cannot be any dividends, there cannot be any transfer of the property, there cannot be any sale of the property, and if sale happens, then that money will not be not come in the Congress Party's account. So this is what the Congress Party's argument is. So both have these two arguments, but it is up to the courts to decide who is right and wrong.
Siddharth, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to Kolkata, where we're understanding the Enforcement Directorate will conduct fresh raids in Kolkata today, and this is in the backdrop of the SSC scam case. 5 separate teams have left the agency's Salt Lake office for these raids. One of the places that the ED is raiding today is Arpita's ancestral property, and we're understanding this falls in North 24 Parganas district, raiding 2 flats owned by Arpita in an upscale apartment complex in this area is also the detail that we're picking up. We're putting out some visuals of those raids that continue to take place in Kolkata. Remember, TMC MLAs are under the radar. The ED will continue to grill these TMC MLAs. Parallelly, you're taking fresh raids that are taking place in Kolkata and the backdrop of the SSC scam. So we're understanding 5 separate teams have already left the agency's office. We're putting out some visuals for you as well. What is on their list? One of the places that the ED is raiding today is Arpita's ancestral property in Belgaria area of North 24 Parganas district. They'll also be raiding 2 flats owned by Arpita in an upscale apartment complex, again in the same district, which is North 24 Parganas. My colleague and senior editor Shaugato now joining us with more details. Shaugato, we're already seeing some visuals of the ED conducting these raids. Two things that I want to understand from you. How many teams have we seen dispatched from the ED, and what is going to be their agenda? Which are the areas which are going to be raided?
Right from this morning, ever since we saw at least 5 teams leave the Enforcement Directorate after.
Okay, we seem to be facing an issue as far as the audio connection with Shaugato is concerned, but that's the big update that's coming in, where the SSC scam continues to haunt the TMC government and its various MLAs, because today the update that we have for all of you is that the Enforcement Directorate is only widening its investigation. So more raids are taking place. As many as 5 different teams today are carrying out different raids in Kolkata, and on their list is Arpita's ancestral property in North 24 Parganas district. We're also understanding 2 flats owned by her will also be raided by the agency. I believe Shaugato is now back with us. Shaugato, please go ahead.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, since this morning, at least 5 teams of Enforcement Directorate officials left their headquarters here in Salt Lake, Kolkata, and have been headed in different directions. There have been, a team which has gone towards the southern fringes of the city. We do know that one team has reached the ESI hospital in Kolkata, where Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, both of them are undergoing their routine medical examination. But what is more interesting is that, at least 2 other teams have gone in the completely opposite direction, which is in the northern fringes of the city, in fact outside the city, in a place called Belghoria, Rattala area of Belghoria, which is in North 24 Parganas districts outside Kolkata, and that is where the raids are being conducted currently, search operations by at least 2 teams in 2 separate apartments which are believed to be owned by Arpita Mukherjee. Remember, Arpita Mukherjee originally hails from that area. She has her ancestral property in that area as well, where in that ancestral property currently only her mother lives, and she is there all by herself. Probably these are two different properties which the ED team have identified and are conducting search operations. Given the fact that last week when the search operations were conducted in Arpita Mukherjee.
Shaugato, I apologize for interrupting. We're now shifting our focus once again to the protests that we continue to see in the national capital. Congress continues to protest against the misuse of agencies like the ED and the CBI. They're once again marching towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan. They also want to protest against issues like GST, taxes, unemployment, so on and so forth. But remember, all of this comes in the backdrop of that questioning that still continues of Sonia Gandhi with the Enforcement Directorate. This is exactly what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, all of this was headed by Rahul Gandhi himself, who also at one point had to be detained, and then the area had to be cleared up. These are visuals, I believe, that are now coming in from Vijay Chowk as these Congress MPs now make their way towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. So we were just getting you voices a short while ago from the likes of Manish Tiwari, Gaurav Gogoi and others who are saying that today central agencies are being misused. And the reason that they're saying that is because look at the conviction rate as far as the ED and other agencies are concerned. It is extremely low. So today these agencies are just being used as a tool to harass the opposition. The other point that is being made by the opposition is that today all voices of dissent are essentially being clamped down. Remember all of this in the backdrop of the multiple suspensions that we continue to see in the parliament session as well. 4 MPs on the first day, then as many as 19 yesterday. Some suspensions today from the Aam Aadmi Party have been made as well. But the larger question that we're also raising is that why is the Congress, one, converting routine questioning into a law and order situation, and why do they want to miss out on the opportunity as far as the parliament session is concerned? Let me bring in my colleague Arun Thanta, who's been reporting for us. Arun, could you first talk to us about what you're seeing around you? Which are these MPs on the ground, and are they now moving towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan?
Well, Ridhima, I couldn't get your question properly, but the MPs of the Congress party are here at Vijay Chowk, and I would request my camera person to just show around. These are the buses of the Delhi police who are here to actually detain the Congress MPs who have come the parliament to protest. What they are saying is the discussion which they are demanding inside the parliament on GST and inflation, which is not taking place, and also they are saying that the way enforcement agencies are being used by this government. Mallikarjun Kharge as well, who's here with us at this moment. He's with the we are seeing that they are being by the Delhi police. We had seen yesterday the Congress leaders had gathered here at Vijay Chowk. We have Mallikarjun Kharge. Kharge sir, what is the planning of the Congress party today? Yesterday we had seen you were stopped by the police here at Vijay Chowk itself. What is the planning for today?
Today also same thing. They are taking our people. They are going. They are court arrested here. We'll go. We'll fight our cause.
What are your main demands? Because we have seen that your MPs have been suspended.
Is rising prices. जो दिन पे दिन, यानी every day the prices are going up. We want that discussion should take place on that. Government should reply, and what are the remedies they are going to do, they should tell. Secondly, our demand is unnecessarily nearly 20 suspended. It should be revoked. That revocation we are fighting, but government that is also not going to listen. So when there is no rule of law, or they don't want to follow even the procedure, it is very difficult to put our views before the House, and that's why to tell public we have come in procession.
But government is saying, sir, that not well.
Why they are not fixed the date? Why they are not fixing
your MPs created ruckus, some created difficult situation.
Have they not created when they were in opposition? This is there. It is your duty to call everybody and discuss and solve the problem. How to run the house, it is responsibility of the government. We will cooperate. But you go to harass the people.
Going to take this issue forward, because we had seen today opposition meeting was also held.
Let us see. Members should come back. Discussion should take place.
Thank you. That was Mallikarjun Kharge. You can see these buses which are here. They are not allowing, in fact, the Congress to go beyond this place towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan. They are being detained. Delhi police here. There is section 144 in this place, and therefore there is no permission.
Okay, we seem to be losing that audio of Arun Danta, but as my colleague was pointing out that protest still continues at Vijay Chowk. MPs trying to move towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Some of them now again being detained once again and taken away in buses. Something similar happening at the AICC headquarters as well. Anshul is tracking those developments. Anshul, what's happening around you?
So yes, Ridhima, much like Vijay Chowk, what you saw, the scenes transpiring in Vijay Chowk, those scenes are happening here as well. These are the workers of Youth Congress who have now come out and sat on a dharna over here. Just a few minutes ago, their leader B.V. Srinivasan, whose video went viral yesterday, he has yet again been detained by the police outside the Congress office. However, not many senior leaders of the Congress office have still stepped out from the office and joined this protest. The police and the RAF Rapid Action Force who have been deployed over here. You can see massive security arrangements that has been deployed outside the Congress office. I'll also like to show you the visuals over here. The protest of the Congress workers has started. They are slowly and steadily stepping out of the Congress office, and as soon as they are stepping, they are being detained by the police. These are the buses that have been put in place over here. At least 2 buses have filled with workers have already been detained. Workers, approximately 50 to 60 workers have already been detained by the Delhi police, and the Delhi police is making sure that no one is being allowed to step out. You can see the tussle happening over here between the Congress workers and the police force. forces, not only women battalions have also been deployed because a large number of women are also present here in the Congress office. So yes, the tensions are high, the emotions are running high. They are slogans pro Rahul Gandhi, pro Sonia Gandhi, and against the government. They still say that ED and
Okay, we seem to be losing Anshul also at this point. Let me quickly bring in my colleague Arunima, who's reporting for us from Vijay Chowk. Arunima, could you just talk to us about which all MPs were there on the ground and how many of them have been detained? Arunima, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and reestablish that connection with my colleague Arunima, but look at the visuals that we're putting out. One set of visuals, of course, that we're tracking are coming in from Vijay Chowk, where remember MPs are now trying to move towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, but like yesterday, it's now turned into a security nightmare for officials on the ground. Remember, there is Section 144 that's imposed near Rashtrapati Bhavan. The police is trying to contain the situation. Some of these MPs, we're now understanding, are being detained like yesterday, and then eventually will be taken away in buses. Similar visuals coming in from the AICC headquarters as well, where Anshul continues to track these developments for us. Anshul, are you seeing any detentions around you as well?
So yes, hundreds of protesters have now gathered outside the Congress office. They are continuously stepping outside the Congress office because remember, all these workers did not actually go to their homes. They actually slept inside the Congress office since late last night, and hence as they are stepping out, as soon as they are stepping out, they are being detained by the police officials, by the security officials who are present here. You can see in these visuals, all these people, they are trying to resist their detention, and hence the police is picking each and every one and putting them inside these buses. More and more buses have already been lined up over here. Approximately, I can approximately count 8 to 9 buses that have been put over here in the entire stretch of Akbar Road, and more buses we are being told that will be arriving over here because the number of protesters that have gathered over here, that have managed to come over here at the Congress office, is definitely larger than what we saw yesterday, and hence the police and the administration is trying to make sure that no untoward situation arises over here. Section 144 has already been imposed, and that is the reason why we are seeing so much police action happening over here. They are not being allowed to even step out of the Congress office. As soon as they step out, they by the security forces present here. This is the third bus. Now this is the third bus that is being taken away from here at the Akbar Road. However, Ridhima, I will again like to say that the senior Congress leaders that we saw being detained for the past 2 days, those leaders have not yet stepped out. In fact, leaders like Sachin Pilot, leaders like Ajay Markan, Ashok Gehlot, Ghulam Nabi Azad, Anand Sharma, all of them are inside. All of them are inside the Congress office as of now. We have seen over the past 2 to 3 days. In fact, when Rahul Gandhi was being questioned, the leaders had actually come out to protest and they actually got detained. But today, the scenes different of the Congress party today. The senior leaders have not stepped out. The workers also have stepped out. These are the workers of the Seva Dal, Mahila Congress, as well as the Youth Congress, and the college wing of the student wing of the Congress party. All of them, NSUI, all of them have managed to gather over here, and these are the people who are stepping out of the Congress office to carry on with their protest. But yes, you can see in the visuals the tussle and the commotion outside AICC, what we have seen at least for the past 2 to 3 days, and in fact what were the visuals that we were used to see during the interrogation of Rahul Gandhi as well. Those visuals are coming to the fore yet again. Now this is the third bus. This bus is also used by when protesters. मैडम कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं, आपको कुछ इन्फॉर्म किया है?
ये तानाशाह सरकार पता नहीं हमें कहाँ जाके छोड़ेगी.
Okay, so yes, these are more and more workers are being detained. The police is in fact pushing us outside because they want to take them inside the bus. So this is the third bus that has now been readied. This bus is filled with workers of the Mahila Congress. However, these women do not know where the police is taking them as of now. Yesterday, the people who were detained from this location were taken to the Vasant Kunj police station. Now it remains to be seen if these workers will again be taken to Vasant Kunj or some other police station. That is something that needs to be answered by the police. But as of now, the detention has started, the protest has started, the commotion outside the Congress office is definitely palpable. The emotions of the workers are definitely running high. Since morning, we are seeing that workers who had gathered here were raising slogans not only against the BJP but also against the against the government. They say that that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are being harassed by the central investigating agencies. And these are the visuals that we are bringing you. These are the people who are actually trying to resist their detention, and hence the police and the CRPF personnel who are present here, they are in turn picking them up, and they are shifting them inside this bus. Now this bus has also started moving. This is the fourth bus that is leaving from here. So approximately 100 to 120 workers have already been detained. But yes, no senior leader of the Congress party has still stepped out. B.V. Srinivasan had managed to step out, and he has already been detained. In fact, he was the very first person to be detained by the Delhi police today as well. So yes, these are the visuals that we are bringing to you, Ridhima. I hope our viewers can see this, because there could be some signal issues that could arise from over here.
Right. A very good afternoon to all our viewers. This is Akanksha Swaroop, and Anshul, thank you for bringing in all those details. Stay with us, because there's high political drama taking place at the Parliament. Let's also get in a sense of what's happening on the ground level from Arunima, who's also reporting on the same story. Arunima, if I may come to you, what is the status right now on the ground level? Has there been any more arrests taking place? What I learned from Anshul, that no senior Congress leaders have been detained so far as today is concerned. But are you learning of any detention or arrests taking place? I'm sure there's a lot of anger within the party cadres because of the suspension of those 19 MPs yesterday. Today we are learning that AAP MP Sanjay Singh has also been suspended. So what is the sentiment like?
Yes, Dipinder Hooda, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary were the last set of leaders who have just been detained. The last vehicle has left. The road is clear now. All have been taken away. All that remains are these posts.
Their posters and banners only spoke about Sonia Gandhi. Today they came out
about Sonia Gandhi.
Guest Austria from the third, etc. So there's one related poster. There's another one about price hike.
Posters and banners, I think, made their appearance today, because Satyameva Jayate and Sonia Gandhi's poster was the only thing we noticed today. There was presence, far less numbers. Yes, there was Jyoti Mani facing suspension. There was Ramya, again somebody who's facing suspension. But there was no
Stay
Rahul
with us.
Gandhi.
I think Arunima, there's some audio issue at your end. If you could fix that. In the meantime, since you mentioned that Dipinder Hooda has been detained today, let's also listen in to his reaction before perhaps that happened.
और बेरोजगारी सरकारी एजेंसियों के दुरुपयोग का मुद्दा उठाने की इजाज़त मिले, लेकिन जब संसद में वो इजाज़त नहीं मिल रही तो हम जाकर राष्ट्रपति जी को ज्ञापन देना चाहते हैं, उसकी भी इजाज़त नहीं मिल रही हमें यहाँ से पुलिस लाइन में लेके जाया जा रहा है हर रोज़। मेरा सरकार से सवाल है कि अगर विपक्ष को हर रोज़ सांसदों को पुलिस लाइन में लेके जाया जाएगा जब संसद सत्र में हो, तो नया संसद भवन बनाने की आवश्यकता है। पुलिस लाइन बनवा दीजिए, एक तरफ सरकारी दफ्तर, दूसरे पुलिस लाइन। संसद का आखिर यही महत्व है कि वहाँ पे हमारे पास संख्या बल नहीं है, लेकिन कम से कम अपनी बात तो रख सकते हैं महंगाई को लेकर, बेरोजगारी को लेकर। ये अधिकार हमें मिले।
लेकिन जितेंद्र जी, एक बार फिर से आपको डिटेन किया गया है और अभी एक बात बार बार कही जा रही है कि असल में आप महंगाई की बात कर रहे हैं, जीएसटी की बात कर रहे हैं, निलंबन की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये कहीं ना कहीं नाराजगी ईडी की पूछताछ को लेकर के भी है।
सरकार ये तो 2 दिन से हुई है ईडी की पूछताछ, ये तो 8 दिन से चल रहा है गतिरोध। सरकार चर्चा रख दे, महंगाई पे आज रख दे, बुला ले हमें पुलिस लाइन से, चर्चा करने में हम तैयार हैं।
आज के प्रोटेस्ट में ईडी की पूछताछ को लेकर के कोई एजेंडा नहीं है।
देखिए, ये हमारा एक मुद्दा है, महंगाई मुद्दा है, जीएसटी जो लगी है, खाद्य पदार्थों का मुद्दा है, बेरोजगारी अग्निपथ मुद्दा है। 5वां मुद्दा हमारा केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसियों को राजनीतिक विरोधियों के खिलाफ दुरुपयोग करने का मुद्दा है।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो फैसला ईडी को
All right, let's also quickly go across to our correspondent Arun Dhanta, who's also reporting on the same story. Arun, if I may come to you, we heard what Dipinder Hooda had to say, but if you could give us a sense of what other Congress leaders are saying. It's a very crucial day. We are seeing a third round of ED questioning as far as Sonia Gandhi is concerned. The Supreme Court has also upheld the rights of the Enforcement Directorate. What is the sentiment like within the party?
Well, see, one thing is very clear. Yesterday we had seen the protest of the Congress MPs here at Vijay Chowk, and the sole motive for that protest was the interrogation of Sonia Gandhi. And therefore, many were in fact raising questions on Congress party yesterday, saying that when the question being asked from the Gandhi family, then the entire cadre, all the leaders of the Congress party are on the roads. And therefore, today they made sure that not only the interrogation of, in fact, the priority today which they kept for this protest here, for which they had come here at Vijay Chowk, was the discussion which they are demanding inside the parliament on GST and the inflation. That's something which was the main agenda of the Congress party as they were speaking today, as we spoke to their leaders. So perhaps they also wanted to send out a message that they are not only protesting when their top leader is being interrogated, but there are other important issues which is related to the common people. They are also raising their concerns and voices against those issues as well. And therefore, all these Congress MPs who were present here, they were detained by the Delhi police, and the simple argument which was given by the Delhi police was that Section 144...
All right, stay with us, Arun, because I'll have to quickly go across to Anshul right now. There's high voltage drama happening where Anshul is currently. Anshul, if you could take us through what's happening right now.
So yes, I'm outside the AICC headquarters, and you can see in the visuals that the next lot of protesters have now stepped out from the building of the Congress office, and now as soon as they have managed to step out, they are raising slogans against the government, against the ED. They are raising slogans. They are saying that the Congress President and Rahul Gandhi are being harassed by central agencies, and as soon as they have stepped out, the police has now stopped them from moving any ahead. They are not being allowed to move any ahead. The senior police officials are trying to talk to them and tell them that they should go inside the office of the Congress office since Section 144 has already been imposed over here. Now, since they are not ready to turn back, they are now being detained. The Congress workers, the third lot of Congress workers who had stepped out from the Congress office, is now being detained. So this is the fifth bus that is now being filled with protesters. Now they will be detained today. Now it remains to be seen where will these protesters be taken, because remember, yesterday after detention, these protesters were taken to the Vasant Kunj police station. Will they be taken there directly? That remains to be seen. And as to how long will this detention be, but you can see in the visuals there is massive commotion that is happening over here. One after the other, the Congress workers are stepping out from inside the Congress office to outside the Congress office, and as soon as they step out, they are being detained. So today, it seems that the protest is much more planned by the Congress, and they are not letting all the workers step out at once, and hence they are making sure that the protesters are being allowed to move out of the gates of Congress office in batches of 50 to 60 people. And so yes, this seems that a new strategy is being developed by the Congress party, and also we are not seeing the senior Congress leaders coming out, because remember,
we will be talking about the senior Congress leaders, and should stay with us because we also have some crucial reactions coming in. Let's play out senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh's reaction shortly before he was detained.
About the ED right now.
आज भी हमारे कांग्रेस सांसदों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या है। पार्लियामेंट के अंदर महंगाई और जीएसटी पर बहस नहीं होने दे रही है मोदी सरकार, और आज हम जब हमारी आवाज उठा रहे हैं, पार्लियामेंट में चर्चा हो, जो हमारी एजेंसियां हैं, सरकारी एजेंसियां, उसका दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, राजनीतिक प्रतिशोध का प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, उसके खिलाफ हमारे आवाज हम उठा रहे हैं, और हमें आज फिर से गिरफ्तार किया गया है। और अब भगवान ही जाने, प्रधानमंत्री ही जाने, गृह मंत्री ही जाने हमें कहाँ ले जाएगा आज।
All right, let's quickly go back to Anshul. Anshul, we just heard what Jairam Ramesh has to say. He, like many other Congress leaders, is also focusing on how they are protesting against the GST and price rise, and that there's been no discussion in the parliament so far about it. He's also spoken about the misuse of central agencies, this despite what the Supreme Court had to say in its verdict. One can't help but question why are these issues now being highlighted on a day when the third round of questioning is taking place as far as Sonia Gandhi and the ED's questioning is concerned.
So yes, Akasha, since day one of the protest, Congress has been pushed on the back foot because of the manner in which they protested when the names of the Gandhis came up. All the senior leaders of the Congress came out, sat on the roads, gave their arrested, got detained. All this happened when the questions were raised on the Gandhi family. Whereas what the BJP and other people have been saying and has been criticizing the Congress about the fact that the Congress doesn't raise the voices of the con people and doesn't do the work of the opposition. And so yes, we are seeing that for the past 2 days, the Congress party, whenever they are talking to the media, they are trying to refrain. In fact, they are trying to refrain from talking about the interrogation of Sonia Gandhi, but they are they are more or less talking about the parliament and how the government is not allowing them to have discussions in the parliament, be it on price rise or the GST. So this is the change in narrative that we have seen in the Congress party, at least over the past 2 days, because this was the biggest bone of contention in the Congress party, that the Congress party does not talk about the issues of the people. And today also, Ridhima, Akansha, when I tried to confront these Congress leaders and confront them that they do not, how do they think that Sonia Gandhi is being questioned, what is their reaction on this? They refrained from speaking on this, but they spoke that the government is not allowing us to talk in the parliament, and that is why we are protesting. So yes, this is a slight change in narrative that we have seen of the Congress party over the past 2 days. Today also, even after the PMLA verdict that came out of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court told ED that they have the rights to actually arrest people, and there is a difference between the FIR and ECIR. Even after that, the Congress party is of the point that the central agencies are being misused. Salman Khurshid spoke to us a short while ago, and he said that that the Supreme Court has nowhere told that the government can misuse the PMLA Act and the central agencies. But yes, he further refrained from commenting on the whole issue because he said that he hasn't read the exact verdict as of now. So yes, the Congress party is trying to build a narrative that they are actually trying to talk about the issues of the people and not about the not just about the Gandhi family. Also today in the press conference, we heard when the senior leaders of the Congress party, especially the leaders belonging to the G23, for the first time they had come out and spoken on behalf of the Congress party in the press conference that happened today. Anand Sharma and Ghulam Nabi Azad addressed the media today. In that press conference also, they said that yes, interrogation is happening, that is, they are not stopping from the interrogation to happening, but Sonia Gandhi, with the kind of age and the kind of illnesses that she hasn't been keeping well for the past 6 months. In fact, just a few weeks ago, she recovered from COVID-19, and the manner in which the ED is questioning her continuously for 6 to 7 hours. This is the third day that Sonia Gandhi is being questioned. So they raised on the ability of the Enforcement Directorate, as to the Enforcement Directorate cannot get the cases solved at the earliest, and that is the reason why they are slow, and hence they are trying to harass Sonia Gandhi. And the main point that they wanted to make, that yes, they are allowed to carry on with their investigation, they are not scared of the investigation, but Sonia Gandhi being harassed at that age and with the illnesses that she has, that should not happen.
Right, it's essentially, the protest is still against Sonia Gandhi's ED deposition, having said that they have very conveniently and smartly merged various other issues, be it GST or price rise. Having said that, we also, those visuals as we are seeing, they're coming in. All right, let's also listen in to what Ajay Maken had to say. As we can see, he's also one of the senior leaders who've been detained so far. Those are visuals of Ajay Maken being detained. We saw Jairam Ramesh, Dipinder Huda, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, all of them being detained earlier. And these are the latest visuals that we are bringing to you of senior leader Ajay Maken being detained. Where they will be taken so far, nobody has a clue. But there was a huddle between senior Congress leaders yesterday, and perhaps that's why there's been this change in narrative as far as merging issues with the protest.
ये दुराग्रही हैं बीजेपी वाले, ये सत्याग्रह को क्या जाने? जब हम अंग्रेजों से लड़ रहे थे, सत्याग्रह कर रहे थे, तब भी ये दुराग्रह बताते थे, और आज हम डुप्लीकेट अंग्रेजों से लड़ रहे हैं, तब भी
देखिए ये आनंद एक गाड़ी की स्पीड अब 40 की हो गई है, इसलिए मुश्किल।
All right, and with that, let's now shift our attention over to the crucial verdict that has been pronounced by the Supreme Court as far as the PMLA is concerned. The Supreme Court pronounced its order on cases challenging the PMLA Act. The Supreme Court has upheld all the PMLA provisions under the challenge. However, issues relating to amendment in PMLA through money bill would be heard by a larger bench of the Supreme Court. Now remember, more than 100 petitions on various aspects of the PMLA had been grouped together and were heard by the bench. The judgment addressed several issues concerning investigative powers, the witness summoning, even ED's right to arrest and conduct a seizure, and the bail process under the PMLA.
यह विषय जो उठा रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी वाले, ये न देश के लिए है आवश्यक, न ही पार्टी के लिए। ये एक परिवार को बचाने की एक कुत्सित प्रयास है और परिवार को ही बचाने का प्रयास चल रहा है। करोड़ों रुपए का घोटाला हुआ है। उस घोटाले के बारे में एजेंसीज को जवाब देना ये उनकी आवश्यकता है, लेकिन यह परिवार अपने आप को देश से ऊपर, कानून से ऊपर समझता है।
Why is Congress running away from the probe? What do they have to hide? See, the big question is whether whether the Gandhi family is above law. There should be a separate law for the Gandhi family. Why are they running away from the agencies? The only big question arises is that they are also answerable to the agencies like any other Indian. They should face the probe.
All right, let's quickly get in all the details from our correspondent Ananya Bhatnagar, who continues to track the story. Ananya, break down what the Supreme Court has had to say in its verdict. Also, what were the arguments which were presented by the Solicitor General? Because I believe they were very, very crucial and very convincing arguments that were presented by the Government of India. Take us through all those details.
Well, yes, Akansha, a very, very crucial judgment of the top court bench headed by Justice D.M. Khanwilkar, Dinesh Maheshwari and C.T. Ravikumar has rendered the complete verdict and in fact has upheld all the powers that the ED is vested with, whether it's a special power to arrest without a warrant or without a notice, whether it's the section 50 which says that the PMLA statements are admissible in the court of law and can be self-incriminatory. That has also been upheld. Apart from that, it has also been upheld by the court that ED officials are not police officials and hence can't be governed by the provisions of the CRPC, and they have these special powers, and in fact the statements given to them are also admissible and cannot be governed by any other principle apart from the section 50 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So a big win, a shot in the arm for the Enforcement Directorate, and troubles mounting on people like Anil Deshmukh, people like Karti P. Chidambaram, and also Ms. Sonia Gandhi, who's under the scanner of the agency and is currently being questioned, and hue and cry is also over there. But what is very, very essential is the argument that's been placed by the central government through Mr. Tushar Mehta, who is the Solicitor General, and also Mr. ASG S.V. Raju, who have constantly argued that while the petitioners had argued that the conviction rate under the PMLA is very, very low, the Solicitor General had argued that there are 4,700 cases that have been registered under PMLA and only 383 arrests have been made, while if we compare it with the international standards, whether it's US, whether it's China or other countries, there are many cases that are registered under PMLA and money laundering, and they are probed as well. So India is not going any haywire or in the cases of money laundering, and in fact very, very judicially applying the procedure. And in fact, what a very, very essential argument that the central government had placed before the court is that these special powers, the arrest, are given to the ED, seeing the seriousness of the offence of money laundering, because people involved in these white-collar crimes are really big people who can influence the system very well. But what is essential is that these powers are given to the Enforcement Directorate, seeing that the PMLA is a very, very special statute, and these offences constitute something that hit to the economy of the country, and in fact can also lead to a destabilization of a government of the economy, or in fact, and also these are the reasons why these provisions should be upheld, and the Supreme Court, taking in all of the arguments of the petitioners and the Solicitor General for the government, has now concluded that these
All right, Ananya, stay with us because Nalin Kohli of the BJP is also reacting to this. Let's also listen into what his reaction is.
The Act is a specific act. The object and the purpose of the act is to prevent money laundering and take action against black money or proceeds of crime. Now, when the court was looking at these challenges, the nexus of the object with what the section provides has obviously been upheld. So therefore, the act is there is no challenge. The challenge does not succeed. Secondly, with regard to the question of burden of proof and all that, after all, one must bear in mind that a set of circumstances also justify the action of the agency. If someone, like a political person or their aide, is found with 20 crores cash or 10 crores cash or properties that are inexplicable, the burden obviously has to shift to that person to explain how did that person get so much cash or get so much properties. So the burden of proof can be reversed, and in some laws it is permissible. The last aspect was bail. Now, bail is a larger question in a set of circumstances, and the court is very clear about it. So now that the challenge to the act itself or the sections is over, it should bring closure to the issue. We must respect what the Honorable Supreme Court has said and not politicize it, because everyone had a full opportunity to go out there, put their arguments, and now a reasoned judgment has come, and that should be the final word.
All right, with that, let's also quickly bring in our guests. I'm also joined in by Professor Gargi Nandi Roy, who's a political analyst, Dr. Anshul Avijit, who's a spokesperson for the Congress Party, and Mr. Namit Saxena, who's a lawyer at the Supreme Court. If I could come to you, Mr. Namit Saxena, could you just break down the entire verdict for us? How do you see it? Are you happy with what the Supreme Court has had to say?
See, if I can give you three key findings from the judgment today, the three key findings are in relation to one, Section 45 of the Act. Now, the Supreme Court, Section 45 is an extremely important provision which gives twin conditions on grant of bail wherever there is a PMLA offence involved in regard to a particular accused. Now, the Supreme Court has held that Section 45 of the Act is legal, not unreasonable, and the provision makes offences under the PMLA cognizable and non-bailable. So that that has been settled by the Supreme Court. The second key finding I would say is upholding Section 24 of the Act. Now, what Section 24 does is, in general, the law is that an accused is innocent until proven guilty. What Section 24 does is something which in law we know as the reverse onus. So what Section 24 says is that the accused has the burden. The burden to prove his innocence is on the accused. So, the Supreme Court has upheld this provision from PMLA, also saying that Section 24 is also, constitutionally valid. And the third key finding, if I may say so, is, there was an argument raised against that ED has very sweeping and very wide powers in relation to search, seizure and confiscation of properties, and particularly defining proceeds of crime and provisional attachment of properties wherever there is an accused who has some properties in relation to proceeds of crime under PMLA. Now, the Supreme Court has also upheld it, saying that that the ED is right in doing so. We cannot compare the provisions in CRPC because ED is a specialized investigating agency. So the normal general norms of CRPC do not apply to them, and the ED, because it is manned by IRS officers, they go by their own manual. And the two terms of investigation and inquiry in relation to PMLA offences, which the ED has under PMLA, they have been upheld that they are right in doing so. So these are the three key findings, if I may say so, which have very wide ramifications, and this is going to go a very long way as far as criminal jurisprudence in this country is concerned.
Absolutely, they will be going a very long way. Professor Gargi Nandi Roy, you've heard what Namit Saxena had to say. He's saying that this is, of course, going to go a long way. To break it down in a nutshell, of course, the Supreme Court has upheld the ED's right to arrest, attachment, even seizure, and conducting searches. If one were to focus on that aspect, how would you break that down now? Because there have been allegations coming in from the opposition that the ED is being used, the central agencies are being used by the government at power. Do you think that this is now being, it's almost coming across as an alibi by the opposition?
Yeah, because the opposition has nothing else to say. If you see what the Congress is doing in the name of democracy is a kind of mobocracy. Just imagine you, me, or anybody on the panel. If we had any case from the ED, we would go, right? Any ordinary person. Will we take along our friends, family to create a ruckus? So that is, of course, a mobocracy. And in case of Partho Chatterjee, obviously such cash has been found. Of course, it is the onus is on the accused to prove. And coming back to Sonia Gandhi's case, they are doing a satyagraha to cover up corruption. It is laughable, ma'am. And imagine AJL's property worth 1,000 crores was acquired by Young India by paying 50 lakh, and 50 lakh Young India did not have. It took 1 crore from Dotex. It was an unsecured interest-free loan. Why? And let's not forget that the Supreme Court refused to quash the proceedings against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Even Delhi High Court had rejected. And let me remind the Congress person on the panel, if you remember, sir, that in 2015, what the Delhi High Court had observed, that the Delhi High Court had observed that the accused had questionable conduct, smacking of criminality, and a fraudulent favor. I'm not saying, I'm saying quote unquote observations by the Delhi High Court that the accused had questionable smacking of criminality and a fraudulent favor. So it has been said by the, and why this feeling of entitlement by the Gandhi family that they cannot be called, and now they are putting all the blame on somebody who is not there to answer. Mr. Motilal Vora, 76% to the Gandhi family, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, but they just ignore it now. They are saying they're ignorant.
Right.
And why did the ED question?
I'll let Anshul do that answering. Anshul, what would you like to say to those allegations that are coming? Because, you know, this is not just pertaining to the Gandhis. We've seen what's happening with Mehbooba Mufti, even Karti Chidambaram. We've seen Modi's case as well, Nirav Modi. But what is going to now, how this is going to impact the Gandhis? I'd like you to focus on that aspect. Do you personally agree with what the Supreme Court has had to say in their verdict?
No, we'll come to the Supreme Court judgment in a minute. Our larger point is not the objectives of the ED or the PMLA. We know exactly what they are. These laws existed even when the Congress was there, when other governments were there. It is the misuse and the weaponization and the selective use to go after detractors is what is the problem. We've been consistently saying that. Do tell me, there are a number of BJP politicians with allegations of corruption. Has the ED come knocking on their doors even once? Has these very rules, which the SC has ratified and endorsed?
No, the question that remains right now, as something that was also pointed out in the Supreme Court judgment, was that, you know, the rate of conviction, if one were to focus on the ED per se, is far less compared to what jurisdictions abroad are, whether UK is concerned, whether US is concerned. They even quoted Hong Kong, even China, Australia, all these countries. The jurisdiction over there has far more conviction rates as far as the ED is concerned compared to what is happening in India.
That reinforces our argument. The conviction rate in UAPA and 124 is also abysmally low. What we are saying is the process is the punishment here. It doesn't matter what the conviction rate is. And because it's low, it strengthens and emboldens and bolsters our argument that the ED is simply going after those detractors of this government who speak against it. I will just give you a statistic to point out the number of cases now investigated by the ED are 5,422. In the Congress party, it was 102. But regardless of all that, our moot point is that the holy trinity of ED, of income tax and the CBI, and then the abuse of laws, UAPA, of 124A, of NSA, all these things put together makes this a surveillance state. That is a larger political point. Now, coming back to the SC verdict, you know, there are a lot of unanswered questions even here now. There is no conclusion, as somebody's pointed out. First of all, you know, I have to read the entire judgment, but from the lines that are coming out, I can tell one thing, that if there are amendments that are being sought, then they'll have to be referred to a larger bench, which means it's not resolved. And the question, the moot question of FIR and ECIR. Now, I think there was a statement that has come out from the Supreme Court.
Right, I'll tell you, it said that cannot be equated with an FIR.
And also, it need not necessarily be shared with the accused. Now, need not be necessarily shared has also been weaponized. I mean, in all matter, what is supposed to be an exception is now being normalized to harass the accused. In particular cases, we have to see the Supreme Court judgment in also various ways. There are a number of points in which I can argue.
But Anshul, these are cases we are looking as far as money laundering is concerned. This is prevention of money laundering, and perhaps the ED has all the right to actually retain the ECIR and preserve the contents of it. Having said that, I'd like to extend my apologies to all my guests because we have some breaking inputs coming in, and I'd like to move over to those breaking inputs. We are now learning that CBI raids have taken place. In fact, 4 CBI raids have taken place. This is an exclusive. 3 have taken place in Darbhanga and 1 in Patna in connection with the case against Lalu Yadav. Sources tell CNN News 18 that recovery of papers connected to 19 properties is taking place, which were bought directly from the proceeds of the recruitment scam. Clearly, the ambit of the recruitment scam now expanding. Sources are also telling CNN News 18 that there is evidence recovered which connects Lalu's OSD, who was arrested as well. So those are some big details coming in from Bihar. Currently, CBI conducting 4 raids, 3 in Darbhanga and 1 in Patna in connection with the case against Lalu Yadav. And there's been recovery of very crucial papers connected to 19 properties which were bought directly from the proceeds of the recruitment scam. There's also evidence which has been recovered by the CBI in connection with Lalu Yadav's OSD, the official on special duty who was arrested as well. For more details, let's quickly go across to Arunima on the phone line. Arunima, if you could break down these very crucial details that we are learning now. The CBI has conducted 4 raids. If you could tell us more about them.
Yes, sir. What was the case? The case was that when Lalu Prasad Yadav was in the ministerial position, there was a scam that was undertaken, which was land in return for recruitment. So boys who were being recruited in various, government jobs, they were being asked to repay by providing land parcels to those who were close to the then minister. Now, his OSD, as per CBI, Mr. Bhola Yadav, he was the one who was allegedly doing the nitty-gritties of the paperwork, contacting these boys who wanted to be recruited, scrutinizing the land records and papers that they were providing. And as a result of that, this scam, which the CBI is now probing, they're saying that they have carried out searches at 4 places, 1 at the premises of a chartered accountant in Patna and 3 places in Darbhanga. And in these raids, they claim that they have recovered property papers which directly link this allegation. They're saying that these properties were bought with the proceeds of crime, which means that when these land parcels were given to Mr. Bhola Yadav and through him to Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family, they have found direct linkages to show how these were bought through proceeds of the crime. CBI feels they now have a very tight case against all the suspects in this matter after these recent recoveries.
All right, Arunima, thank you for bringing in those details. We'll keep a close watch as and when more information pours in. And with that, let's now shift our attention over to stories from South. In a shocking incident in Dakshin Kannada's Billare village, the BJP Yuva Morcha worker Praveen Netaru was hacked to death with lethal weapons by unidentified people on a bike on Tuesday evening. Severely injured, the victim was admitted to the hospital in Puttur and was declared dead at night while undergoing treatment. Heavy police deployment is currently near the hospital. Police have also registered a case and begun investigation. Meanwhile, Hindu organization members late night began protesting in front of the district collector's office demanding justice. Looking at the situation, the DG-IGP has sent a notice to Dakshin Kannada District SP to enforce Section 144 across Puttur. CM Bommai has also condemned this attack and assured strict action against the culprits. And with that, we have some breaking inputs coming in on the same story. Karnataka CM Bommai has responded, indicating that the attack looks pre-planned. This is an admission made by Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Bommai himself, now indicating that the attack looks pre-planned. Let's also listen in to what he had to say.
In Mangalore, yesterday there was an incident where a Yuva Morcha office bearer has been murdered by motorcyclist. Immediately, police have sung into action, and they are trying to identify the culprits. Very soon they will be nabbed. Second thing is, since it's very close to Kerala border, the Karnataka police is in touch with Kerala police. At the outset, it looks that it was a very pre-planned attempt, and such similarities were there in other cases. So we're studying the whole thing into entirety, and then we'll go to the roots of it.
More details. Let's quickly go across to Ritu, but before that, let's also bring you these live visuals from Puttur, where we can see BJYM workers have thronged the place in full force. Angry workers and of course locals as well, they have gathered. Hindu groups looking visibly very enraged. CM Bommai, as we also just heard, has just made an admission that this murder of the BJP worker looks pre-planned and that they will now be probing into the kind of irregularities. Remember, it was on Tuesday evening that unknown motorcycle-borne assailants had hacked the local BJP youth functionary, and the police is still probing this matter. The BJP functionary was taken to the hospital yesterday where he was declared dead after undergoing treatment. There's heavy police deployment on the ground level in Puttur. We can see BJYM workers currently gathering, protesting against the brutal murder of the BJP functionary yesterday. A lot of anger on ground level. It's also tension now gripping the entire city. We can see the mortal remains also seem like to be brought over there. For more details, let's go across to Ritu. Ritu, if you could give us all these details, what is happening on the ground level? We can see the BJYM workers have all gathered. They are protesting. They look extremely enraged. If you could take us through what's happening right now.
Yes, so right after this incident that took place yesterday in the evening, later point, you see most of the Hindu organizations who have all turned up to the district collector's office as well as to the hospital, and they started protesting, demanding the district collector to turn up to the hospital and meet all the family members immediately. Then throughout the night, we saw how Hindu organizations were continuously protesting for the justice that these assailants must be arrested and taken. There must be a strict action against it. But that just did not stop in the night as well. But you see, since morning there has been continuous protest and the outrage that is from the Hindu organizations. One is in the Sulia, the town in the Dakshin Kannada, where the Hindu organizations, the BJP workers as well, who had set the tires on the fire, blocking the road, and in fact you can see the traffic jam as well there. But later point, the police who had ensured this time that the law and order situation is maintained on the ground. That's when the police rushed to the spot immediately, and there they tried dispersing the crowd, and the situation was brought into the control, and the police assured that the investigation is on, and the police will look into this whole matter seriously, because this is an incident that has been taken up seriously from the police and investigation is on. So that's when the protesters leave the spot and things come into the control, and later point you still see the protest keep going, continuing in the Kannada, whether it's about the Shivamogga or in the Chikmagaluru as well. But now you have the CM Basavaraj Bommai himself giving big statement saying that though there are such incidents that have been time and again reported from the Dakshin Kannada district, this incident has been taken up seriously and the investigation is on. And a big statement that he has made over there, he says that this looks completely pre-planned, but the investigation is on to bring out what exactly had happened and who were behind it. And now also the other side, he says the police of Dakshin Kannada, the Karnataka police too, is in touch with the police in the Kerala to see who were there. This incident took place very close to the Kerala border itself. So that's the reason why CM had said that the police is in touch with the Kerala police to see if these assailants have missed out to move in that way or had come from that way, or whether the vehicle that was being used during this incident was from a Kerala side, or how is it. So that's the investigation that is on in this incident right now.
They just have to be an interstate investigation. Having said that, stay with us, Ritu, because we'll keep coming back to those visuals. Angry protesters on the ground level. I believe the Sangh Parivar has also called for a bandh. We'll take you through all those details, but before that, let's also listen in to some reactions that have poured in.
ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗೃಹ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅರಗ ಜ್ಞಾನೇಂದ್ರ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೊಲೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದಂಥ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಸರ್?
ಸರ್, ಇದೊಂದು ದುರದೃಷ್ಟಕರ, ಭಾಳ ಹೇಯ ಕೃತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೊಲೆಗಡುಕರು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಮಾಯಕ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಯುವಕನನ್ನು ತನ್ನ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಕತ್ತಲಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಬೈಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಅವನ್ನ ಕಡ್ದು ಹಾಕಿ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಗೆ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು ADGP ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಲುಪ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದನೂ ಇದನ್ನು ತಪಾಸಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅನೇಕ ಗುಂಪುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
इनिशियली रिपोर्ट जो आ रहा है केरल का जो एसडीपीआई और पीएफआई का लिंक है, ऐसे मैसेज मीडिया में वगैरह आ रहा है, मीडिया और सोशल मीडिया में. पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है, लेकिन इसके लिए जो पीएफआई और एसडीपीआई को जो बढ़ावा दिया है वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं. उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था. इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं, इसीलिए. लेकिन हमारे सरकार उधर जो है सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी और जो कल्प्रिट्स है दे विल बी ब्रॉट टू बुक.
All right, so we just heard what Union Minister had to say along with the Home Minister of Karnataka. Let's also go back to Ritu. Ritu, we can see there's a lot of anger on ground zero. All those Sangh Parivar members, since we are also told that Praveen was a Sangh Parivar member, they have now gathered, they are now carrying a procession along with the mortal remains of Praveen. If you could take us through what are these now angles that the police will be probing, because clearly going by what CM Bommai has to say, this seems like a revenge killing because it was pre-planned. What are the angles now that the police will be probing?
Yes, so first and foremost, the police is on ground to ensure how it all took place, from where did the vehicle arrive, or whether there were some cameras that were been installed at the nearby places to check those CCTV footages to see how this assailants had in fact arrived at that spot, and how did they in fact try and attack him, and then how he was brutally been killed. So these are the kind of steps that the police had already ensured to take up, and also is also ensuring that whether he had some personal enmity or whether it was somewhere politically entity and had political entity angle in it. So there are angles that the police is looking, because now remember Dakshin Kannada, as that being a sensitive district which has always witnessed one or the other way of communal violence, has always been a sensitive district, and this is not a one incident that we are seeing from Dakshin Kannada previously as well, because whether it is of Harsha, Chandra or 2017 issues that we have seen, and of how the pro-Hindu organizations or somewhat the other with how the political entity related incident had taken place in the Dakshin Kannada district. So the police will look into it, that whether it was a similar kind of incident that had happened in the previous years as well from the district, to see if there is some sort of a link from there, or which are the active organizations in the Putturu, to understand of what kind of a relationship he also had with these organizations, or with his relatives, family members, or politically as well, because it has been said that he was an active member in the party, and he used to be part of all the programs and the celebrations of the BJP related programs. So that's what the police had to say. The interrogation is already on to check with his friends, relatives and others, also with the BJP Yuva Morcha members as well, to see of what kind of a bond he had. Did he have any sort of enmity, or of was there any kind of a war of words that was being broken in a couple of weeks or a couple of weeks? So these are the different angles that the police to ensure, and the investigation
Stay
will
with
be
us,
on.
Ritu, because I'm also joined in by Harish on the phone line. Harish, if you could take us through what are these angles going to be like that the police will be probing now, as Ritu was also highlighting that there could be angles of personal enmity. At the same time, we've heard Prahlad Joshi, the Union Minister, highlight the fact that there may be PFI links also associated with this case. What are the kind of possibilities that the police will now be probing that actually go on to indicate that this has been a pre-planned murder?
Well, two major angles being probed right now. One, and the primary one we understand, is his activity as a BJP Yuva Morcha leader and a leader of a Hindutva outfit. And the kind of rivalry that might have emerged from his role as the member of this group or the BJP Yuva Morcha is something that's being probed primarily, and whether there was any enmity because of any clashes or arguments that he might have had with other groups in the region. Remember, coastal Karnataka is known for clashes between Hindutva groups, There are other groups like STPI and PFI as well, and we've seen such political murders earlier. So that is the primary angle that's being probed right now by the police. They're also probing if there is any other personal rivalry that existed. And perhaps once the last rites of Praveen gets over, they will get to speak to the family on his personal life and whether there was any conversation that happened, whether there was any threat, whether he had spoken about having altercation with anyone. All this will be probed, or rather that information would be collected once the last rites happen and the family gets some time to speak to the police. So these are two primary angles being probed.
All right.
At the same time, we do understand there is a significant amount of technical data that's being gathered right now, evidence that's being gathered, especially depending on the phone tower locations from where this attack took place.
All right. Many thanks, Harish and Ritu, for bringing in all those details, and we'll keep coming back to the story. But for now, let's shift our attention over to a massive political controversy that has erupted over the Kanwad Yatra. The AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi took a jibe at the warmth with which Kanwadias are greeted and said that if they are showered with petals, then the authorities should at least spare Muslims from bulldozing their houses. Sharing several news reports about the Kanwad Yatra, Owaisi said, and I quote, "If a Muslim offers prayers in an open place, even for a few minutes, it leads to a row. Muslims are facing police bullets, custodial clashes, NSA, UAPA, lynchings, bulldozers just for being Muslims." Meanwhile, the BJP has defended the tradition, saying that the government makes arrangement for all religions. Let's listen into what the AIMIM chief had to say.
तो ये आप डिस्क्रिमिनेशन कर रहे हैं एक समुदाय के खिलाफ जो भारत के संविधान के खिलाफ है। भाई आर्टिकल 25 का हवाला देंगे भाजपा वाले, भाई इसमें आप बताइए आर्टिकल 25 का हवाला देंगे, इसमें कौन सा इसमें वो हो रहा है कि पब्लिक यहाँ पर किसी को तकलीफ हो रही है, किसी को हार्म हो रहा है नमाज पढ़ने से, कोई फसाद हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है ना, तो आप इक्वली ट्रीट करिए। क्यों नहीं इक्वली ट्रीट करते? आपका नारा है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, तो आप तो वो तो निस्बत कायम नहीं है।
All right, for more details, let's quickly go across to our Uttar Pradesh Bureau Chief Pranshu Mishra, who's joining us live. Pranshu, this is indeed the latest flashpoint now between the AIMIM chief and the government at the centre. The BJP nonetheless maintains that they make arrangements for all religions. If you could take us through this verbal battle.
Yes, that's right. See, in fact, the only catch point here in this entire debate or, allegation versus counter allegation is that out of the entire opposition flock, it's only the AIMIM chief, Owaisi, who is trying to make up this issue. Now, the fact remains that the Samajwadi Party, Congress or BSP for that matter, has been absolutely silent on the way in which Kanwad Yatras are being facilitated on the ground, how rose petals are being showered, how the helicopters are being used, how Chief Minister himself has done the aerial survey and showered rose petals. So the point here is that Mr. Owaisi's talking about this issue can ultimately, again, the opposition will say that it could again be, a sort of an understanding between the two sides, that you rack up this controversy and thereby a certain degree of polarization happens on the ground. Now, for the matter of the fact is that ever since Yogi Adityanath first became the Chief Minister in 2017, you remember that the very first Kanwad Yatra which took place, in that Kanwad Yatra itself, the large-scale showering of flower petals via the choppers that was done, and it was made a larger political debate. And then, COVID came in, the Kanwad Yatras were not allowed. Now, after 2 years when Kanwad Yatras are coming out, the government's logic is that Kanwad Yatras, anyways, the Kanwadias will get out on the street. You need to regulate them. You need to ensure that this entire month passes off peacefully. And therefore, we have tried to organize the things. It is not that we are favoring particular community. But yes, the general sense among many doing the minority politics is that there is different standards when it comes to, say, offering the namaz, and when it comes to doing a Kanwad Yatra. But the matter of the fact is that if you talk about politics, none apart from Mr. Owaisi among the opposition camp has been talking on this issue, and the politics is very clear. Opposition in general, the main opposition, doesn't want to talk on these controversial issues because it feels that talking on these issues will ultimately help the BJP. And I'm very sure, if Samajwadi Party or BSP or Congress is going to react, they'll say that what Mr. Owaisi is trying to do is actually talking about the Muslim interest, but ultimately trying to help out the BJP.
Right. ultimately trying to help out the BJP. Having said that, let's also listen into some political reactions. Let's listen in to what Jagdambika Pal of the BJP had to say.
सर, इस पर ओवैसी ने सवाल उठाए हैं। असदुद्दीन ओवैसी ने, उन्होंने कहा कि उन पर पुष्प वर्षा की जा रही है, लेकिन जब लोहारों को हटाया जा रहा है, अगर कावड़िए मुस्लिम का नाम भी लेते हैं तो फिर कार्रवाई शुरू हो जाती है।
देखिए, जब ताजिया निकलती है, जब उनके भी त्यौहार होते हैं, तो प्रशासन और सरकार उसमें भी इंतजाम करती है, उसमें भी करती है। तो अगर आज कावड़िया निकल रही है, जो पैदल लोग चल रहे हैं, उनका एक आस्था, ये धर्मनिरपेक्ष देश है और सभी धर्मनिरपेक्ष लोग जो हैं उनका सरकार सम्मान करती है। इसलिए उत्तर प्रदेश में उन कावड़ियों पे जो पैदल चल रहे हैं, सीखे भरते हैं, उन पर स्पर्धा की जा रही है।
लेकिन भेदभाव की बात ओवैसी कह रहे हैं।
कहीं भेदभाव नहीं, मैंने कहा ना कि जब ताजिया निकलता है तो रूट डाइवर्ट कर दिया जाता है, रास्ता बंद कर दिया जाता है। ईद का त्यौहार होता है, बकरीद का त्यौहार होता है, उन त्योहारों में जितना प्रशासन और शासन होता है उसकी मदद करता है।
And with that, let's now shift our attention over to the Kartarpur corridor, opened in November 2019 as a visa-free corridor to Kartarpur Sahib Gurudwara in Pakistan. The Kartarpur corridor is enabling the Sikh pilgrims from India to go pay their obeisance and tribute at the final resting place of Guru Nanak, and also acting as a noble meeting place for the Pakistanis. Here's a report.
The corridor, which opened in 2019, then it was closed for almost 1.5 years due to the COVID pandemic, and now it was reopened last November. This 4.7-kilometer corridor, where 5,000 Sikh pilgrims and pilgrims of other religions are allowed to visit daily without any visa formalities. You have to just carry your passport and an electronic travel authorization. We will travel this corridor today, speak to pilgrims and speak to general people on what they feel about going to Pakistan and about going to the Kartarpur corridor without a visa.
मेरे कज़न हैं, मेरे चाचा के बेटे हैं। ये लोग 25 साल पहले जो है इंदौर में शिफ्ट हो गए थे। वहाँ इन्होंने एजुकेशन हासिल किया। नाउ ही इज़ इन द ट्रैवल बिजनेस, और मैं उनसे यही एक तरीका था मिलने का, क्योंकि अब हमारे लिए भी वीज़ा काफ़ी मुश्किल हो जाता है, क्योंकि पहले कराची में कॉन्सुलेट होता तो सब चीज़ें आसान होती थी। अब आप एम्बेसी जाएँ एंड गेट इन टू द क्यू, इट्स वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट। तो दिस वॉज अ कॉमन प्लेस के वो उन्होंने अप्लाई किया एंड दे आर कमिंग एंड विल मीट इन देयर। उनकी वाइफ आ रही है, उनकी बेटी आ रही है। ये अपनी बहन की शादी पर आए थे और उसके बाद जो है अब आए। दोनों गवर्नमेंट्स का बड़ा अच्छा स्टेप है। वो गवर्नमेंट भी अलाउ कर रही है, ये गवर्नमेंट भी अलाउ कर रही है, जिससे जो है मुलाकात जो है बहुत आसान हो गई। कम अज़ कम जो है वो जिंदगियों पे भरोसे तो है नहीं, तो इस बहाने कम अज़ कम याद तो रहता है कि हम आपस में मिल लिए।
So the two cousins here speaking on the ties that they have revived the physical meeting they've had after 25 long years, and thank the Kartarpur corridor in both countries for making this meeting happen. A Sunday at Kartarpur Sahib Gurudwara here in Pakistan, we have close to 300 to 500 Indian pilgrims visiting here. What the striking part, however, is how Indians and Pakistanis strike a bond here at the Kartarpur Sahib Gurudwara. We met families who have been meeting after many years, meeting the old bonds being revived and instant friendships being formed between the Indians and the Pakistanis.
रूह का सुकून जिन्होंने कहते हैं वो मिले, दिल अंदरों खुशी हुई है।
बहुत वधिया महसूस होया इत्थे आके कि पाकिस्तानी वीरां नूं मिले आ। बड़ा आनंद, बोली भी इक्को है, अपना खाना पीना पहरावा भी इक्को ही है, बस हद्दां दे करके जो अपनियां मंडियां पईयां होईयां ने। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਅਪੀਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੋਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸੁਖਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਸੰਗਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ 'ਚ ਆ ਸਕੇ।
whatever may be said, but Kartarpur Sahib Gurdwara and the corridor, which was inaugurated in 2019, it stopped for almost 1.5 years due to the COVID pandemic. Before being revived last year in November, is leading to more cross-border harmony, more people having people-to-people contact, and maybe the only place where Indians and Pakistanis can still meet. Zaman Sharma reporting for CNN News 18 from Kartarpur.
From Pakistan, let's now shift our focus over to Sri Lanka as the island nation's economic situation worsens. Makeshift brothels are now cropping up across the entire country. NGOs say there is a 30% increase in women turning into sex workers. Some of these establishments operate in the name of spas, even wellness centers. And with the current crisis ongoing, many say that this is the only way to provide for their families 3 meals a day. Let's have a look at this special report.
On any given day at 9 p.m., sex workers are out on the highways of Colombo. Standing in the dark, waiting to find someone to earn a few thousands. From teenagers to middle-aged women, amidst Sri Lanka's growing economic crisis, many are now pushed to the wall, choosing prostitution. This 42-year-old woman became a sex worker 6 months ago. She is divorced, has a 7-year-old daughter, and needs to make a living to pay for her education.
Due to the economic crisis, the income is insufficient. Money is not enough for my family's household needs. That is why I chose this field. I run a shop and I have to pay to continue it. Because of this problem, many are now becoming prostitutes.
She shares her ordeal on how she's routinely harassed by clients, including the police.
It doesn't do what the mind wants. Sometimes it's frustrating. They demand so many things from us for the money they pay. Sometimes the pain is unbearable. Sometimes men who come torture us. Since this is illegal, police also harass us.
This 21-year-old lost her job 7 months ago. She desperately hunted for another opportunity, and when she found nothing, she decided to become a sex worker.
In December last year, I lost my job at the garment factory. Then I got a job on a daily basis. Sometimes, when there was less manpower, I used to hoe and work, but I didn't get money as I didn't get it on a regular basis. And it was too less to take care of my expenses. Then a spa owner approached me and I decided to work as a sex worker because of the current crisis. My mind refused to accept the offer, but I desperately needed money for my family.
From sexually transmitted diseases to pregnancy, these women are risking it all just to make ends meet.
She got several times pregnant because of sex work. One time, she was delivered to girl baby in 7 months. After 7 months, at that time she went to the death. Actually, it's very bad situation.
In Sri Lanka's worsening economy, makeshift brothels are cropping up across the country. NGOs say there's a 30% increase in women turning into sex workers. Some of these establishments operate in the name of spas and wellness centers. Many women say that this is the only way they can ensure that their families get 3 meals a day. With camera person Saravanan, this is Purnima Murli for CNN News 18.
Well, that's a story of helplessness coming in from Sri Lanka. More details up on our website, news18.com. Good afternoon. Once again, a very warm welcome here on CNN News 18. Hello, I'm Anusha Soni. Our top focus this hour is yet another political controversy that has erupted over Kanwad Yatra. You have the leader, AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi, who has taken a jibe at the warmth with which Kanwadiyas are greeted. The leader argued that while Kanwadiyas are showered with petals, the authorities should at least spare Muslims and not use bulldozers on their houses. Sharing several news reports about the Kanwad Yatra, Mr. Owaisi said, and I'm quoting, "If a Muslim offers prayers in an open place, even for a few minutes, it leads to a row. Muslims are facing police bullets, custodial clashes, NSA, UAPA, lynchings, bulldozer, just for being Muslims, unquote. Meanwhile, there is also a strong rebuttal or a reaction coming in from the BJP, which has defended the tradition, saying that the government makes arrangements for all religions.
तो ये आप डिस्क्रिमिनेशन कर रहे हैं एक समुदाय के खिलाफ जो भारत के संविधान के खिलाफ है। भाई आर्टिकल 25 का हवाला देंगे भाजपा वाले। भाई इसमें आप बताइए आर्टिकल 25 का हवाला देंगे, इसमें कौन सा इसमें वो हो रहा है कि पब्लिक यहाँ पर किसी को तकलीफ हो रही है, किसी को हार्म हो रहा है नमाज पढ़ने से, कोई फसाद हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है ना। तो आप इक्वली ट्रीट करिए, क्यों नहीं इक्वली ट्रीट करते? आपका नारा है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, तो आप तो वो तो निस्बत कायम नहीं है।
Our UP Bureau Chief Pranshu Mishra is with us on the broadcast. Pranshu, good to have you on the show. Tell us more about the statement from Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi and what kind of political reactions is it really invoking?
Well, you know, Anusha, the Owaisi's reaction doesn't come in as a surprise. And if you go just before the assembly elections, there were several controversial issues on which it was only Mr. Owaisi out of the entire opposition bloc who was choosing to target the BJP. And opposition, I mean, I'm talking about likes of Samajwadi Party, Congress or BSP, they have often said and projected that Mr. Owaisi is actually working for the BJP. Their allegation against Mr. Owaisi had been that AIMIM and BJP are hand in gloves, and they with an intention that they hit upon the controversial agendas. The matter of the fact in the UP politics is there's no one out of the mainstream opposition, the Samajwadi Party, Congress or BSP, has spoken on this entire issue. They have chosen to remain silent because the general understanding is that if you talk on these issues, ultimately the ball goes in the BJP's favor.
That's right.
Now Mr. Owaisi is talking about this issue. It's something I'll say that many, you know, off record the people will talk about it. They'll say that yes, there is a preferential treatment, different standards when it comes to the Kavar Yatras, different standards when it comes to, you know, Bakrid or Eid or Namaz. But the point is that politically speaking, opposition doesn't want to make it an issue. Now the first major opposition leader is Mr. Owaisi, who has clearly hit out against the BJP government on this issue, and therefore we are seeing most of the reactions coming in from the BJP itself. Even in the past, the strategy of the opposition had been not to respond to what Mr. Owaisi had been saying, and I think that is again going to be the strategy. We will not be seeing much of Samajwadi Party or Congress responding to what Mr. Owaisi has to say.
Pranshu, there are elaborate arrangements that have been made so that the Kavariyas who travelled for hundreds of kilometers on foot are able to get food, shelter and clothing wherever they stop for their breaks. And rightly so, any administration should make that kind of arrangements. But there has been a certain degree of criticism as well in terms of showering of petals or some kind of gimmicks that have been pulled up by some people.
Yes, you know, the BJP government's viewpoint is that the Kavar Yatras is not a new concept. It is an age-old tradition, and people will anyway come out on the streets. The devotees will go to different shivalayas, and therefore what the government needs to do is control the crowd, do the proper management, ensure that, you know, the most of the roads are also available for the normal movement of the traffic.
That's
so
right.
the government says that what it has done is only to bridge in that confidence with the Kavariyas so that nothing untoward, no violence takes place on the ground. And if you remember, the government's claim is that in the past there was often mismanagement during the Kavar Yatras, and that was the reason why number of violence cases were also reported. Ever since Yogi Adityanath has come to the power, the bridges with the Kavariyas have been built. The Kavariyas feel more, you know, they have larger confidence on the government and the administration, and therefore lakhs and lakhs of devotees pass through different districts of Uttar Pradesh and no case of violence is reported. So the government's viewpoint is that when the administration or the officials shower rose petals using the choppers, it is basically a confidence building measure with the lakhs and lakhs of devotees ultimately who need to be controlled in a peaceful manner.
That's
so
right.
government's logic is that we are not being impartial with any particular community. Only thing is we are what we are trying to do is a proper crowd management on the ground.
Pranshu, I would want you to stay with us on the broadcast. We also have some special guests joining us. Tushar Gupta, who's a senior editor of the Swaraj magazine, is also joining us. Tushar, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Your thoughts on what Mr. Owaisi said?
It's inconsistency with the other attacks that happen on Hindu festivals. You know, what really concerns me, that every time there are some well-wishers for a Hindu festival, someone in the opposition has a problem. Owaisi today is talking about petals being flowered on the Kavariyas. He doesn't talk about the restrictions that are placed on Hindu festivals across all the years. So every time there is one Hindu festival or one Hindu ritual that is going on, there is an arm of the political opposition that wants to derail it, that wants to demean it. And this is what concerns me. I did not hear Owaisi speaking about animal sacrifice. I did not hear Owaisi speaking about trees that are cut on Christmas. I don't hear anything about it. But whenever it comes to Hindu festivals, be it Diwali, when the judiciary wants to restrict the use of crackers, be it Holi, when suddenly people are worried about water conservation, be it Ganesh Puja, when people are worried about the health of the oceans, be it Ram Navami processions, when stones were pelted on people, and now the Kavar Yatra. People are just looking for excuses, lame duck excuses to demean the Hindu festivals and rituals. And all this when no other community is targeted when it comes to their festivals and their rituals. The yardsticks are very different. So
Tushar,
what Owaisi has said today,
would you also
is
talk about
comparing
very
apples and
specifically the
oranges.
kind of analogy that has been drawn? I mean, Mr. Owaisi, on behalf of the minority community, if he wants to raise certain issues, he definitely can. He has all the right to as the citizen of this country, as a parliamentarian. But this kind of analogy that he draws with the Hindu festival and the manner in which it is being celebrated in public, do you find that analogy problematic?
Very problematic. A demolition drive, he compares it with, doesn't care for the religion of the person. It cares for illegal construction. Tomorrow, if I, a practicing Hindu, were to construct something illegally in front of my house, the government has all the right to take it down. They won't care for my religion. They would care about me trespassing government property. How is it anyway linked to a festival being celebrated? And the only concern is, if you want to attack Kavariyas, if you want to attack the gimmicks that you've been calling, the showering of petals, the love people are showing for them, attack other festivals also. Talk about other communities also.
Okay.
Talk about the loudspeakers.
Let me take that point to Maulana. Let me take that point to Maulana Ali Qadri as well. Qadri Sahab, while Mr. Owaisi has all the right to raise a point if he wants to, but how do you compare a Hindu festival with the use of bulldozers, which the government says was done for lawful purposes? I mean, how does that analogy even sit? I mean, would it be incorrect if believers of the religion say that this is an insult of our culture or of our ethos?
देखिए मैडम, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जो है ओवैसी साहब के आप पार्टी के कोई स्पोक्स पर्सन से अगर पूछते तो शायद आपको बेहतर बताते।
जी,
लेकिन
हम कोशिश करेंगे उनका भी जवाब लेने की। I'll try and get somebody from AIMIM.
एज ए इंडियन मुस्लिम मैं आपको ये कहना चाहूंगा, और ओवैसी साहब हैदराबाद से, मैं भी हैदराबादी से हूँ, तो ओवैसी साहब को हमने देखा कि वो जितने भी इस देश में धर्म है वो सबका आदर करते हैं, और यहाँ पर जहाँ तक कि उनके अपनी पार्लियामेंट एरिया है उसमें कई ऐसे लोग हैं जो उनके हिंदू वोटर्स भी हैं। तो ये कह देना कि जो है वो हिंदूज के जितने भी त्योहार वगैरह आते हैं उसके ऊपर वो क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं या तनकीद करते हैं, मैंने समझता कि ये बात कोई दुरुस्त है। रहा सवाल कि एज ए पॉलिटिशियन वो सारे हिंदुस्तान पर बात करते हैं, और जो कांवड़ियों का जो बात हुई और कल जो संभल में जो इंसिडेंट पेश आया, मैं मुसलसिल 6-8 महीने से बात हमारे देश में गौर कर रहा हूँ कि हर दो समुदाय में कहीं ना कहीं शरारती तत्व है मैडम, जिसकी वजह से हमारे अपने मुल्क का माहौल खराब हो रहा है। जैसे कि बिजनौर का आपने देखा कि मुसलमान लड़का था और वो जाकर मजार तोड़ रहा था। तो ऐसे अंदाज में कहीं ना कहीं हमारे देश की फिजा को, हमारे देश के वातावरण को बिगाड़ने की कोशिश की जा रही है। योगी राज्य है वो बहुत अच्छी तरीके से ऐसे लोगों से निपट रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई एक समुदाय पर ये बात कहना, मैं मुतमईन इसीलिए नहीं हूँ कि हर दो समुदाय में शरारती तत्व होते हैं।
देखिए मौलाना साहब, समुदाय की बात कम से कम मैंने या हमारा चैनल तो नहीं कर रहा, हम एक बयान की बात कर रहे हैं जो ओवैसी साहब ने दिया है। आपने ओवैसी साहब के लिए बोला कि वो ऐसा नहीं है, वो सारे धर्मों की इज्जत भी करते हैं। अगर उनके इस पर्टिकुलर बयान की बात की जाए, और मैं आपकी राय चाहूंगी, आप एक थिंकिंग मुस्लिम हैं, एक प्रोग्रेसिव मुस्लिम हैं, आप बहुत अच्छी बात कर रहे हैं कि हर समुदाय में जो शारीरिक तत्व, जो शरारती तत्व हैं, कहीं ना कहीं उनको पकड़ना चाहिए, उनको प्रोसिक्यूट करना चाहिए। मगर सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये है कि जिस तरह का धर्म है या जो आपके त्योहार हैं, उस पे अगर कोई आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणी आए तो क्या आप उसका समर्थन करते हैं?
मैडम, मेरा ही धर्म नहीं, हिंदू धर्म पे भी अगर कोई आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणी करेगा तो मैं उसका समर्थन कतई तौर पर नहीं करूंगा। आप ओवैसी साहब का पूरा बयान सुनिए, वो क्या बोल रहे हैं। वो कोई धर्म पर, त्योहार पर टिप्पणी नहीं कर रहे हैं। धर्म में जो त्योहार के वक्त जो हालात पेश आ रहे हैं वो उस पर अपनी प्रतिक्रिया दे रहे हैं। कोई धर्म पर या कोई धर्म के त्योहार पर वैसी साहब क्रिटिसिज्म नहीं कर रहे।
Tushar, do you want to comment on that point? Maulana Saab is saying that Mr. Owaisi is rather making a broad political argument. He's not attacking a particular religion.
You know, Anusha, what has become the trend in this country? To make a case for majoritarianism, that the government is somehow anti-minority, and using festivals and rituals as an excuse. Tomorrow, if it comes to crackers on Diwali, there will be someone who will get up and say, oh, this is the Hindu majoritarian way of silencing the minorities. If it's Holi, people are going to throw water balloons on the minorities. So this has become very lame. I'm sorry for the use of the word, but lame excuses to demean Hindus to make an excuse for a larger political argument. The government is blamed for being anti-minority every day in the sense of some larger political argument. But it's this government which is being elected state after state. It's winning election after election. The opposition may want to make a case that, oh, the government is not doing enough for the minorities, but the minorities are voting them back, especially after what we saw in Uttar Pradesh. So today, when the OAC compares Kavar Yatra with the demolition drive, this is just a desperate excuse to make a case out of absolutely nothing. I, for one, believe we should look at all festivals across communities, all customs, all rituals with the most respect, with the most love and care. But people like Owaisi are the ones who want to politicize even the basic of our festivals. That's what saddens me.
All right, Maulana Ali Qadri and Tushar Gupta, thank you both of you for joining us on the broadcast. Let's see how this political controversy plays out through the day. Well, here's another very important story. This is a shocking incident in Dakshin Kannada's Bellar village. BJP Yuva Morcha worker Praveen Netaru was hacked to death with lethal weapons by unidentified people on a bike on Tuesday evening. Severely injured victim was admitted to a nearby hospital and was declared dead at night while undergoing treatment. Heavy police deployment near the hospital is seen. Police has also registered a case and begun investigation in the matter. Meanwhile, various organizations have come forward. Their members started protesting late night in front of the district collector office demanding justice. Looking at the situation, the DG, IGP has sent notice to Dakshin Kannada District SP to enforce Section 144 across the area. Chief Minister has also condemned the attack and assured strict action against the culprits. We'll try and get you more details about the story, but as you can see in these visuals, on the spot, on the ground, the situation continues to be very, very tense. Various Hindu groups, organizations have come forward and protested against this killing that has happened. The person who was attacked was admitted to a hospital late night, but unfortunately he couldn't survive. The top police administration officers have also swung into action. You also have a reaction which has come in from the Chief Minister himself. The big challenge and the immediate challenge before the authorities would be to ensure that law and order is maintained on the ground. This was a BJP Yuva Morcha worker. His name was Praveen Netaru. He was hacked to death with lethal weapons. It was done by unidentified people. We are yet to figure out, the authorities are yet to figure out who exactly was responsible for this. As you can see in the visuals, massive protests started not just in front of the hospital, in front of the district collector office as well, demanding strict action against the culprits. We don't have any arrests that have happened so far. Heavy police deployment near the hospital. Police have registered a case and begun investigation. My colleague Harish is joining us on the broadcast. Harish, tell us more about the investigation and more importantly, the law and order situation.
Well, the law and order situation right now under control, but becoming a huge embarrassment for the BJP here. At least 3 of the leaders from the region.
Harish, am I audible to you? All right, we'll just try and fix that audio that we have lost with Harish. But as he was telling that, so far it is under control. But yes, pressure is building on the local administration to nab the culprits and figure out who exactly is responsible for this death. The police, as we told you earlier, has already registered a case and begun the investigation. My colleague Ritu is joining us on the broadcast, getting us more details on the story. Ritu, tell us more what you're picking, especially about the investigation.
Yes, as the case has already been registered in this and the investigation is on, so police is trying to understand all the angles that are linked to this particular incident. They are understanding whether he had a personal enmity or whether it was anyways leading to the political enmity, because as he was an active member from the BJP Yuva Morcha and was been seen often in all the programs and the celebrations. So the police investigation is up on all these angles to check what exactly was his has been his personal relationship with the relatives, or for that matter with the other workers or from the other organizations that he was surrounded with. So there are all that angles that the investigation is on, and as well the police is also checking, because this incident which took place was very close to the Kerala border. So police is also seeing whether from which direction did these assailants actually entered that site, and how did they even attack, what exactly had happened, because there had been a similar incidents in the past as well that were being reported from the coastal district, as there were a lot of communal violence that we are getting to we have always seen from the coastal district. So there have been such incidents previously as well. So the investigation is also on to see that whether this incident that took place was similar to the previous incidents as well, and who were all linked to it. His phone calls will be checked, his messages will be checked. So all that of investigation is on. But right now, as in the big challenge for the police is to ensure that the law and order in the district is in the place, because this has become a very serious issue, where you see now the pro-Hindu organizations in fact turning back to the BJP party, and they are demanding justice of one side, and the other side
can you also tell us a little bit more about the background of this incident, a little bit more about the victim? What was the background of the incident? Any preliminary details that have come out in the investigation? Would it be correct to call it a hate crime?
Yes, see, you have CM Basuraj Bommai himself saying that this seemed to be a completely pre-planned incident, of course. So the investigation as that is on can only reveal what exactly has been. And but for the police, as what we are picking from our sources is also that the top police sources are also saying us that in a very primary investigation as well, we will need some time to in fact track his phone calls and messages. We'll have to speak to the family members and relatives as well, because right now the whole family is in a sorrow. They are grieving for the loss that they have lost one family member right now. So this is not a right time as well for the family, for the police also to go up and speak to the family members. But of course, of all that, the last rites that will be conducted, and later point is only when the police will get to know all this, because of course the primary phase right now is also to speak to the family members, because only they would know exactly where exactly he was going, whom all he had met previously, whether he came back home and had any time told about any incidents that he had, or any kind of altercation that he had with someone, or any threat calls, or whether that the threat words or anything.
As you pointed out, that the Chief Minister himself said that this looks like a pre-planned conspiracy, and there could be an element of hate crime as well here. Was he receiving any kind of threats? I know it's difficult to say anything at this point in time because the investigation is still underway, but any details that your sources have indicated to you?
So, what police is also saying in this is to understand this this particular point in a more clear manner is the first thing, that they will have to speak to the family members, the close one, especially the wife, because he was of course newly married, and it's been just a couple of months that he was married, and used to spend time most of it with his friends as well, and the relatives too. So the police says that first thing that they will have to try and speak is to the family members, which right now is not a right time to speak as well for them. But the other side are also the phone calls that the tapping will have to take place, and you see the Yuva Morcha other members as well, with whom he used to go and spend more time, and what kind of activities he was involved in. So these are all the things that the police will have to check, and only then will be able to bring out what exactly had been beyond this whole case now. Because of course in the coastal district, we had previously seen, whether it is a Chandra or Harsha murder case, or 2017 in Sharad case as well, there has always been such sort of one or the other way there has been a similarity as well, because usually all these incidents had taken place in the coastal district when there when someone had found the area very silent and no one around. So this is not something of a new sort of an incident that the police also has to say, but one thing that the police is pointing out that there had been similar incidents of how this exactly the act had taken place.
Ritu, in earlier instances as well, when we have seen hate crimes of this nature, he had also slammed beheading calls and he's murdered a month later. Clearly this also points out to a larger conspiracy that may be working, that the Chief Minister also spoke about. We remember that the incident that had happened in Udaipur, and post that there have been multiple instances that we have seen. Praveen had backed Kanhaiya earlier. These are the Facebook posts, public posts that he had put out. Was he receiving any kind of threats? Do we know anything about that?
See, now all this is, of course, to the police to investigate and to check of where exactly things had gone wrong, of whatever his social media handles have to speak, or his phone calls will tell out to the police, or the messages or the words as well. So now this is all to the police to investigate and bring out. But of course, of all the messages that have been circulating right now on the social media handles, where it speaks somewhere around, as you are pointing out,
Yeah.
is of course for the police now to check on all this and to identify where this how did this whole incident occur, or whether previously as well he had got some kind of a threat notes, or from that the threat messages, in fact, over a calls or by words. So this is something on the investigation to bring out, but there are a lot of speculations as well in this incident, but for which now the CM Basuraj Bommai also had clearly stated that right now to speak on this whole incident early would be wrong to speak, but of course this will all come out only after the investigation. So we will have to wait for some time, because as said, families right now grieving, and the police are also
And the
in a
situation on the ground, we can see in the visuals in Puttur, is also very, very sensitive. My colleague Harish is also joining us on the broadcast. Harish, the preliminary investigation details that you're picking up, what is the background? This is a hate crime, a pre-planned conspiracy, as the Chief Minister pointed out. What are the other details you're picking up?
Well, information coming in now suggests that the police suspect that this could be a retaliatory attack that has happened on Praveen, and they are now suspecting that there could be a team that's worked on this killing, as you rightly mentioned, a pre-planned murder that's happened. 6 teams now on this job, police teams on the job to close in on the assailants. There are multiple angles being probed. 2 teams, we understand, at the Karnataka-Kerala border on the ground pursuing some very specific leads. At the same time, there is another team that's going through the mobile phone tower location dump taken from the area of the crime, and that is being probed by a team of specialists who are dealing with technical data that comes in during such crime. And there's another team of Bellary police who are right now going through the CCTV footage from the area. So the police trying to gather all these details, and whether it's technical details or CCTV camera visuals or on ground policing that needs to be done to nab these assailants, all that being done right now.
Harish, you used the word retaliatory killing. What does one mean by that? Would it be correct at this point in time to conclude that this directly has a link to what happened in Udaipur?
Well, it's not being linked to Udaipur. That's something that's becoming clear now. They are suspecting the initial area of interest in this investigation right now is that they're seeing this as a retaliatory killing based on a killing that happened in July in the same area. And this was more of a local issue over there that's happened. Right now, although the police are just suspecting this, nothing concrete, but the investigation is focused on a retaliatory killing based on a killing that happened in July. A man was attacked, one Masood was attacked, and he later succumbed to the injuries on 21st. And he's a man from Kasargod, but was killed in Karnataka. And that is something that's being seen as an area of suspicion now. It's being suspected that this could be a retaliatory killing for that, and that's the primary area of this investigation right now.
That's the primary area of this investigation right now. There are certain Facebook posts of Praveen that have come to light, various things that have been said in the public domain. We are well aware of the situation on the ground. Harish, we are playing out these visuals. What is the sort of pressure that the local administration is facing right now, especially vis-a-vis the law and order situation?
Well, thankfully, the law and order situation hasn't got out of hand, although you can see a massive crowd that has gathered at the Bellary town there. In fact, it's an embarrassing moment for the BJP over there. Several of their leaders from the region, whether it's Sunil Kumar Angara or Nalin Kumar Katil, the state BJP president, all of them being get out, not being allowed to move. And there is anger among the people over there. It's now being targeted
towards the state government, saying that we have a BJP government in the state and they haven't done anything to ensure the safety and security of Hindu workers. And we are seeing repeated such crimes against Hindu workers, and the government hasn't done anything. And the pressure is mounting on them, and that's the reason you saw that there was anger that was directed towards Sunil Kumar and other ministers from the government who landed there. In the morning as well, the family was very vocal, saying that he shouldn't have entered politics, and despite a good 12 hours after his killing, we haven't seen any leader coming over there. So clearly they do not bother about the health and welfare of normal party workers, and nobody should enter politics. So the BJP in a bit of pressure right now here, and that's the reason specific orders sent out to the police to ensure that these assailants can be nabbed as soon as possible.
Harish, before I go to Ritu, a very brief point I want you to talk about. This particular village in Dakshin Kannada, does it have a history of political violence? Have we seen earlier instances as well? Because you point out to the incident, or the entire possibility of a retaliatory killing. This only shows that political violence has existed in this village.
Well, political killing is not specific to a particular village there. It's something that we have seen in Dakshina Kannada and Mangalore area. There is rivalry between the BJP and the other right-wing affiliate organizations, and then you have the PFI and the SDPI on the other hand. We've seen these killings happen time and again. Prashant Pujari, Paresh Mesta. Recently, we've had Harsha being killed in Shimoga. We've seen this happening, and this perhaps could be a part of that whole series that's happened, a retaliatory killing. But what one needs to see is whether there was any past rivalry between these two gangs, or whether they were in fact gangs, or whether these were one-off attacks that happened and then a retaliatory attack. Perhaps this will become clear even as this investigation progresses further through the day. But right now the police is saying that they have some very specific leads that they're working on.
Mr. Vivek Reddy from the BJP is also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Reddy, thank you so much for speaking to us. A difficult situation for the local administration, but this murder clearly has sent shockwaves and a lot of questions over the manner in which law and order enforcement is working in the area.
It is very unfortunate this have happened because of the influence of Kerala. A lot of people have come in from Kerala, executed the murder, and then they have gone back into the borders of Kerala. I think this sort of development is very dangerous. Though the law and order in the state of Karnataka has been good, there are incidents like this which must be curbed, and the police authorities must take serious action.
Mr. Sanket Yanagi of the Congress Party is also joining us. Sanketji, thank you so much for joining us on the show. How do you see this incident? Because there are massive protests that have erupted on the ground.
I condemn this incident, and this is the reflection of the law and order problem in the state of Karnataka. This is the failure of the law and order maintenance by the state of Karnataka, and BJP has utterly failed, and it itself has to be blamed, and no more else. And this is how the party in power is not even giving protection to the common man. Forget about the other things. Basic amenities are not available, so infrastructural problems are otherwise. But even the law and the person's life is not at the safe hands in the state of Karnataka. This is what is condemnable. The Home Minister has to resign. This is not the first incident which is happening in the state of Karnataka. Home Minister Aragadnyanandra at least now has to resign, or he be sacked immediately by the governor of the state in case he doesn't resign.
Let Mr. Vivek Reddy respond to that. Mr. Reddy, a serious law and order situation. You were right in pointing out it's an unfortunate incident, but your opposition party is raising direct questions on the efficiency of the Home Minister of the state.
Well, I think there is a question which I have to ask my dear friend, who is my colleague advocate also. Dear friend, he's a friend, and we are friends at the bar also. First, we'll have to answer as to why during Siddaramaiah government about 2,000 cases of SDPI have been dropped. And these are for the most heinous offences. They have been dropped as if they were simple political cases. When they have provoked and encouraged people with a terrorist mindset for their cases to be dropped. Imagine what sort of a sentiment or a mood that they are influencing in the society. They're allowing poisonous elements to take hold of society, and what right do they have to talk about law and order situation? I think they are the prime accused, the Congress, for having caused such a situation. It is that sort of a mindset that today is destroying peace in society.
Mr. Reddy, most of the Hindu groups have traditionally aligned with the BJP in most part of the country, including Karnataka. But this time, what we are hearing from the ground is that the local Hindu groups are very, very angry with the administration and also with the BJP and the manner in which this entire case has been handled.
Well, I think the government has done, has gone to, the intelligence structures within the government are quite strong. The safety and security of citizens is good. The problem is that there are such incidents, but these are targeted incidents by elements from outside the border. Therefore, the Kerala state situation is also equally to be blamed. There is fomenting of violence there. There are cells, there are sleeper cells in Kerala. I think this is an interstate problem, and we should ensure that Kerala also takes appropriate action.
Sanketji, the argument made by Mr. Vivek Reddy is that your government did not take necessary action, and that is why there is a worsening law and order situation. These kind of elements were given much encouragement during the Congress rule, and hence this situation.
Our government and its period was over in the year 2018 itself. Thereafter, the BJP is in power in one or the other way. And now the BJP is in power, and recently Harsha incident we have seen in Shimoga in Karnataka. And also one of the similar incident has taken place in the state of, in the Belgaum district. And this is third or the fourth incident which is happening in the state. So this shows how poor they are in administration. Administration has gone to dogs, and purely it is a failure on the part of the government in not giving safety. Forget about the other community, even to Hindus, it is not giving any protection. What right they have got to claim any vote on the basis of Hinduism or Hindu Rashtra? Nothing. They are totally so pathetic that the people can't trust the administration and the safety measures which has been claimed to have been taken by the state of Karnataka. It is totally untrue. It is a 40% commission government. It has failed. It is concentrating only on wealth management and corruption.
And Mr. Vivek Reddy, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on the broadcast. We're also getting some breaking news on this development. Let's go to that. Now, the DGP Praveen Sood has been summoned by the Chief Minister. Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai, CT Ravi and Home Minister are currently in a huddle. This is a meeting which is being held to take a review of the law and order situation and also about this particular case. Harish will tell us more about the story. Harish, tell us more about this meeting.
Well, the BJP is currently under tremendous pressure here in Karnataka with several of their party functionaries at district level now resigning, others garrowing senior ministers of this government. Somewhere the BJP is rattled. The Chief Minister, just a while ago, you had CT Ravi meeting Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai over this issue and conveying the kind of sentiments on the ground, especially of the workers belonging to various Hindu outfits. And in the backdrop of that, first Home Minister Araga Jnanendra was summoned. Right now we understand DGP Praveen Sood might be meeting the Chief Minister in the next few minutes or so at the Chief Minister's residence to try and assess where this entire investigation is heading, how soon these assailants can be arrested, because on two counts the Chief Minister would be worried. One, on the law and order issue over there. Second, what this means for the BJP as well. Remember, there are vocal calls now by BJP members and other members of the affiliated Hindu groups saying that we've always worked for the party. What has the party done for us? We are in the government for the last 2-3 years. Now, they haven't ensured that our security is taken care of, we are safeguarded, and this atmosphere doesn't exist, and that anger is on the streets there now. In fact, Sunil Kumar Angara and party president, state president Nalin Kumar Katil, all of them facing that wrath of these party workers as well as various other Hindu organization members. Yeah. So on two counts, the Chief Minister and this government under pressure, and that's the reason you are seeing some meetings that are happening right now even as we speak.
Harish, stay with us on the broadcast. Ritu is also with us on the show. Ritu, could you reiterate for our viewers the statement that has been made by the Chief Minister so far, where most importantly he said that this is a pre-planned conspiracy, this is not a one-off incident that has happened, and what are the preliminary investigation details that we can share with our viewers?
Yes, the first thing that CM had pointed out saying is that this is completely a pre-planned crime that we had witnessed. But of course, he had said again that the Home Minister has been asked to take care of this whole situation and in what is happening in the coastal district and ensure that the law and order is in place. So that's something that the CM Basuraj Bommai had made it clear. But he has also said that the party has taken this issue very seriously and the investigation is on and to check what exactly had been the situation right now and the other angles as well to this particular story. But as he said that because this is an incident that took place very close to the Kerala border, so there might be other angles as well probably, so that too must be probed. So this is all to the police, but of course as the situation continues, this seems to be worsening for the BJP party only because now the workers of BJP Yuva Morcha are also turning back to the party and are demanding their security because this is not one or two incident that the coastal district had witnessed, but previously as well, whether it is about Harsha, Chandra or Prashant cases, but there have been a lot of cases that have been reported from the coastal district, but this becomes even more major because in just couple of months, in fact, that we have seen in such incidents occurring even despite the BJP party being in the rule right now. So that is the major point that has been made from the Yuva Morcha workers, the BJP workers, too, been questioning about their security, and now you see all going back to the BJP party, and there is a pressure that has been mounted on the party right now.
All right, going back to my colleague Harish Upadhyay, who continues to be with us on the show. Harish, the gentleman from the BJP, Mr. Vivek Reddy, said that there are a lot of illegal elements or anti-social elements from Kerala as well, and this is an interstate problem. Could you tell us more about this angle?
Well, one aspect that we see every time there is some bit of a violence that we witness in Dakshina Kannada or Udupi or Mangaluru is that a lot of these miscreants could be from across the border, from Kerala, and they come over here and create ruckus or indulge in these activities. Now, two aspects here that one needs to talk about. One is that at many times it's an issue that has kind of been brewing for a lot of time, and the police probably failed to anticipate this. For example, in this case, the preliminary suspicion is that this is a retaliatory attack after Mr. Masood was attacked on 19th. He succumbed to his injuries 2 days later. After that, this retaliatory attack has happened. Have the police now failed to anticipate this? This is a pattern that everyone has witnessed in Dakshina Kannada. It's something that's easy to anticipate. So did they fail to anticipate and ensure that relevant measures are put in place? Second, in many of these cases, we have seen that this trouble actually is from people in the locality. It's between two groups over there. And once again, it comes to the local police to ensure that they deal with it. In not every case have we seen people from across Kerala walking over and creating ruckus. There have been a few
Harish,
instances
I'm sorry,
like
I'm interrupting you for a second. These are the visuals coming in from the village, from Puttur, and you can see the family members of Praveen, who was hacked to death. Clearly, they are inconsolable. It's a very, very difficult time for the family. Let's try and listen in if the family members have to say something. Those are the visuals coming in. All right. Well, so far, the family members are yet to issue a statement or say anything in public. The police is investigating the matter. As my colleague Harish is pointing out, there are multiple angles from which the story is being looked at by various teams that have been formed. Let's try and listen in. those are the short reactions coming in from the bereaved family members of Praveen Netheru. He was hacked to death with lethal weapons. My colleague Harish and Ritu continue to stay with us on the broadcast. Harish, you were pointing out to the multiple angles, and especially about the Dakshin Kannada region and how certain organizations from Kerala allegedly are active in this area.
Well, that's been something that the state government has pointed out time and time again. But to be fair, you've seen some of these murders in fact happening, and those assailants being from the same region. For example, whether it's Prashant Pujari's case, or in the case of Harsha in Shimoga, or Parish Mesta, and several other cases that have happened in Dakshina Kannada and surrounding districts, we've seen it being more of a local political rivalry that has led to that killing, something that the local police have easily anticipated, not something that the government or the police can say that this has now become an interstate issue.
These are the live shots from Putturu in Karnataka, and you can see that police has resorted to a mild lathi charge on some people who were protesting. Section 144 is in place, and as Harish and Ritu have been reporting that so far the situation is under control, but the local police administration has to make sure that the situation does not go out of hand. More importantly, keeping in mind that this is a very sensitive matter and there are multiple angles from which the police is probing the case. We just told you a few seconds ago that DGP Praveen Sood has also been summoned by the Chief Minister. Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai, C.T. Ravi and Home Minister are currently holding a very important meeting on this issue. Going to my colleague Ritu, who's also with us on the show. Ritu, there is heavy police deployment. Tell us more about the organizations which are protesting, and how is the local law and order machinery ensuring that the situation doesn't go out of hand?
Yes, just right after this whole incident took place yesterday in the evening, the situation has somewhere been, we had seen the unrest in that particular locality. So that's when the police took this, incident whole seriously, and you get to see a heavy police deployment, whether it is about the hospital where this body was, and then the later point as well as at the home. So now there's a heavy police deployment at the hospital near his place, and also in the Dakshin Kannada as a whole, because the Hindu organizations are all up in arms and are being, in fact, too angry against the BJP leaders who have turned up to meet the family members. And you can see the in the visuals as well that how much angry they are, questioning their security despite of a hard work and continuously being part of the party's work and the programs as well. So this is what they get in return, is the kind of a question that the BJP workers and the Yuva Morcha members are also questioning, because in the Chikmagaluru too we saw almost around 30 BJP Yuva Morcha members resigning, questioning their security, because now they say, despite of a BJP party being in a rule, how is that such incidents are taking place, and where exactly is the security, and how do they even continue to work for the party, because in the coastal district this has become a major issue right now. So because as pointed out, we've been speaking on this incident continuously. It's not one or two incident, but there has been a severe, in fact, many incidents that we have witnessed in the past as well, and majorly the pattern that how these incidents have taken place have been somewhere or the other where similar. So this is something is on the ground, but of course the police deployment is heavy right now to ensure that the law and order situation is under control, and there's
Ritu
no
and Harish, continue to get us all those details. We are playing out this reaction coming in from Praveen's father.
ಇನ್ನು ವೇಳೆ ಹುಡುಗರಿಗೆ ಬಂತು, ಇನ್ನು ವೇಳೆ ಹುಡುಗಿಯರಿಗೆ ಸಾಧಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಧಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳು 2 ತಿಂಗಳು 3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅದು ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇದು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅದು ಕೊಡಲೇಬೇಕು.
That's Praveen's father asking stringent action against the assailants who killed his son.
Well, that's the reaction coming in from Praveen's family. That was his father. My colleague Harish Upadhyay and Ritu will continue reporting on the story. This remains our top focus. We are slipping into a very short break.
witnessed in Tonk, the road in the middle of this market turned into a river, washing away everything in sight. People tried in vain to hold on to their bikes, but the current was too strong and they fell into a drain. In Kota, one man tried to drive his SUV on a bridge over an overflowing river, but the car soon got submerged and had to be pulled out with the help of a crane.
Now, the big reason for such large-scale flooding in Rajasthan is because the rivers across the state seem to be in spate.
Due to torrential rains for more than a week, water levels in rivers have increased. This man was trying to cross a bridge, but the water was flowing so fast that he got stuck. Thankfully, some locals rushed in and managed to rescue him. Almost all the dams in the state are full, and authorities have been forced to open the gates and release excess water. But many are making the most of the situation and enjoying the abundance of waterfalls in Rajasthan. Still, authorities have warned people to be careful because the current is strong. The Met Department has predicted more rains in the state for the next 2 days.
Meanwhile, amid the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, heavy rains around the holy cave triggered flash floods, but an alert was sounded immediately and more than 4,000 pilgrims were safely evacuated. Just earlier this month, flash floods are triggered by heavy rain struck near the shrine, killing at least 16 people. There's some frightening footage from a busy road in Shimla which shows a speeding truck ramming into several cars. The truck driver appears to have lost control of the vehicle. He swerved towards the right and collided bang into the middle of the vehicles. The impact is so strong that the boundary wall of a building is completely smashed. It is unclear, though, if there were any casualties as a result of this accident. The mega 5G spectrum auction has gotten underway and the bid amount exceeded 1.45 lakh crores on day one. The bid is for 72 gigahertz of radio waves. It is worth 4.3 lakh crores. Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel are among the 4 bidders right now. 5G networks will open 10 times faster than 4G. A phased rollout is expected by September. In fact, 7% of India's smartphone base currently is 5G enabled. Torrential rains have also led to some daring rescue operations, this time in Madhya Pradesh.
This tractor was crossing a bridge in Betur but got submerged in flood waters. Some locals saw the plight of the tractor driver and threw a rope towards him. He managed to grab it and was pulled to safety. In Sehor, 6 laborers were trapped in rising flood waters. A mammoth rescue operation lasting hours was launched to bring them to safer ground. A bridge in Sehor collapsed due to heavy rains, leaving several trucks and other vehicles stranded.
There's a big breakthrough in the Bengal SSC scam probe. According to the Enforcement Directorate, they claim to have found a black diary at the home of the arrested Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee. The diary reportedly belongs to the Department of Higher Education and School Education. It has details, supposedly, of cash transactions which she was maintaining. And the probe into the SSC scam is getting bigger. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya for questioning tomorrow. Bhattacharya is the ex-president of the West Bengal Board of Secondary Education. The ED has already searched his home earlier this month. In Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district, dozens have been left stranded because of incessant rains.
This group was stuck beside a river. A team of SDRF personnel tried to reach them on a boat. The river was flowing with such force that the ropes were tied to the rescue boat to prevent it from being swept away. The SDRF personnel managed to reach the group and brought them to safety. 4 women got stuck in a field due to rising flood waters, but the Jammu and Kashmir police and a team of SDRF personnel carried out a daring rescue operation and successfully brought them out. One person was seen getting washed away while crossing a flooded road. After getting alerted by locals, police and SDRF personnel rushed to the site to rescue him.
Is India at the risk of slipping into a recession? Here's what a Bloomberg survey of economists says. Right now, according to them, there is zero probability of India slipping into a recession. Experts say that the global impact on India will be moderate In the short term, Sri Lanka has an 85% probability of going into recession. In fact, all of Asia, the Asian continent, has a 20 to 25% chance of slipping into recession.
Welcome back, and we continue to keep our top focus on that disturbing incident which has been reported from Dakshin Kannada. As we told you that the Chief Minister has already taken cognizance of this entire incident after a BJP Yuva Morcha worker, Praveen Netaru, was hacked to death with lethal weapons by unidentified people on a bike on Tuesday evening. There is Section 144 that has been enforced in the area. There's also a high-level meeting that has been called by the Chief Minister along with the Home Minister and top police officials to take stock of the situation. Multiple angles are being probed. Just a few minutes ago, we played out that reaction that came from Praveen's father as well. He recently had gotten married. We'll try and play out the reaction we have from his wife also. But the situation on the ground continues to be very, very tense and sensitive. As you can see in these visuals, there are multiple Hindu organizations that have come out on the streets and they are protesting. They're demanding answers from the administration. Harish Upadhyay and Ritu continue to be with us on the broadcast. Harish, tell us more about this meeting which is being held by the Chief Minister. But before that, I want to play out this reaction coming in from the family.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹುಡುಗ ಅನ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಅಂತ
ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಕೊಟ್ಟವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣೆದುರಿಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಲೇಬೇಕು ಸರ್.
ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್
ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಅದೇ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡುದು ಸರ್ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಬಾಕಿ.
My colleague Harish Upadhyay continues to be with us on the broadcast. Harish, the family, as expected, is inconsolable. I think Praveen had recently gotten married. But what has been the word from family so far? What have they told the police authorities? Any details that you have?
Well, the family is obviously shattered. As Praveen's sister was pointing out, they are not even in a state to talk on what to say to the government. Perhaps in the next few hours, once the last rites of Praveen is over, the police would be talking to the family to find out if there were any specific threats. Did he have altercation with anyone? Did he report any suspicious approach or calls? This will be part of the investigation, but right now, at least in Bellare, the focus is to ensure that the last rites happen without any problem, and the law and order doesn't get out of hand. This is what the local police is doing. But 6 teams of police also working on the investigation. Remember, some very specific leads being pursued by 2 teams at the Karnataka-Kerala border on ground. There is one team that's going through the CCTV footage. There's another team consisting of technical experts who are going through the cell phone tower location dump from the area of crime. That is being also corroborated. In the meanwhile, teams on ground as well as technical data being gathered to ensure that the police can nab these assailants as soon as possible. The pressure on the police is the government and that on 2 counts it is facing a massive.
Harish Upadhyay and my colleague Ritu reporting from the ground. This is a BJP Yuva Morcha worker, Praveen Netaru, who was hacked to death yesterday evening. He was severely injured. He was taken to a nearby hospital where he was declared dead. After his death, massive protests broke out outside the hospital in the native village, demanding strict action by the police authorities. We also heard a statement coming in from the Chief Minister himself, who has called this a pre-planned conspiracy. There are multiple police teams which are investigating this case, whether this was a hate crime or there was other angle. Was this in any way a retaliatory killing? Are there elements in Kerala which are perhaps responsible for what is happening in this village in Dakshin Kannada and in other parts? That's what also has been indicated by some leaders of the BJP, some mantris. Let's see which direction the investigation takes this case to. We'll continue tracking this, slipping into a very short break.
Into the middle of the vehicles. The impact is so strong that the boundary wall of a building is completely smashed. It is unclear, though, if there were any casualties as a result of this accident. The mega 5G spectrum auction has gotten underway and the bid amount exceeded 1.45 lakh crores on day one. The bid is for 72 gigahertz of radio waves. It is worth 4.3 lakh crores. Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel are among the 4 bidders right now. 5G networks will open 10 times faster than 4G. A phased rollout is expected by September. In fact, 7% of India's smartphone base currently is 5G enabled. Torrential rains have also led to some daring rescue operations, this time in Madhya Pradesh.
This tractor was crossing a bridge in Betur but got submerged in flood waters. Some locals saw the plight of the tractor driver and threw a rope towards him. He managed to grab it and was pulled to safety. In Sehor, 6 labourers were trapped in rising flood waters. A mammoth rescue operation lasting hours was launched to bring them to safer ground. A bridge in Sehor collapsed due to heavy rains, leaving several trucks and other vehicles stranded.
There's a big breakthrough in the Bengal SSC scam probe. According to the Enforcement Directorate, they claim to have found a black diary at the home of the arrested Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee. The diary reportedly belongs to the Department of Higher Education and School Education. It has details, supposedly, of cash transactions which she was maintaining. And the probe into the SSC scam is getting bigger. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya for questioning tomorrow. Bhattacharya is the ex-president of the West Bengal Board of Secondary Education. The ED has already searched his home earlier this month. In Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district, dozens have been left stranded because of incessant rains.
This group was stuck beside a river. A team of SDRF personnel tried to reach them on a boat. The river was flowing with such force that the ropes were tied to the rescue boat to prevent it from being swept away. The SDRF personnel managed to reach the group and brought them to safety. 4 women got stuck in a field due to rising flood waters, but the Jammu and Kashmir police and a team of SDRF personnel carried out a daring rescue operation and successfully brought them out. One person was seen getting washed away while crossing a flooded road. After getting alerted by locals, police and SDRF personnel rushed to the site to rescue him.
Is India at the risk of slipping into a recession? Here's what a Bloomberg survey of economists says. Right now, according to them, there is zero probability of India slipping into a recession. Experts say that the global impact on India will be moderate. In the short term, Sri Lanka has an 85% probability of going into recession. In fact, all of Asia, the Asian continent, has a 20 to 25% chance of slipping into recession. As far as the United States is concerned, there's a 40% risk, and the odds for Europe are greater than 1 is in 2. So more than 50 to 55% chance of recession in Europe. Recession will pull down the prices of commodities globally, as also the value of assets across the world. Meanwhile, Olympic champion and World Championship silver medalist javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra has pulled out of the Commonwealth Games. Chopra has a groin injury. He's been advised a month's rest by his doctors. Neeraj Chopra is defending champion at the CWG, which begins in Birmingham on Thursday. Boxer and Olympic medalist Lavlina Borgohain's personal coach Sandhya Gurung has received her accreditation for the Commonwealth Games. This comes a day after Lavlina alleged mental harassment by the authorities, who denied entry to her coaches to the Games village. After Bollywood star Ranveer Singh broke the internet last week with his nude photo shoot for a magazine, a case has now been filed against the actor. The complainant has accused Ranveer of hurting the sentiments of women and insulting their modesty because of his photographs. Meanwhile, a shocking incident of moral policing has come to light in Mangaluru in Karnataka, reminiscent of what happened in 2009.
Bajrang Dal members barged into a pub and disrupted a party that was organized by a group of college students. The right-wing group asked the staff to stop the event, alleging that the students were indulging in some illegal activities. They objected to the girls partying there and asked the students to leave the pub. According to the police, the Bajrang Dal members approached the bouncers and asked them if the minor students were being served alcohol. In 2009, at the same pub, members of the Sri Ram Sena had similarly attacked customers.
Good afternoon, it's 3 o'clock. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar, getting you all the developments over the next 60 minutes. Let's begin with our top focus. In a shocking incident in Dakshin Kannada's Bellare village, BJP Yuva Morcha worker Praveen was hacked to death with lethal weapons by unidentified people on a bike on Tuesday evening. Severely injured victim was admitted to the hospital in Puttur and was declared dead at night while undergoing treatment. Now, police have registered a case and intensified the probe as well. 15 people have been questioned, including locals so far. According to police, retaliatory killing is the primary suspicion. Meanwhile, the DGP Praveen Sood has been summoned by the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, C.T. Ravi and the Home Minister are currently in a huddle.
In Mangalore, yesterday there was an incident where a Yuva Morcha office bearer has been murdered by motorcyclist. Immediately, police have sung into action, and they are trying to identify the culprits. Very soon they will be nabbed. Second thing is, since it's very close to Kerala border, the Karnataka police is in touch with Kerala police. At the outset, it looks that it was a very pre-planned attempt, and such similarities were there in other cases. So we're studying the whole thing into entirety, and then we'll go to the roots of it.
ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗೃಹ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅರಗ ಜ್ಞಾನೇಂದ್ರ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೊಲೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದಂಥ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಸರ್?
ಸರ್, ಇದೊಂದು ದುರದೃಷ್ಟಕರ, ಭಾಳ ಹೇಯ ಕೃತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೊಲೆಗಡುಕರು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಮಾಯಕ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಯುವಕನನ್ನು ತನ್ನ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಕತ್ತಲಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಬೈಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಅವನ್ನ ಕಡ್ದು ಹಾಕಿ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಗೆ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು ADGP ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಲುಪ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದನೂ ಇದನ್ನು ತಪಾಸಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅನೇಕ ಗುಂಪುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
इनिशियली रिपोर्ट जो आ रहा है, केरल का जो SDPI और PFI का लिंक है, ऐसे मैसेज मीडिया में वगैरह आ रहा है, मीडिया और सोशल मीडिया में. पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है, लेकिन इसके लिए जो PFI और SDPI को जो बढ़ावा दिया है वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं. उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था, सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था. इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं, इसीलिए. लेकिन हमारे सरकार उधर जो है सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी और जो कल्प्रिट्स है दे विल बी ब्रॉट टू बुक.
My colleague Ritu, who is now joining us with more details. So Ritu, the BJP is saying that we have giving an assurance to the family that the culprits will be taken to task very, very soon. But I want to understand first, what is the ground situation like? We're seeing a lot of protests break out as well.
Yes, so there's a major unrest on the ground that you can see, where the BJP workers, in fact, are all up in arms right now, questioning their security. They say that despite of working hard for the party every time, what is that they are getting in return is something like the Praveen's murder in a way, or previously as well, where we get to see a lot of such incidents taking place from the coastal districts. So the workers, the BJP workers are all up in arms now, demanding their security. But you see the family members on the other side who are grieving for the loss now, and they are in fact are also angry. Now remember, the family members are also saying that they don't want any leaders. In fact, what they want is the justice is only thing that they are demanding, because in the morning you saw the family members who had said that despite of even after so many hours of the whole incident, no BJP senior leaders or none of them came and visited the family members in the morning. They have all turned up post after in fact later point. So that's something that the family members are all angry, but there's a major unrest that we're getting to see on the ground, and you see few of them all resigning from the BJP Yuva Morcha. But all this is a major loss for the BJP party, because even despite of such incidents being reported from the coastal district, it is seen that how come the police had failed to anticipate of what might take place next, or how did this even occur, because previously too in all that incident that have occurred from the coastal district has some sort of a pattern. And why did not the police in fact be able to track such pattern this time too? So this is another major incident in the coastal district, that from the coastal district, that has been reported. But as you see, the protesters are all up in arms right now and have been demanding in the justice. But on the other side, the investigation is also on, as the case has also been registered. CM Baswaraj Bommai himself clearly stating that this seems to be a pre-planned crime, but law and order situation is in place right now, and CM is also requesting people to maintain peace, and says that whoever has done this will be nabbed immediately, because this incident where
and the Chief Minister C.T. Ravi and Home Minister currently in a huddle as well. But Ritu, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Our colleague Harish is also now joining us on the broadcast. Harish, just recap for our viewers, one, what happened, what led to Praveen being hacked to death, and secondly, what is the initial investigation suggesting? What is the reason behind what has played out?
Well, information coming in from the investigating sources suggests that this could be a retaliatory murder that's taken place. On the 19th, one Masood was attacked, and he succumbed to his injuries on the 21st, and he is from Kasargod, and this is now being seen as a retaliatory attack for that killing that happened in on 19th. And we also understand that there are 6 teams that are on this job right now. 2 teams on the ground at the Kerala-Karnataka border, with some very specific leads being pursued by these 2 teams. There are other teams that are right now gathering technical evidence as well. But police saying that the primary area of interest is a retaliatory attack is what is being pursued now in terms of investigation. They will also talk to the family in a bit once the last rites of Praveen is concluded. But information now suggests that the police have a concrete lead, and they have taken 15 people into detention for questioning. Out of them, 5 are said to be locals, and they're also closely coordinating with their counterparts in Kerala, which suggests that there are elements from Kerala who were part of this attack and who are now being identified and pursued as well.
So, Harish, I also quickly want to talk to you about the area where this hacking has taken place. This entire area, as far as the border, the coastline between Karnataka and Kerala is concerned, over 100 such incidents, communally sensitive incidents have taken place just in 2021. So, we're understanding this is the highest in 4 years. What is the reason that we're seeing such an increased activity for these incidents in this specific area?
Well, especially the belt of Dakshina Kannada and Mangaluru along the coast of Karnataka has been communally sensitive for a few decades now. In post-Babri Masjid, it's been a sensitive area, and we've seen communal incidents happening here, and we've seen over the last decade or so political killings taking place, because it's an area where the BJP is strong, it's BJP's bastion, but also it's one of the areas where you have other pro-Islamic political parties also having some sort of a standing, whether it's SDPI or PFI. So both groups vying for local support there, leading to multiple political killings. Over the last few years, there have been killings on the issue of cow slaughter, there have been killings on the issue of temple and various other such communal issues. And largely, we've seen this being at a very local level. We've seen groups there in particular town or villages clashing, and then killings happening, then a retaliatory killing happening a few weeks later. As Ritu rightly pointed out, there is a pattern to it, and that's why one wonders on why the police failed to anticipate this kind of a retaliatory killing happening. And Whether there was any sort of an intelligence failure is also the question. But the police right now focusing on two things. One is the investigation. Second, on ensuring that his last rites can be carried out smoothly and there is no law and order issue in Bellary town. We've already seen emotions running high. Two senior ministers of this government get out. The state BJP president facing embarrassment with his own party workers asking him to go away and saying that you have cheated us, you haven't stood with us, you haven't ensured our security. So the BJP under pressure here on the law and order count and on account of not protecting some of their own.
Okay, Harish and Ritu, we leave the conversation there. Keep tracking those developments for us. Let me bring in our guests who are joining us this afternoon. We have BJP leader from Karnataka, Mohan Krishna. We also have political analyst Sumansi Raman. Good to have both of you on the broadcast with us. Mohan Krishna, let me begin with you first. Emotions are running high. The family is demanding answers. As I was discussing with my colleague Harish a short while ago, this entire belt, it's infamous for such incidents. Over 100 incidents in just 2021 alone. Has there been a lapse as far as officials on the ground are concerned?
Ridhima, emotions are there for me also today because I'm seeing this kind of deaths, especially youth killed, barbaric killing by the people who have killed them is absolutely cannot be digested. So that kind of emotions are there with the cadre also. That is why you are seeing such a chaotic situation at Puttur, Sulia there in Dakshin Kannada. Basically, I would like to make 2 points here. These are all the issues have raised because of the appeasement and the kind of politics, the Congress and SDPI with the help of the SDPI and PFI, what they have done. How they have helped, I will tell you. Mr. Siddaramaiah, when he was the chief minister, when Yediyurappa was the chief minister and Jagdish Shettar, we have filed a case as FIR against 173 cases against PFI and SDPI people. All 173 cases has been quashed. He has quashed Siddaramaiah as soon as he took over. Just see today how we are suffering in Karnataka.
The current government is yours, sir. The current government is yours.
Just give me 30 seconds.
Is it possible for the chief minister today to say that there is an outside plot, and for you, and I have a lot of respect for you, but is it possible for you today to sit here and pass the buck? The state government is yours.
I am not passing the buck. I am telling you with lot of, pain, I am telling you this issue. See, if they had not done that today we would have had we were in a situation, the central government also could have banned that PFI and SDPI. Today, there is no evidences. Today, if you put the case also, it will go for 10 years. That is the issue I am talking, Ridhima. Please understand. How many youths have been killed because of Siddaramaiah, because of Congress, because of appeasement. What is this they are doing in this country and this state? And still they are fighting for the CM post? Shame on them. Really shame on them.
While it's fair, for you to be wanting to criticize the opposition party, but what I'm looking for here is some sort of clarity in terms of, do we have any leads as far as the accused are concerned? Do we have any answers for the grieving family today? But Sumansi Raman, let me bring you in this entire PFI SDPI angle. This has been hinted by multiple ministers as far as the BJP is concerned, that this is where the investigation should look into. Do you buy that argument as far as the BJP is concerned?
I think all these problems will be solved once the BJP comes to power in Karnataka and Mr. Modi becomes Prime Minister. I think that they are the two things which need to happen. But wait a minute. The BJP has been in power in Karnataka for quite some time. Mr. Modi has been in power at the center for 8 years. I have been participating in debates at least for the last 5 years where this banning of SDPI has been discussed. Who has to ban it? Whose role is it? If the Karnataka government makes a requisition to the center to ban SDPI activities and the center acts on it, the matter ends there.
True.
What is Mr. Mohan Krishna talking about? I mean, law and order in this particular case, state government is BJP, central government is BJP, and he's blaming the opposition. It's absolutely incredible that, we can actually have someone who comes and blames a government which was last in power over 3.5, 4 years ago, more than 4 years ago, and says that they are, or 3 years ago, and says that they are responsible for what is happening today. I mean, look, a week ago, there was another youth who was killed in more or less the same area, a youth called Masood. And there are investigations going on by the police in that case as well as this case. Allow the investigations to be completed so that the police can come to a conclusion as to what was the reason for these attacks. Now, you want to blame the SDPI or the PFI, the government is yours. I mean, who is Mr. Mohan Krishna trying to blame today? What prevents the government? I have a very clear question. The Kerala government at one point wanted the PFI to be banned. So who is to do it? Is it the American government or is it the UK government which has to ban PFI? What is this gentleman talking about? I'm completely confused.
Yeah. So Mohan Krishna, that's exactly what I'm saying. Today, there are going to be a lot of questions that will be asked from your government that what are you doing? And I agree with Suman Raman that if you need to ban an organization like this, which is infamous as far as its links and work is concerned, where is the lag? For how long can we continue to pass the buck and say that we need a ban on an outfit, but all is well as far as our agencies are concerned? Only 10 people have been detained so far. When is the real arrest going to take place? And more importantly, do we understand why this hacking took place?
Riddhima, my simple question to Suman C. Raman is it a ठेका दिया है क्या बीजेपी को PFI बैन करने के लिए? What are they doing at CPI Kerala? What is Stalin is doing at DMK? What is TRS is doing? Let them pass unanimous resolution. Opposition also, Congress also. That's what I'm saying.
No, but then we can
That's
continue
it.
passing
Who is the ruling
from
party in the
BJP to
center?
Congress, Congress
Mr.
to the
Suman C.
other.
Raman,
And as
ruling
far as
party
the
in the
central
center.
government is concerned, that's your party, sir.
Who is the
Dossier
ruling
after
party in the
dossier
center?
is there as far as the PFI and SDPI is concerned. But either way, that's only a slight
Who is the
deviation
ruling party in
from
the
what
center?
we're discussing.
Arey, ruling party
Let's
आप
just-
ही थे. What did you do? We have just
Arey,
come to power 3 years back in Karnataka. And 2
8
years we had COVID.
years.
Yeah, it
8
was a 1
years,
year
sir,
only.
and you're still asking questions to opposition party. After 8 years,
Then
you're
what-
still
what-
asking
what we
questions.
should do? We know that.
You are asking.
Who has killed you know? Who has killed you know that?
Sir,
That
please
investigation
answer
will
my
be-
question.
And we will
Please
do it.
answer my
We are
question.
capable of doing. But why
If you
why
have,
always
if
publish
you
this
have
thing?
evidence,
Why
if
you
you
always
have evidence,
why you want
why
PFI
have
to be
you
there?
not banned
Okay,
SDPI or
okay.
PFI?
Nobody will understand any conversation like this. Mohan Krishna, the specific questions are, for how long can we continue to say, let the other opposition party take the first move and then we'll follow? If we feel that this is, one second, sir, I'll give you fair time. If we have identified the root problem, then why are we not acting upon it? And more importantly, as far as this case is concerned, I'm asking, does the BJP today have answers of what led to this unfortunate death and also an assurance that this will not be repeated in the future?
Let me answer to you, Riddhima, very calmly. I don't want to say anything. These kind of things, we are not sitting quiet. The government of Karnataka, government of India is not sitting quiet. Under the NIA also, Rudresh, killing, everything has been going, it's going on. We have NIA in Mangalore also, it's the killings, Harsha killing is going on. NIA probe is going on. We have to find a correct evidence to put an end to this. See what my simple request to Mr. Suman C. Raman, please advise your Congress people to oblige to ban PFI and SDPI by chorusing with BJP.
Where, sir? Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, you want them banned, is it? Where do you want them to ban PFI? In Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh?
See, the moment
Where
we
do you
do
want?
it, the moment we do it, we know what you will do. You will go to the court.
अरे यार, आपका सरकार, sir, your government,
please understand.
your government in state, your government in center.
Please listen to me. Why you go to the Supreme Court without right evidences to ban the PFI or STPI? You know how difficult it is.
Okay.
How is it difficult? How is it difficult? Government has banned so many organizations.
One second. We've completely deviated from what I was essentially trying to understand. Does the BJP today have a guarantee that these culprits will be nabbed soon? Will there be answers given to the grieving family? If that's the assurance that you're giving, Mohan Krishna, I will hold you to it, and of course the family will hold you to it as well. But Suman C. Raman, the other aspect that I want to discuss with you as well, while as of now there is no clarity of what really led to this hacking. Was it a retaliatory action? Was it because there was support given by Praveen to Kanhaiya, who was that tailor who was beheaded in Udaipur. Do you think that's a reality that's possible as well?
Look, I think it is very unwise to speculate at this stage and, say that this must have been the cause or that must have been the reason. Let the police have
just give me
started.
30 seconds. I apologize for interrupting. I'll just come back to you. We have BJP MLA Renuka Acharya, who is now joining us on the broadcast. I believe there has been some sort of financial help that has been given by the party or by you. Could you talk to us about what is the help that has been extended towards Praveen's family?
Hello.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Tell me. Yeah, tell me, ma'am. Hello.
Hello.
Tell me, ma'am.
Can you hear me? I was essentially trying to understand that. Could you talk to us about the help that has been extended by the party towards Praveen's family?
Ma'am, very big shocking news. Very bad news. Hello. Our CM is.
Please go ahead.
Hello.
Can hear you. Please go ahead.
Our Praveen family, 1 lakh the announcer just. Hello.
Can hear you, sir. Please go ahead.
Ma'am, hello.
Sir, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello.
Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection with Renuka Acharya, the BJP MLA, who I believe has extended some financial support to Praveen's family as well. But continuing the conversation with Sumansi Raman and Mohan Krishna. Sumansi Raman, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying it is very unwise to speculate. That region has a long history of communal, killings, political violence, and communal violence, and therefore, every one of us should be extremely responsible before jumping to conclusions. Let the police complete the investigation. And as far as banning an organization goes, there cannot be any politics or compromise when it comes to the internal security of the country. If there is evidence against PFI, then by all means the government should act. But the PFI SDPI is basically being used as a political tool to be blamed every time such incidents happen. There is a blame, then there is a question as to why are they not banned? Why are they not banned? And clearly, the onus of banning them, in this case, whether it is the state government or the central government, it comes to back to the same party. So there are no excuses, and I don't think this endless blaming of previous governments will wash any longer. I mean, the center has been in power now, the same government, for 8 years, and the BJP has been in power earlier in Karnataka as well. Subsequently, they were in power through.
I apologize for interrupting again. We're getting some reactions coming in. I believe the Home Minister is reacting. Let's listen in.
Sir, idu ಪೂರ್ವ ನಿಯೋಜಿತವಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದಂಥ ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳಿದು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಆದಂಥ ಈ ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಿಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಬಿಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಿಂದಿನ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕರದ್ದು ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅನೇಕರು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಬಿಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಗಂಭೀರ.
Well, that was the Home Minister there reacting, as we had pointed out earlier, that the Chief Minister, Home Minister and others are currently in a huddle, giving assurances to the grieving family that action will be taken and the accused will be nabbed as well. Sumansi Raman, I really...
ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ವಿವರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಕಾಪಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಅಪರಾಧಿಗಳನ್ನ
Arga Gnanendra saying that things are under control, appealing for peace and calm. He's saying there is one team that's been sent to Kerala for investigation. They're coordinating with the Kerala police, and 10 people have been detained for questioning.
ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 10 ಜನ ಆಗಷ್ಟು ವಶಕ್ಕೆ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
He's saying around 10 people have been detained for questioning.
ಅವರನ್ನ ಬ್ಲೇಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ, ಹಿಂದೂ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು, ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಕೊಲೆ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಯಾವ ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಬ್ಲೇಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು?
ಸರ್, ಇದು ಪೂರ್ವ ನಿಯೋಜಿತವಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದಂಥ ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳಿದು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಆದಂಥ ಈ ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಿಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಬಿಡಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Arga Gnanendra saying that the BJP government will not spare anyone in such cases, while in earlier cases during Congress's regime, some of these cases were solved, some were not. But the BJP government has solved all the cases and taken such cases very seriously.
ಅಪರಾಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಬಂಧಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಇದು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕೇರಳದಿಂದ ಬರೋದು, ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಓಡೋಗೋದು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕೇರಳ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ
over the last few years that such incidents have increased, people coming from Kerala and then carrying out such attacks in coastal Karnataka. DGP Praveen Sood has spoken to Kerala DGP. They've sought their assistance as well.
ಸಹಜ ಅಲ್ರಿ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಮಾಯಕ ಯುವಕನನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆಕ್ರೋಶ, ಒಂಥರ ಹತಾಶೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಮೇಲೂ ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಬರೋದು ಅದಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಡೆತ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾನಲ್ಲ, ಅವನ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಪಾಪ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಅವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳಾಗಲಿ ಇದಾಗಲಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಮಾಯಕ, ಅವನ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಅವನಿದ್ದ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕರು ಇದ್ದ. ಅವನು ಡೆತ್ ಆದಾಗ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಕಲ್ಕುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಭಾವನೆಗಳು ಕೆರಳುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ರಾತ್ರಿ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಫೋನ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಸದಾಕಾಲ ಅವರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದು ಇದನ್ನು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಅಪಶಮನ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಎನ್ಐಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಆಗ್ರಹ ಕೇಳಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಶೋಭಾ ಕರಂದಾಜೆ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡಿ
ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ತೇವೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಅದನ್ನ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನಾವು.
Araga Jnanendra saying that if the police believe this case needs to be given to the NIA, then the government will think about it.
ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಈಗ ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಫ್ಯೂನರಲ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
Saying that things are under control in Bellare, where we had seen a large number of people gathering in the morning.
Well, that was the Home Minister there, one appealing for peace and calm, also saying that 10 people have been detained for questioning. Also, the BJP assuring that they will not spare anyone who's found guilty. And also, once again, hitting back at the Congress, saying cases were not solved during the Congress tenure. Mohan Krishna from the BJP and Sumansi Raman, a political analyst, continue to be with us. We're also now getting some breaking developments coming in. We're now understanding MLA Renukacharya has threatened to resign, going on to say Hindus not being protected in a BJP government. That's the update that's coming in. All of this in the backdrop of the situation that we still seeing play out in Karnataka. Also, the MLA, we're understanding, saying there is no protection to the Hindus, now threatening to resign. So this is going to be a big embarrassment as far as the BJP is concerned. We just heard from the Home Minister appealing for calm, saying and giving an assurance to the family that action will be taken, culprits will be arrested. They're also saying 10 people have been already, detained for questioning so far, so action will follow. But they've also hit out at the Congress, saying that cases were not solved because the Congress refused to act. But now we're seeing rumblings within the BJP party as well. You have a Karnataka BJP MLA threatening to resign, going on to say that Hindus are not being protected in a BJP government. Remember, we still don't have full clarity of what really led to Praveen's death. But my colleague Harish Upadhyay now joining us. Harish, what really is happening as far as the MLA Renukacharya is concerned? What are the issues that he is raising, and has the party responded so far?
Well, at this point in time, this is being seen more as posturing by political posturing by MP Renukacharya. He's an MP from Honali. He's an MLA from Honali, nowhere close to Bellare or anywhere close to Dakshina Kannada or coastal Karnataka. But he's someone who's in the limelight all the time for his statements. So he's given another statement saying that he is contemplating to resign. He would meet the Chief Minister at a later point in time and after that take a call on whether he should resign. But he says his grouse is that the government has failed to protect Hindus, especially workers who are working tirelessly for the cause of Hindutva. And it's unfortunate that this is happening at a time when the BJP government is in power in Karnataka over the last few years. And despite that, nothing has happened. And despite the fact that there have been killings of Hindu workers, whether it's Harsha, Prashant Pujari, various others, and Harsha being the latest recent one that happened in Shumaga just before Praveen was killed yesterday. The grouse is that the government hasn't done enough. This is the sentiment of the workers that has come out over the last few hours. And Renukacharya saying that he will resign, and he is pained that the government hasn't done enough.
Okay, Harish, we'll leave the conversation there. So that's the update that's coming in. There are rumblings within the BJP as well. Mohan Krishna and Sumansi Raman continue to be with us. Thank you for patiently waiting. Mohan Krishna, how do you respond to what your own MLA is now saying, threatening to resign because there is now a sense on the ground that Hindus are not being protected by the party?
Ridhima, as Harish was saying, it was a political posturing by Renukacharya MLA. We know him very well. Whenever probably his Kannada translation might not be right, what he might have said is different. I will speak to Mr. Renukacharya soon after the show, and I will let you know exactly what he has spoken. Okay, what did he mean exactly? Sometimes, languages has got a problem, so that is the reason. Harish has said it's a political posturing, so you can understand that is nothing to be taken seriously. Okay. He said that he will meet the Chief Minister and try to explain what is happening in Karnataka. When you take the mic in front of our certain people, they talk in the same way. I don't underestimate that.
Okay, so you are saying this is just political posturing. That's not a real fear that we're seeing play out on the ground. We really will have to see how that plays out. Mohan Krishna, we appreciate you joining us here on the broadcast. This is a story that we'll keep tracking very, very closely. But for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
The day after Lavlina alleged mental harassment by the authorities who denied entry to her coaches to the games village. After Bollywood star Ranveer Singh broke the internet last week with his nude photo shoot for a magazine, a case has now been filed against the actor. The complainant has accused Ranveer of hurting the sentiments of women and insulting their modesty because of his photographs. Meanwhile, a shocking incident of moral policing has come to light in Mangaluru in Karnataka, reminiscent of what happened in 2009.
Bajrang Dal members barged into a pub and disrupted a party that was organized by a group of college students. The right-wing group asked the staff to stop the event, alleging that the students were indulging in some illegal activities. They objected to the girls partying there and asked the students to leave the pub. According to the police, the Bajrang Dal members approached the bouncers and asked them if the minor students were being served alcohol. In 2009, at the same pub, members of the Sri Ram Sena had similarly attacked customers and chased them away.
Beijing and Islamabad's latest move on the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor project has left India fuming. China and Pakistan are now inviting third countries to join the project. The MEA has called this move illegal, illegitimate and unacceptable. The CPEC is part of China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative. It was launched in 2013 to improve Pakistan's connectivity corridor. It in fact passes through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that is something that India has pointed out on a number of occasions to the Chinese. Its incessant rains have wreaked havoc across Rajasthan, in particular in Jodhpur.
Heavy flooding in Jodhpur led to several vehicles being washed away. These dramatic pictures show helpless locals looking on as cars are dragged away by strong flood waters. Similar scenes were witnessed in Tonk. The road in the middle of this market turned into a river, washing away everything in sight. People tried in vain to hold on to their bikes, but the current was too strong and they fell into a drain. In Kota, one man tried to drive his SUV on a bridge over an overflowing river, but the car soon got submerged and had to be pulled out with the help of a crane.
Now, the big reason for such large-scale flooding in Rajasthan is because the rivers across the state seem to be in spate.
Due to torrential rains for more than a week, water levels in rivers have increased. This man was trying to cross a bridge, but the water was flowing so fast that he got stuck. Thankfully, some locals rushed in and managed to rescue him. Almost all the dams in the state are full, and authorities have been forced to open the gates and release excess water. But many are making the most of the situation and enjoying the abundance of waterfalls in Rajasthan. Still, authorities have warned people to be careful because the current is strong. The Met Department has predicted more rains in the state for the next 2 days.
Meanwhile, amid the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, heavy rains around the holy cave triggered flash floods, but an alert was sounded immediately and more than 4,000 pilgrims were safely evacuated. Just earlier this month, flash floods are triggered by heavy rain struck near the shrine, killing at least 16 people. There's some frightening footage from a busy road in Shimla which shows a speeding truck ramming into several cars. The truck driver appears to have lost control of the vehicle. He swerved towards the right and collided bang into the middle of the vehicles. The impact is so strong that the boundary wall of a building is completely smashed. It is unclear, though, if there were any casualties as a result of this accident. The mega 5G spectrum auction has gotten underway and the bid amount exceeded 1.45 lakh crores on day one. The bid is for 72 gigahertz of radio waves. It is worth 4.3 lakh crores. Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel are among the 4 bidders right now. 5G networks will open 10 times faster than 4G. A phased rollout is expected by September. In fact, 7% of India's smartphone base currently is 5G enabled. Torrential rains have also led to some daring rescue operations, this time in Madhya Pradesh.
This tractor was crossing a bridge in Betur but got submerged in flood waters. Some locals saw the plight of the tractor driver and threw a rope towards him. He managed to grab it and was pulled to safety. In Sehor, 6 labourers were trapped in rising flood waters. A mammoth rescue operation lasting hours was launched to bring them to safer ground. A bridge in Sehor collapsed.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. The Enforcement Directorate has now filed a charge sheet against 10 accused, including Satyendra Jain, his wife Poonam Jain, Vaibhav Jain, Ankush Jain, some others and 4 companies as well. We're also now understanding that the charge sheet filed before the special CBI judge, the court has posted the matter for cognizance and further proceedings on the 29th of July. My colleague Shankar Anand is getting us all these details. तो शंकर ये बताइए चार्जशीट किस किस के अगेंस्ट है और क्या कोई अपडेट आया है सत्येंद्र जैन की लीगल टीम की तरफ से?
देखिए, इस मामले में जिस तरह से राउसबनी कोर्ट में चार्जशीट दायर किया गया और चार्जशीट दायर करने के बाद आज ही इस मामले पे कॉग्निजेंस की बात आ रही थी। ऐसा संभावना व्यक्त किया जा रहा था कि आज ही इस मामले पर संज्ञान कोर्ट के द्वारा लिया जा सकता है, लेकिन इस मामले में अब 29 जुलाई का वक्त मुकर्रर किया गया है। और अगर ईडी के चार्जशीट की अगर बात करें तो इसमें सत्येंद्र जैन को सबसे पहला आरोपी बनाया गया है। सत्येंद्र जैन के साथ साथ पूनम जैन जो उनकी पत्नी है उनको आरोपी बनाया गया है। अंकुश जैन, वैभव जैन, सुनील कुमार जैन जो अंकुश जैन के पिता हैं उनको भी आरोपी के तौर पर बनाया गया है। अजीत प्रसाद जैन जो वैभव के पिता हैं इनको भी आरोपी बनाया गया है। इसके साथ ही 4 जो कंपनी है उसका नाम भी मैं बताना चाहूंगा, अकिंचन डेवलपमेंट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, इसके साथ ही प्रयास इन्फोटेक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, मंगलायन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, जेजे आइडियल एस्टेट। तो ये जो 4 कंपनियां हैं, इन चारों कंपनियों में किस तरह से कई अन्य आरोपियों को डायरेक्टर बनाया जाता था। तो इस मामले में जो सत्येंद्र जैन की जो भूमिका है वो इन्वेस्टिगेट ईडी के द्वारा किया गया और उसी मामले को ध्यान बनाते हुए इस आज चार्जशीट फाइल किया गया है। हालांकि अभी तक इस मामले में ईडी के द्वारा ऑफिशियल कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं दिया जा रहा है, लेकिन जो हमारे सूत्र बताते हैं कि इस मामले में जब कई और भी तफ्तीश का जो दायरा है वो आगे बढ़ता जा रहा है और इस मामले में जल्द ही कुछ अन्य आरोपियों की गिरफ्तारी भी संभव है। निश्चित तौर पे जिस तरह से आज चार्जशीट दायर हुआ है, 29 जुलाई को जब इस मामले पर कोर्ट के द्वारा संज्ञान लिया जाएगा तो उसके बाद कई और भी जानकारियां कोर्ट के माध्यम से बाहर आ सकती हैं।
शंकर आनंद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Let's also now shift our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. The Supreme Court pronounced its judgment on the constitutional validity of the various provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act or the PMLA. The Supreme Court has upheld all PMLA provisions under challenge. However, issues relating to amendment in PMLA through money bill would be heard by a larger bench of the Supreme Court. Remember, more than 100 petitions on various aspects of the PMLA had been grouped together and were heard by the bench. The judgment addressed several issues concerning investigative powers, witness summoning, ED arrest and seizure, and the bail process under the PMLA.
यह विषय जो उठा रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी वाले, ये न देश के लिए है आवश्यक, न ही पार्टी के लिए। ये एक परिवार को बचाने की एक कुत्सित प्रयास है और परिवार को ही बचाने का प्रयास चल रहा है। करोड़ों रुपए का घोटाला हुआ है। उस घोटाले के बारे में एजेंसीज को जवाब देना ये उनकी आवश्यकता है, लेकिन यह परिवार अपने आप को देश से ऊपर, कानून से ऊपर समझता है। Court has just now upheld the PMLA and the ED's jurisdiction, and the Supreme Court has said very clearly that they have that jurisdiction, and PMLA is within the ambit of the legal ambit in which it is working. It has been upheld by Supreme Court, and we should respect the Constitution, we should respect the law, and we should respect the law of the land.
Why is Congress running away from the probe? What do they have to hide? See, the big question is whether one family, whether the Gandhi family is above law. There should be a separate law for the Gandhi family. Why are they running away from the agencies? The only big question arises is that they are also answerable to the agencies like any other Indian. They should face the probe.
The Prevention of Money Laundering Act is a specific act. The object and the purpose of the act is to prevent money laundering and take action against black money or proceeds of crime. Now, when the court was looking at these challenges, the nexus of the object with what the section provides has obviously been upheld. So therefore, the act is there is no challenge. The challenge does not succeed. So now that the challenge to the act itself or the sections is over, it should bring closure to the issue. Everyone had a full opportunity to go out there, put their arguments, and now a reasoned judgment has come, and that should be the final word.
Now, the backdrop of what we have heard from the Supreme Court, where of course the PMLA provisions have been upheld, also come at a very interesting time. This comes at a time when the Congress and the opposition has been protesting against the misuse of central agencies. It also comes at a time when Sonia Gandhi continues to be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. So we thought this is a good time to actually break down the details in terms of how many raids have we seen in the UPA government vis-a-vis the Modi Sarkar. So let's first begin with the UPA, that is 2004 to 2014. In the 10 years, there were 112 searches. Now compare it to the number that we're putting out on the other side, which is time period of 2014 to 2022. In the 8 years, we've seen a 27-fold increase. There have been over 3,000 searches. But this is where it gets interesting. The criticism that has been coming in from the opposition is that you can continue misusing the agencies, but actually this is just a tool of harassment because the conviction rate actually is very, very low. So let's break down those details. As we put out this number in the previous plate, that there were over 3,000 searches, 888 prosecutions, 23 convictions, strike rate of under 30% of, as far as convictions are concerned, that's less than 1%. And this is where the criticism against the government is coming in, that today the agencies like the CBI and the ED are just being used as a tool to harass the opposition or also to try and stifle all possible voices of dissent. So as we pointed out, the timing of what we've heard from the Supreme Court today has been very, very interesting, where all the PMLA provisions, as we pointed out, have been upheld. Remember, on the other hand, the Congress continues with its protests as far as misuse of agencies like the ED and the CBI. We saw this play out in the national capital once again today as the questioning of Sonia Gandhi before the Enforcement Directorate still continued, and this was, of course, for the third day running. But what are the implications of what we heard from the Supreme Court today? Let me bring in our legal correspondent, Ananya Bhatnagar, who is joining us on the broadcast. Ananya, simply speaking for our viewers, what are the implications of what we heard from the Supreme Court today?
Well, yes, definitely a very, very landmark judgment has come in from a three-judges bench of the topmost court of the country, headed by Justice A.M. Khanwilkar, Justice D.N.S. Maheshwari and Justice C.T. Ravikumar, clearly upholding almost all the provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002, wherein it has upheld the power of the special powers, in fact, of arrest, search and seizures which are vested with the ED officer. It is also upheld that ED officers are not at all very similar to a police official, and hence a statement given out before a ED official can be admissible statement in the court of law under section 50 of the PMLA. Apart from that, it has also been upheld that the ED does not have a compulsion to provide a ECIR copy, which is quite similar to a FIR but is not very distinct, and the Supreme Court has held that is an internal document of the Enforcement Directorate, and the supply of a ECIR can in fact turn the case back onto the Enforcement Directorate, can turn the case bad for the Enforcement Directorate itself. But what is very, very crucial to note is that in a contravention, the Supreme Court has also held that if a predicate offence on which in fact, like a CBI registers a case and then ED initiates a money laundering probe, but if a person is acquitted under the CBI case, then he will definitely be acquitted in the scheduled offence, that is the PMLA offence as well. So there has to be a predicate offence, and then only a standalone PMLA case can stand. It cannot stand alone, and hence this is something that has come in contravention with the ED. But then all these, mostly the provisions have been upheld, and one of the aspect that whether an amendment to the PMLA can be brought in through a money bill has been referred to a 7 judges larger bench, which would be heard by the Supreme Court in the later half of the year. Whenever it comes up before the topmost court of the country, it is up to the CGI because he's the master of the roster. So we'll have to wait and watch as to, when this comes up. But then definitely a big win for the Enforcement Directorate, and somewhat troubles mounting for people like Sonia Gandhi who are under the scanner of the agency, because their statements would be definitely admissible before the court of law, and also troubles mounting for Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as well.
Ananya, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Some alarming reports now coming in from Kabul, where we're understanding a bomb is exploded near the main gate of the Gurudwara Pawan in Kabul, Afghanistan a few minutes ago. Members of the Sikh and Hindu community are reported to be safe. Further details are still awaited. Let me bring in my colleague Abhishek Jha. Abhishek, do we have any more details of when the blast took place, and more importantly, the safety of the people as far as the Hindu and Sikh community are concerned?
So, Ridhima, this has been reported that just almost an hour ago there has been a blast on the near the Gurudwara that was attacked a few weeks ago, where there has been casualty as well. But this time the blast seems not to be as destructive. However, there are still investigations going on from the administration of currently ruling Taliban administration in Kabul. Also, so far there has not been any report of any casualty among the Hindu or the minority Sikh community who are residing near the premises. That bomb which has exploded, in front of the main gate of the Gurudwara, Karte Pawan. And so far, the administration and the local authorities have reached at the spot, and they are trying to assess the damage. They are also trying to nab who all were behind this attack or the explosion. But it looks like there has been no life which has been lost in this blast so far. But we are still waiting for the more update as the investigations proceed further.
Okay, Abhishek, thanks for getting us that update. We'll, of course, keep tracking those developments. For now, slipping into a very short break.
Partying there and asked the students to leave the pub. According to the police, the Bajrang Dal members approached the bouncers and asked them if the minor students were being served alcohol. In 2009, at the same pub, members of the Sri Ram Sena had similarly attacked customers and chased them away.
Beijing and Islamabad's latest move on the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor project has left India fuming. China and Pakistan are now inviting third countries to join the project. The MEA has called this move illegal, illegitimate and unacceptable. The CPEC is part of China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative. It was launched in 2013 to improve Pakistan's connectivity corridor. It in fact passes through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that is something that India has pointed out on a number of occasions to the Chinese. Its incessant rains have wreaked havoc across Rajasthan, in particular in Jodhpur.
Heavy flooding in Jodhpur led to several vehicles being washed away. These dramatic pictures show helpless locals looking on as cars are dragged away by strong flood waters. Similar scenes were witnessed in Tonk. The road in the middle of this market turned into a river, washing away everything in sight. People tried in vain to hold on to their bikes, but the current was too strong and they fell into a drain. In Kota, one man tried to drive his SUV on a bridge over an overflowing river, but the car soon got submerged and had to be pulled out with the help of a crane.
Now, the big reason for such large-scale flooding in Rajasthan is because the rivers across the state seem to be in spate.
Due to torrential rains for more than a week, water levels in rivers have increased. This man was trying to cross a bridge, but the water was flowing so fast that he got stuck. Thankfully, some locals rushed in and managed to rescue him. Almost all the dams in the state are full, and authorities have been forced to open the gates and release excess water. But many are making the most of the situation and enjoying the abundance of waterfalls in Rajasthan. Still, authorities have warned people to be careful because the current is strong. The Met Department has predicted more rains in the state for the next 2 days.
Meanwhile, amid the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, heavy rains around the holy cave triggered flash floods, but an alert was sounded immediately and more than 4,000 pilgrims were safely evacuated. Just earlier this month, flash floods are triggered by heavy rain struck near the shrine, killing at least 16 people. There's some frightening footage from a busy road in Shimla which shows a speeding truck ramming into several cars. The truck driver appears to have lost control of the vehicle. He swerved towards the right and collided bang into the middle of the vehicles. The impact is so strong that the boundary wall of a building is completely smashed. It is unclear, though, if there were any casualties as a result of this accident. The mega 5G spectrum auction has gotten underway and the bid amount exceeded 1.45 lakh crores on day one. The bid is for 72 gigahertz of radio waves. It is worth 4.3 lakh crores. Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel are among the 4 bidders right now. 5G networks will open 10 times faster than 4G. A phased rollout is expected by September. In fact, 7% of India's smartphone base currently is 5G enabled. Torrential rains have also led to some daring rescue operations, this time in Madhya Pradesh.
This tractor was crossing a bridge in Betur but got submerged in flood waters. Some locals saw the plight of the tractor driver and threw a rope towards him. He managed to grab it and was pulled to safety. In Sehor, 6 laborers were trapped in rising flood waters. A mammoth rescue operation lasting hours was launched to bring them to safer ground. A bridge in Sehor collapsed due to heavy rains, leaving several trucks and other vehicles stranded.
There's a big breakthrough in the Bengal SSC scam probe. According to the Enforcement Directorate, they claim to have found a black diary at the home of the arrested Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee. The diary reportedly belongs to the Department of Higher Education and School Education. It has details, supposedly, of cash transactions which she was maintaining. And the probe into the SSC scam is getting bigger. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya for questioning tomorrow. Bhattacharya is the ex-president of the West Bengal Board of Secondary Education. The ED has already searched his home earlier this month. In Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district, dozens have been left stranded because of
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. A massive political controversy has now erupted over the Kanwad Yatra. MIM chief Aswaddin Owaisi took a jibe at the warmth with which Kanwadiyas are greeted. The leader argued that while Kanwadiyas are showered with petals, the authorities should at least spare Muslims and not use bulldozers on their houses. Sharing several news reports about the Kanwad Yatra, Owaisi said, and I'd like to quote, "If a Muslim offers prayers in an open place even for a few minutes, it leads to a row. Muslims are facing police bullets, custodial clashes, NSA, UAPA lynchings, bulldozers just for being Muslims." Meanwhile, the BJP has defended the tradition, saying that the government makes arrangement for all religions.
तो ये आप डिस्क्रिमिनेशन कर रहे हैं एक समुदाय के खिलाफ, जो भारत के संविधान के खिलाफ है। भाई आर्टिकल 25 का हवाला देंगे भाजपा वाले, भाई इसमें आप बताइए, आर्टिकल 25 का हवाला देंगे, इसमें कौन सा इसमें वो हो रहा है कि पब्लिक यहाँ पर किसी को तकलीफ हो रही है, किसी को हार्म हो रहा है नमाज पढ़ने से, कोई फसाद हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है ना। तो आप इक्वली ट्रीट करिए, क्यों नहीं इक्वली ट्रीट करते? आपका नारा है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, तो आप तो वो तो निस्बत कायम नहीं है।
MIM के मुखिया जो आए दिन ये जहर उगलने का काम करते हैं, समाज को बांटने की कोशिश करते हैं, अपना वोट बैंक बढ़ाने के लिए इस प्रकार के बयान दे करके चर्चा में आने का असफल प्रयास करते हैं, इससे उनको बाज आना चाहिए। अगर कांवड़ यात्रा चलती है तो उसमें लाखों करोड़ों लोग देश भर में निकलते हैं और उस पर इस प्रकार के सवाल उठाने वालों का मैं समझता हूं कि मानसिक संतुलन ही बिगड़ गया है। वह इस प्रकार का दृश्य देख नहीं पा रहे हैं, बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, लेकिन इस प्रकार के लोगों को महत्व नहीं देना चाहिए।
Let me now also bring in my colleague Pranchu, who is joining us on the broadcast. Pranchu, the point that Assoudin Owaisi is trying to make, that there is discrimination simply because of religion as far as what we are seeing play out in the country. How is the BJP responding to these allegations?
Well, Mr. Owaisi is basically pointing more towards the fact that how the government machinery has been put to service as far as the moving Kavarias are concerned, how flowers are being showered from, on them using the state helicopters. I think Mr. Owaisi is backing up that point. If you go into the politics of Mr. Owaisi, you will see that he has been the one who has continuously taken up the issues of the BJP, issues against the BJP, UP government, even before the elections and now in the post-election scenario. And always the opposition parties have said that, Mr. Owaisi is playing for the music to the tunes of the Bharatiya Janata Party. He racks up the issues which ultimately boil down in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And that's the reason why opposition parties are always shy of responding to what Mr. Owaisi has to say. Like past, again, we are seeing that it is the BJP which is coming out and hitting against Mr. Owaisi. So the point here is that whatever Mr. Owaisi is saying, ultimately, politically, can boil down as a benefit for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because if this debate ignites, it ultimately will get into the majority versus the minority debate. And that debate is something which BJP is more shy of. That's the reason why we haven't seen anyone from the opposition parties, Samajwadi Party, Congress, SP, attacking the state government on this issue. Government is very clear that lakhs and lakhs of devotees automatically come out on the street, and therefore you need to use the government machinery in order to ensure that law and order situation remains peaceful and people who are moving on the street also get adequate facilities.
Pranchu, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let's also now listen in to some other political reactions.
सर, इस पर ओवैसी ने सवाल उठाए हैं। असदुद्दीन ओवैसी ने उन्होंने कहा कि उन पर पुष्प वर्षा की जा रही है, लेकिन जब लोहारों को हटाया जा रहा है, अगर कावड़िए मुस्लिम का नाम भी लेते हैं तो फिर कार्रवाई शुरू हो जाती है।
देखिए, जब ताजिया निकलती है, जब उनके भी त्यौहार होते हैं, तो प्रशासन और सरकार उसमें भी इंतजाम करती है, उसमें भी करती है। तो अगर आज कांवड़ियाँ निकल रही हैं, जो पैदल लोग चल रहे हैं, इनका एक आस्था, ये धर्मनिरपेक्ष देश है और सभी धर्मनिरपेक्ष लोग जो हैं उनका सरकार सम्मान करती है। इसलिए उत्तर प्रदेश में उन कांवड़ियों पे जो पैदल चल रहे हैं, सूखे भरते हैं, उन पर स्पर्धा की जा रही है।
लेकिन भेदभाव की बात ओवैसी कह रहे हैं।
कहीं भेदभाव नहीं, मैंने कहा ना कि जब ताजिया निकलता है तो रूट डाइवर्ट कर दिया जाता है, रास्ता बंद कर दिया जाता है, ईद का त्यौहार होता है, ईद का त्यौहार होता है, उन त्योहारों में जितना प्रशासन और शासन होता है उसको मदद करता है।
पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश, आप मेरठ से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं और आपके ही रीजन में फूल बरसाए गए थे, कैसे देखते हैं इस ट्वीट को ओवैसी?
नहीं, देखिए, ये धर्म की बात नहीं है, कोई उस नाते इस घटना को नहीं देखा जाना चाहिए। एक जनआस्था का, जन आस्था का इतना बड़ा एक स्वरूप है ये, यानी लाखों कांवड़िए रोज निकलते हैं, विभिन्न प्रदेशों से वहाँ पर हरिद्वार पहुँचते हैं, वहाँ से जल लेते हैं और कुल मिलाकर के इनकी संख्या करोड़ों में पहुँच जाती है। तो एक जनआस्था का सम्मान है और जनआस्था के इस प्रकार के सम्मान के कार्यक्रम अन्य जो रिलीजन से जुड़े हुए लोग भी उनके विषय में भी होते रहे हैं और इसलिए इसको केवल धार्मिक आधार पर नहीं देखना चाहिए, सामान्य जन से जोड़ करके देखना चाहिए। और जैसा मैंने कहा, केवल उत्तर प्रदेश के नहीं, आप देखिए राजस्थान, हरियाणा, दिल्ली, पंजाब और भी दूरस्थ स्थानों से वहाँ पर श्रद्धालु पहुँचते हैं और बड़ी एक प्रकार की तपस्या सी करते हुए वो अपने गांवों को जल लेकर के जाते हैं, पैदल जाते हैं और अपने जो गांव का जो शिवालय है वहाँ पर शिवरात्रि के दिन जल चढ़ाते हैं।
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with CNN News 18. I'm Anusha Sonia. Top focus this hour is the political turmoil in Karnataka after the unfortunate death of a BJYM worker. Situation has turned tense in Dakshin Kannada's Bellar village after a BJP Yuva Morcha worker was hacked to death. The BJP Yuva Morcha worker took to streets to protest against the killing. Praveen Netaru, he was killed by unidentified people on Tuesday evening. An interstate police probe has been initiated. Several people have been detained and are currently being questioned. According to police, this is a retaliatory killing. This is the primary suspicion. This is the line on which the investigation is going on right now. Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai and Home Minister have assured that the culprits will be caught at the earliest. Meanwhile, prohibitory orders have been imposed in the town to make sure that the law and order remains under control.
In Mangalore, yesterday there was an incident where a Yuva Morcha office bearer has been murdered by motorcyclist. Immediately, police have sung into action and they are trying to identify the culprits. Very soon they will be nabbed. Second thing is, since it's very close to Kerala border, the Karnataka police is in touch with Kerala police. At the outset, it looks that it was a very pre-planned attempt, and such similarities were there in other cases. So we're studying the whole thing into entirety, and then we'll go to the roots of it.
ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗೃಹ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅರಗ ಜ್ಞಾನೇಂದ್ರ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೊಲೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದಂಥ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಸರ್?
ಸರ್, ಇದೊಂದು ದುರದೃಷ್ಟಕರ, ಭಾಳ ಹೇಯ ಕೃತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೊಲೆಗಡಕರು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಮಾಯಕ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಯುವಕನನ್ನು ತನ್ನ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಕತ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಬೈಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಅವನ್ನ ಕಡ್ದು ಹಾಕಿ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಗೆ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು ADGP ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಲುಪ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದನೂ ಇದನ್ನು ತಪಾಸಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅನೇಕ ಗುಂಪುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
इनिशियली रिपोर्ट जो आ रहा है, केरल का जो SDPI और PFI का लिंक है, ऐसे मैसेज मीडिया में वगैरह आ रहा है, मीडिया और सोशल मीडिया में. पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है, लेकिन इसके लिए जो PFI और SDPI को जो बढ़ावा दिया है वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं. उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था, सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था. इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं, इसीलिए. लेकिन हमारे सरकार उधर जो है सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी और जो कल्प्रिट्स है दे विल बी ब्रॉट टू बुक.
My colleague Ritu is joining us live, getting us more details about the story. Ritu, tell us more about the police investigation which is underway. We also heard from the bereaved family members who are demanding justice, but a broad idea about the preliminary investigation which is underway right now, and which direction really is it heading to?
Yes, the investigation in this incident is on as well. There has been a lot of pressure that has been mounted from the BJP workers, BJP Yuva Morcha workers as well. You can see them all gearing the Neta's car, in fact, and they've been questioning about the security, saying that despite of working hard for the party, what is that they're getting in the return? Is this the kind of incidents that they deserve? Because this is not a single incident that they have seen, but previously as well, there were many such incidents, and the same pattern of the killing was also being observed. With all this, now there is a lot of big questions. In fact, the big questions that coming in front line for the police as well as for the state government, because the pressure has been mounted from all the sides. As you see, the opposition party is also questioning the BJP party for this kind of incident that takes place, and there seems to be no action is what the opposition is saying. But when we speak about the investigation, so far the 10 people are being detained and 15 people are being questioned. But because this is a sad time for the family members, the police are in fact waiting to speak with the family members to understand understand, and whom he had spoken previously and what all had been there, whom all he had met, and what are the other things that the family members can actually speak to the police, is that will be the big source for the police, and that they are waiting to speak once this incident in fact takes down in a way and they get a time to speak with the family members. But you see a lot of pressure that is being mounted from the workers, of the BJP workers, and you see most of them also resigning from the BJP Yuva Morcha. They are tendering their resignations, questioning about their security, because this is another that the brutal killing is what has been said, because the CM Baswaraj Bommai himself is also saying that this seems to be a pre-planned crime, and the police is investigating this whole issue to ensure what exactly had happened, because this incident where it had taken place is very close to the Kerala, and there seems to be SDPI and the PFI links as well.
And Ritu,
so there would be other things that would be linked in this whole incident that has to be probed by the police.
There are multiple angles from which the police is probing this entire case. We are also getting a reaction from CT Ravi. Let's go to that.
Joining us right now, BJP National General Secretary Mr. CT Ravi. सर, आपने देखा है कैसा प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है उधर बेलारे में. काफ़ी आक्रोशित है बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता कि बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट होने के बावजूद इधर हिंदू वर्कर्स और बीजेपी वर्कर्स को कॉन्स्टेंटली टारगेट किया जा रहा है. एक्शन प्लान क्या है सर?
3 महीने के बीच में हर्षा और चंदू और प्रवीण का हत्या हुआ, इसके वजह से आक्रोशित है. हम सब लोग कार्यकर्ता के भावना के साथ है. आज जो स्वयं सीएम मॉनिटर कर रहा है, होम मिनिस्टर मॉनिटर कर रहा है. कुछ लोगों को बारे में शक है, वो लोगों के पीछे पुलिस भी है. केरल एक टीम भी भेजा है. लीगल एक्शन के साथ क्या क्या कर सकता है, कंट्रोल करने के, जेड से निकालने के क्या कर सकता है, हमारा सरकार करेगा, ये पक्का है.
सर, आपने बोला जज से निकालने के लिए क्या ज़रूरी है हम करेंगे. आपको क्या लगता है, एक प्लान्ड कॉन्स्पिरेसी है इधर, या ये इंसिडेंट्स हो रहा है तो अरेस्ट भी हो रहा है पर इंसिडेंट्स रुक नहीं रहे? सर, आपने बोला 3 हुआ है अभी 3 महीने में.
ये केवल कर्नाटक में नहीं, केरल में भी ऐसा निरंतर होता रहता है, और देश का अलग अलग जगह में ऐसा किया है. इसके वजह से इट इज़ नॉट ए आइसोलेटेड इंसिडेंट, मुझे लगता है प्लान्ड इंसिडेंट है. इसके वजह से सारे स्टेट के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन करके जड़ से निकालने का प्रयास हर स्टेट का यहाँ करेंगे तो निकल सकता है. नहीं है तो डायरेक्ट एक्शन के जैसे वो लोग तय कर रहा है. उदयपुर का इंसिडेंट देखने के बाद, अमरावती इंसिडेंट देखने के बाद, और कावड़ी यात्रा रुकने के लिए कोशिश किया है. अलग अलग जगह में दंगा करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा है. इसके वजह से ये प्रचोदन दे रहा है ना, वो लोगों को जड़ से निकालने के लिए कोशिश करना हमारा जिम्मेदारी है. हम लोग करेंगे, पक्का है.
सर, फाइनली क्या आप PFI या SDPI पर बैन का रिकमेंडेशन करेंगे, क्योंकि ये चर्चा में है कुछ 5-6 सालों में कि बैन कीजिए. आपने बोला कुछ और स्टेट में भी रिकमेंडेशन हुआ पर कोर्ट ने स्टे दिया.
हाँ, छत्तीसगढ़ में ऐसा किया था, बट छत्तीसगढ़ में कोर्ट स्टे दिया. पहले सिमी बैन किया, सिमी के बाद नया रूप से SDPI PFI शुरू किए. वो लोगों का मानसिकता किधर से आता है, वो जड़ से निकाल नहीं है तो PFI बैन करेंगे, दूसरा एक नाम पर वो लोग एक्टिविटीज शुरू करता है. इसके वजह से हम लोग पूरा रूट निकालने का, जड़ निकालने का कोशिश करने के सफल हो जाएगा तो कंट्रोल कर सकता है. नहीं है तो कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकता. इसके लिए स्टेट और सेंट्रल और अलग अलग स्टेट के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन करके एक साथ काम करेंगे तो निकाल सकता है.
Well, that was the National General Secretary of the BJP, CT Ravi, talking about the various angles coming into this entire investigation. Joining us on the broadcast are also our guest who will get us more perspective on this story. We have Mr. Mohan Krishna, who's the leader of the Karnataka BJP. We also have Mr. Gokul Chandran. He's a political analyst joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Krishna, coming to you first. A very unfortunate incident. You're facing, the party and the current government is facing a lot of flack from the local workers, a lot of local Hindu organizations as well, saying that there is no law and order. They want immediate action on this matter. Your thoughts?
Absolutely, we are with the people. People have with lot of aspirations. They wanted BJP government in Karnataka, and we are there in power. Our prime aim is to take care of the law and order situation. We will take care of it. We are not perturbed by the activities of these kind of activities by the people, whoever is doing. As our National General Secretary C.T. Ravi was saying, this has to be taken out of the route from India, pan-India. It's not just happening in Karnataka, it's happening everywhere in the country. For every Hindu asthas and Hindu religion, they want to show some kind of resentment. Who is showing, why they are showing, and all these things will be revealed, and central government along with the state governments will take a appropriate action. And I will tell you something today. This barbarics should be stopped, whatever may be the cost, whatever may be the issue. We should not care for such things. We should
Mr.
not care
Krishna.
that certain things like how we have to take care of the people's aspirations and their well-beingness is the very important thing.
Mr. Krishna, if there are extremist elements which are coming to the fore as the investigation moves forward, each time there is trouble in Karnataka, there are various organizations like PFI or other groups which are working allegedly at the behest of extremist elements who are creating trouble within the state of Karnataka. Why hasn't organizations like the PFI been banned so far in the state? I remember, if I'm correct, that some time ago, somebody from the government said they made a recommendation to the Union Home Ministry. Any idea why that recommendation has not been accepted?
It is not it is not that the recommendations has not been accepted. See, look, that's what I'm explaining again and again. See, you may feel that I am harping on opposition here. But my concern and feeling here is today, that day when we had booked the cases, when we had registered the cases against 173 people who have been acquitted without any reasons by Siddaramaiah, as soon as he came to power in Karnataka in 2013, we had booked the case in 2011. This was the same in 2010, 2008 also. So this kind of activities has to be stopped through legal. When we have to take legal actions, there should be proper evidences to ban things. How do you prove today that PFI has a link? How do you prove that SDPI has a link? Just by talking. We are talking here over the channel. It doesn't suffice for the court, as we know very well. Evidences are very important. We have to corroborate evidences. How do you corroborate evidences? By investigation, proper investigation, fair investigation.
So I completely agree with you. You know that merely by talking, you cannot ban an organization. You need proper evidence before the court of law. And this goes directly to the heart of the competence of the state police authorities and the investigation agencies. If there is a notorious organization whose name erupts each time there is a problem, you must gather evidence to nab them.
Say with a lot of political will, we have taken a decision to register FIR and cases against them. The investigation was on. Suddenly, when you have stopped all the investigation, how do you feel? I don't know if somebody puts a case against you and somebody, dilutes it. How do you feel? What the other community or what the person will feel who was the guilty, who was there for conviction, who has to be convicted. So this kind of activities has done in the past. So that has become vast today. It has become vast. So now we have to nab it from the bud only. We have to nab it from the bud. We are capable. We will work it out in such a way that, this kind of activities will not repeat again and again in Karnataka. And we will show it to the country that how Karnataka has managed, and country can also take care of it. And my main request to all the opposition parties is to cooperate in this, not by knocking the door of the Supreme Court, by taking the case against them and to acquit them. All these things should be stopped.
Okay.
This is the
Okay. Okay, I also want to bring in Mr. Gokul Chandran into the discussion. Mr. Chandran, this is a state which has seen a certain degree of shifting of power in the last couple of years. If you look at the history of 5 to 7 years in the state of Karnataka, not to forget that once again the state is eyeing an election very, very soon in the next 12 months. How do you see instances like these which have happened in Dakshin Kannada, the death of the BJP worker, and once again a law and order situation that has erupted on the ground?
Yeah, good evening. See, my heart goes out to the family and friends of the deceased BJP Karyakarta. And though, hello?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, but then I don't know how BJP leaders in Karnataka are taking this, accepting this. They don't care about how much lives are lost. They are only caring about the corruption, how to make money, how to win next election. That is the only. Other than that,
Gokul Chandran. Come on, Gokul Chandran.
I'll come back to you. Mohan Krishna ji, I'll come back
Uh,
to you and I will give you adequate time to respond. In the meanwhile, I'm just going to interrupt this discussion for a bit. My colleague Harish is also joining us on the broadcast. Harish, what more details do you have? There is a meeting which is underway at the Chief Minister's office as well with the top officials and the top mantris. Tell us more about that meeting.
Well, in fact, just a while ago, that meeting has concluded. What we understand is the Chief Minister and the Home Minister have been briefed by the DGP. In fact, 10 people have been detained now for questioning is the information that's come in. Also, the DGP of Karnataka, Praveen Sood, has spoken to his counterpart in Kerala. There's a team of Karnataka police in Kerala right now carrying out a search operation to try and nab these assailants over there. They've sought assistance from the Kerala police is what we understand. And the meeting here and the members coming out very positive that within the next few hours there will be a breakthrough in this case. That's what they are saying. There are some specific leads that are currently being pursued by this team in Kerala. There are 2 more teams on Karnataka-Kerala border as well pursuing leads. So they are very hopeful that they can crack this case. At the same time, the pressure mounting on the BJP here. In fact, C.T. Ravi spoke to me just a while ago saying that they understand that the workers of the BJP and also workers of other affiliated Hindu groups are emotional, angry as well, because there have been 3 murders in the last 3 months. The government here is saying that they will deal with this in a stringent way, and there needs to be a strategy which involves the centre and various other states to ensure that this whole mindset is uprooted. And C.T. Ravi, in fact, not very keen on a ban on PFI, saying that, well, a ban might not help the cause. You might have the same members coming out in a different name and floating a new organization. He says this needs to be tackled by governments for the state or centre and the society as a whole.
I'm just going to reiterate on that bit, Harish, that you just said in the beginning of your live. You said that in few hours from now, there could be a breakthrough that they could put out in the public domain. Are we expecting a press conference, or in the recently concluding meeting with the Chief Minister, was he apprised of the key leads which have emerged in the investigation so far? And if you have any information on those leads that have emerged.
Well, there might not be a press conference, but there is a very specific lead that the police team is working on. 6 teams that are currently working on this case. And the primary suspicion is that this is a retaliatory killing that happened after Masood was killed on the 19th and he succumbed on the 21st, and they believe it's a retaliatory killing. Remember, he is from Kasaragod in Kerala, and perhaps that's where one of the teams of Karnataka police is on the ground trying to nab these assailants in pursuit of them. And that's a specific lead. There's more that's been shared with the Chief Minister by the DGP, and they've also sought assistance from Kerala Police. So they're very hopeful that they're on the right track and they have leads that will become a concrete, perhaps take this whole investigation towards a logical end.
All right, Harish, as you continue to get us all those details, I'm going to go back to our guests, Mr. Mohan Krishna and Gokul Chandran, who continue to be with us on the show. Mr. Chandran, you had some not so good things to say about the government. The government is saying, and the Chief Minister has recently held a meeting. We're also expecting, as my colleague was pointing out, in few hours we will have some leads put out in the public domain. What are the reasons you're blaming the government for this incident?
See, this is not the first incident that has happened. In the past 3-4 months, we had a lot of incidents where BJP workers were killed by PFI, and we had many discussions. Somewhere in April 2022, I remember in the same channel, we were discussing about the ban on PFI. And at that time, there were clues that Centre is going to ban PFI very soon. But nothing happened. no action from the state or center has taken place so that some curb will be put on PFI, and the PFI is allowed to grow in Karnataka and all over India. When you talk about Karnataka and Kerala, these are the two breeding grounds of PFI, and both the state governments, I don't blame only the Karnataka state governments, the state government of Karnataka as well as the state government of Kerala want PFI to grow so that they can communally divide the people and garner votes.
Okay, let me take a reaction from Mohan Krishna as well. Mr. Krishna, the allegation is that you're not banning PFI so that these nefarious elements. All right, we right now have Mr. D.K. Sivakumar from the Karnataka Congress joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Sivakumar, it's a pleasure to have you on the show, sir. A very unfortunate incident has happened in Dakshin Kannada. Your thoughts on it?
No, already about some 23 murders have taken place like this. And so many have been held, and some of them have been arrested, some of them not been arrested. Even in Shimoga also, there was a planning to just kill some minorities also. Last week also, some minority also was been there. Today, an Hindu activist has been killed. It is very unfortunate. The Congress party would like to condemn it. We want government to take action immediately. Government is not taking immediate action immediately. I think whatever is responsible, it is a law and order failure of the government of Karnataka. I think this is what, no question of blaming on any others and putting. It is their duty to protect all the people. It is not only their workers. It is everyone worker, everyone citizen. They have taken a oath that they will protect everyone. It is their duty.
Mr. Sivakumar, as we speak in Dakshin Kannada's Bellar village, a family is grieved, and at the same time there is a very tense situation on the ground. The Chief Minister has recently concluded a meeting, and we also had leaders like C.T. Ravi who said that there is no point in banning an organization like PFI. We need to actually deal with them. These nefarious elements or certain activities of PFI or other organizations are always a talking point each time there is a problem in Karnataka. Is there a need for a ban on PFI?
Yeah, the government has to take a call on it. It is the government decision. We had already reiterated that it has to be very seriously looked into it. But they are encouraging it as a political unit or as a different type of unit. Now I think Karnataka has to be saved. Action has to be taken. Whoever is responsible for all these type of activities.
Sir, in the last few months, as you pointed out, there are multiple murders that have come to the light. Various communal incidents have unfortunately also unfolded in Karnataka. The BJP claims that in the last government, there were multiple cases that were taken back and the Congress party did not do their job while being in power. And that is why we have to clean up this mess. How do you respond to that charge, sir?
No, this is the failure of the BJP government. Congress government is not in power. When people, though they have not given them the number mandate with Operation Lotus, they have come to power. They should perform. Either they should perform or they should quit. That is what even the BJP workers also are telling. If they are not able to perform, let them quit. We will know, we will deal with the situation.
Sir, the state is not too far away from the elections, and any kind of communal tensions in any part of the state is not good news for any political party.
Yeah, yes, I fully agree with you. But who are in the helm of affairs should deal it in the law and order should be on the priority.
As a responsible opposition, sir, what are your key demands from the present chief?
Is take action immediately. Let the law take its own course. Don't be merciful. One side you are encouraging all this type of activities. One side you are encouraging moral policing. And one time you are not taking action on any of your workers. You are closing all the cases of corruption. You are closing all the other cases which your party has been connected. This is bad in the law. This is law connected to the state.
So my last question before you take our leave is the fact that BJP accuses the Congress party of politicizing issue like these. They say it's a law and order situation. We are going to deal with it. But the Congress party is politicizing the issue for their own gains. Please respond to that, sir.
We are not spoken. The BJP, since it is not able to manage this, they are not able to control this. BJP is trying to politicize, that's all. Congress is never interfered with that. We mercilessly deal. Now also we are telling them to deal mercilessly. Whoever has done a mistake, you handle it. If you are not able to handle it, you are only trying to comment on it.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and giving us your time. That was KPCC Chief Mr. D.K. Shivakumar saying that the government must act and they should not hide behind any kind of excuses. We also have Mr. Mohan Krishna of the BJP with us on the broadcast. Mr. Krishna, you just heard Mr. D.K. Shivakumar. Would you like to respond to any point?
Mr. D.K. Shivakumar doesn't have morale to talk about anything, because when you ask that question, you have taken out the cases when you came to power. Did he answer to that? No, because he knows that they have done a mistake. That's why they have been thrown out of the power. From 122, they have come to 78. Today, where they are standing Congress because of this appeasement. Why their appeasement is going on like this? Is D.K. Shivakumar, can he answer to DJLD, KJLD issue? Can he answer to the Belgaum issue? Can he answer to the Harsha's death? He is talking about law and order. If they are not, we are capable, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar. We will take care of it. You don't worry. People have faith on us and we will take care of that. You take care of things which you have to take care for yourself.
Mr. Mohan Krishna, we really hope that as a responsible government in the state, proper action is taken and there are no further incidents of this nature which are reported. The law and order is maintained on the ground. That's what we are hoping. My colleague Harish and Ritu reporting from the ground. Mr. Mohan Krishna, Gokul Chandran, and we also had Mr. D.K. Shivakumar joining us on the broadcast. We're slipping into a very short break.
For Uddhav Thackeray, it's now purely about existence. सरकार गई, अभी party and symbol भी चला जाएगा.
Question the fact that recruitment is happening based on caste and religion. That is actually completely deviating from what the point is, and you could actually be misleading the youth.
So is there acknowledgement from the court that some of the comments that they made on the 1st of July may have had a role in the subsequent events where the death and rape threats to Nupur Sharma increased manifold?
Governments of the day in Haryana have failed to really control this menace. A criminal can kill in a broad daylight with nothing happening against him, and even if there is an action, the cop's life won't be back.
United States is concerned, there's a 40% risk and the odds for Europe are greater than 1 is in 2. So more than 50 to 55% chance of recession in Europe. Recession will pull down the prices of commodities globally, as also the value of assets across the world. Meanwhile, Olympic champion and World Championship silver medalist javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra has pulled out of the Commonwealth Games. Chopra has a groin injury. He's been advised a month's rest by his doctors. Neeraj Chopra is defending champion at the CWG, which begins in Birmingham on Thursday. Boxer and Olympic medalist Lavlina Borgohain's personal coach Sandhya Gurung has received her accreditation for the Commonwealth Games. This comes a day after Lavlina alleged mental harassment by the authorities who denied entry to her coaches to the Games village. After Bollywood star Ranveer Singh broke the internet last week with his nude photo shoot for a magazine, a case has now been filed against the actor. The complainant has accused Ranveer of hurting the sentiments of women and insulting their modesty because of his photographs. Meanwhile, a shocking incident of moral policing has come to light in Mangaluru in Karnataka, reminiscent of what happened in 2009.
Bajrang Dal members barged into a pub and disrupted a party that was organized by a group of college students. The right-wing group asked the staff to stop the event, alleging that the students were indulging in some illegal activities. They objected to the girls partying there and asked the students to leave the pub. According to the police, the Bajrang Dal members approached the bouncers and asked them if the minor students were being served alcohol. In 2009, at the same pub, members of the Sri Ram Sena had similarly attacked customers and chased them away.
Beijing and Islamabad's latest move on the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor project has left India fuming. China and Pakistan are now inviting third countries to join the project. The MEA has called this move illegal, illegitimate and unacceptable. The CPEC is part of China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative. It was launched in 2013 to improve Pakistan's connectivity corridor. It in fact passes through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that is something that India has pointed out on a number of occasions to the Chinese. Its incessant rains have wreaked havoc across Rajasthan, in particular in Jodhpur.
Heavy flooding in Jodhpur led to several vehicles being washed away. These dramatic pictures show helpless locals looking on as cars are dragged away by strong flood waters. Similar scenes were witnessed in Tonk. The road in the middle of this market turned into a river, washing away everything in sight. People tried in vain to hold on to their bikes, but the current was too strong and they fell into a drain. In Kota, one man tried to drive his SUV on a bridge over an overflowing river, but the car soon got submerged and had to be pulled out with the help of a crane.
Now, the big reason for such large-scale flooding.
Welcome back, and there's some breaking news which is coming in from Tamil Nadu. This is a case of yet another suicide in the state. In this case, a 12th grade boy student died due to suicide in Kairakudi district. Body of the student has been handed over to the parents. Preliminary investigation revealed that the boy was allegedly under stress as he wasn't able to score good marks. This is the case of 5th death in the last 2 weeks. A very, very unfortunate incident. Purnima Muli with us on the broadcast. Purnima, tell us more about this.
Well, very tragic events unfolding in Tamil Nadu, where at least 5 students, either in 11th or 12th grade, have committed suicide in the last 2 weeks. So, yet another suicide case has been reported in the last 24 hours, especially where a 12th grade boy student had committed suicide in Karaikudi in Sivaganga district, and initial investigation reveals that he was also stressed because of scoring low marks, and the postmortem was over. The parents have collected the body, but at the moment, this is the 5th such case. Many of them are currently being probed by the CBCID. Remember, the Madras High Court said that any such cases should immediately be transferred to the CBCID for thorough probe. Therefore, this is the 5th such incident, and the case has now been transferred to the CBCID for further investigation.
Purnima, India has a very poor track record when it comes to suicide among youth, especially among students. But somehow Tamil Nadu and the cases coming in from the state stand out on this grim curve.
Absolutely. Over the last 2 days specifically, there have been 3 such suicide cases reported. One from Sivaganga, one case from Sivaganga district, one from Kadalur district, and third, the recent one also from Sivaganga district. So it's a huge concern, and this is something that the Tamil Nadu government and the state chief minister has time and again reiterated, that students should not be worried about scoring low marks, and that there should be counseling given to students, specifically in the 11th and 12th grade, because of the sudden increase in cases in Tamil Nadu. It's a concern, and the Tamil Nadu government is also now trying to look into this, considering that the numbers have increased over the last 2 weeks. But very tragic cases reported in the state, especially over the last 48 hours, that 3 such cases have been reported.
Purnima, very unfortunate, as you rightly said, and the state government must step in to ease the pressure as and when they can. And of course, parents have a huge role to play into it. But take us through the cases that we have seen in the last 2 weeks. About 5 to 6 cases have been reported?
Well, so far 5 cases have been reported. The first was a 12th grade student from Kallakuruchi, after which we saw violence erupted outside the school premises. In that case, the parents alleged foul play, and therefore there was a thorough investigation by the CBCID. However, after that, on the 25th of July was when 2 more cases were reported. One of a 12th grade student from Tiruvallur district, and another 12th grade student from Kadalur district. Yesterday, yet another incident was reported where from Sivaganga district, where another 12th grade student committed suicide. In many such cases, parents say that there's foul play, and today the 5th such case was reported from the same Sivagangai district where a 17-year-old boy was found hanging. So that's the latest. But 5 such cases within a span of 2 weeks starting from the 13th of July till now.
Very, very distressing, and we hope that the families reach out to the children who are very stressed due to examination. It's a difficult phase, but this is not that all life is about, and we hope that the government also steps in into this matter. He is talking about what the Supreme Court said on the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The Apex Court pronounced its judgment on the constitutional validity of the various provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the PMLA. The top court has upheld all PMLA provisions under the challenge. Issues relating to certain amendments that were brought through the finance bill route, they would be heard by a larger bench that has been kept in abeyance. Remember, more than 100 petitions on various aspects of the PMLA had been grouped together, they had been clubbed together, and they were heard by a bench. The judgment addressed several issues concerning the powers of investigation, summoning of witnesses, the power of arrest and seizure, and also the procedure of bail under the stringent provisions of the PMLA. We had some reactions coming in. Listen in.
यह विषय जो उठा रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी वाले, ये न देश के लिए है आवश्यक, न ही पार्टी के लिए। ये एक परिवार को बचाने की एक कुत्सित प्रयास है और परिवार को ही बचाने का प्रयास चल रहा है। करोड़ों रुपए का घोटाला हुआ है। उस घोटाले के बारे में एजेंसीज को जवाब देना ये उनकी आवश्यकता है, लेकिन यह परिवार अपने आप को देश से ऊपर, कानून से ऊपर समझता है। Court has just now upheld the PMLA and the ED's jurisdiction, and the Supreme Court has said very clearly that they have that jurisdiction, and PMLA is within the ambit of the legal ambit in which it is working. It has been upheld by Supreme Court, and we should respect the Constitution, we should respect the law, and we should respect the law of the land.
Why is Congress running away from the probe? What do they have to hide? See, the big question is whether the Gandhi family is above law. There should be a separate law for the Gandhi family. Why are they running away from the agencies? The only big question arises is that they are also answerable to the agencies like any other Indian. They should face the probe.
The Prevention of Money Laundering Act is a specific act. The object and the purpose of the act is to prevent money laundering and take action against black money or proceeds of crime. Now, when the court was looking at these challenges, the nexus of the object with what the section provides has obviously been upheld. So therefore, the act is there is no challenge. The challenge does not succeed. So now that the challenge to the act itself or the sections is over, it should bring closure to the issue. Everyone had a full opportunity to go out there, put their arguments, and now a reasoned judgment has come, and that should be the final word.
And we have a reaction coming in from the Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot on this issue. Mr. Gehlot calls the Supreme Court decision disappointing and worrying. He further argues that this decision will possibly lead to political use of ED by the central government and the misuse will increase further. That's what Mr. Gehlot is saying. My colleague and our senior editor Pallavi Ghosh is joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, tell us more about the statement.
See, it's interesting because till now, whenever we've been asking for reactions from the Congress party on what the court had to say today, they were very, very careful and not to make any comments on a court's verdict. But, Ashok Gehlot also held a press conference early this morning, and his first reaction clearly is, that it's unfortunate, the kind of verdict which has come from the Supreme Court, because according to him, it's something which would also embolden the ED and the government. And, they've maintained their stand really, Anisha, that somewhat the fact remains that ED and CBI are always used to specifically target the political opponents of the present government.
All right, Pallavi, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Ananya is also joining us from the Supreme Court, getting us all the perspective of that very crucial judgment that has come out. Ananya, all the points that the central government had raised before the Apex Court bench have been upheld. They have been accepted. And the PMLA and most of the sections as they stand are good in law. There are no changes.
where definitely, Anusha, the Supreme Court, in a landmark judgment rendered by Justice A.M. Kanvilkar, Justice D.M. Dinesh Maheshwari and Justice C.T. Ramakumar, has upheld almost all the provisions that were under challenge, whether it's the special power to arrest under Section 19, whether it's the admissibility of the statements before the court of law under Section 50. All of this has been upheld. The only thing that has been changed is that the predicate offence has to stay until and unless a predicate offence is not there. The conviction under the scheduled offence would go away as soon as a predicate person is acquitted under the predicate offence. So this is something that has come to the contrary, but all of the other sections, which include the power to seize and arrest, the power to in fact search, and in fact also the Section 3 and the Section 5 definitions of the PMLA and how the seizures are to be done, how a person can be arrested, and the most important one, that the ECIR is an internal document of the Enforcement Directorate, and hence it is on the prerogative of the ED whether to share it with the accused or not share it with the accused. It is not under the law. But after the statement of Rajasthan Chief Minister, who is basically disappointed with the verdict, which is very, very unusual, because all of these provisions, unless apart from the 45 amendment, all of these were since from the Congress's time, and in fact the chief architect of PMLA was Mr. P. Chidambaram. He was the then finance minister when this in fact act had come in, and now the Congress is playing foul on the in fact the whole case. So something
but as you rightly pointed out, Ananya, that most of the very important section, including Section 3 and 5, most of the important sections pertaining to arrest, search, seizure, to summon, evidence, bail have been upheld by the Supreme Court, barring the predicate offences bit that Ananya was talking about. Mr. R.P. Singh is also joining us. Mr. Singh, there's a reaction coming in from Mr. Ashok Gehlot. He says it's disappointing what the Supreme Court has said today. How do you respond?
Well, chor ki dani mein tinka. Since they know they have done wrong and they have bungled with the public money, so they are worried. And I don't know why shall be anyway what the money which is being earned through illicit means or through illegal means or through corrupt means. Why shall be they support that? And if court is supporting the authorities to bring out the black money, so what's the problem with them? But as Congress is, they always raise question on Supreme Court. It's not the first time they are talking about that that there's a situation like emergency in country. But fact is, they don't believe in any agency of the country. I mean, they don't believe in Supreme Court also. Now they're challenging the Supreme Court.
Sir, there's one point Mr. Gehlot made, and it's only fair that I take a reaction from you. Is that this judgment in some way will help the government to misuse the agencies? That's what Mr. Gehlot has argued.
Well, they have a court for that. They can, if you feel that some agency is not doing justice to them, they can go to court. Or in this case of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, they went to the Supreme Court and they went to High Court. They went to other courts also, and their appeal was rejected. So, what's the other way out? The only option is that they can go to court if they feel that agencies are being misused. But they can't raise question on court now. They've been raising question on, this is not the first time, Ram Mandir or otherwise, they have been raising question on the judgment of the court now.
Well, so that's the predicament. Whichever side doesn't like the judgment starts criticizing the court. That has been the unfortunate political trend. But thank you, Mr. R.P. Singh, for joining us on the broadcast and getting us more details and your perspective on that story. We'll talk about this and much more here on CNN News 18. Slipping into a short break.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 13-week leadership.
To 55% chance of recession in Europe. Recession will pull down the prices of commodities globally, as also the value of assets across the world. Meanwhile, Olympic champion and World Championship silver medalist javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra has pulled out of the Commonwealth Games. Chopra has a groin injury. He's been advised a month's rest by his doctors. Neeraj Chopra is defending champion at the CWG, which begins in Birmingham on Thursday. Boxer and Olympic medalist Lavlina Borgohain's personal coach Sandhya Gurung has received her accreditation for the Commonwealth Games. This comes a day after Lavlina alleged mental harassment by the authorities, who denied entry to her coaches to the Games village. After Bollywood star Ranveer Singh broke the internet last week with his nude photo shoot for a magazine, a case has now been filed against the actor. The complainant has accused Ranveer of hurting the sentiments of women and insulting their modesty because of his photographs. Meanwhile, a shocking incident of moral policing has come to light in Mangaluru in Karnataka, reminiscent of what happened in 2009.
Bajrangal members barged into a pub and disrupted a party that was organized by a group of college students. The right-wing group asked the staff to stop the event, alleging that the students were indulging in some illegal activities. They objected to the girls partying there and asked the students to leave the pub. According to the police, the Bajrangal members approached the bouncers and asked them if the minor students were being served alcohol. In 2009, at the same pub, members of the Sri Ram Sena had similarly attacked customers and chased them away.
Beijing and Islamabad's latest move on the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor project has left India fuming. China and Pakistan are now inviting third countries to join the project. The MEA has called this move illegal, illegitimate and unacceptable. The CPEC is part of China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative. It was launched in 2013 to improve Pakistan's connectivity corridor. It in fact passes through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that is something that India has pointed out on a number of occasions to the Chinese. Its incessant rains have wreaked havoc across Rajasthan, in particular in Jodhpur.
Heavy flooding in Jodhpur led to several vehicles being washed away. These dramatic pictures show helpless locals looking on as cars are dragged away by strong flood waters. Similar scenes were witnessed in Tonk. The road in the middle of this market turned into a river, washing away everything in sight. People tried in vain to hold on to their bikes, but the current was too strong and they fell into a drain. In Kota, one man tried to drive his SUV on a bridge over an overflowing river, but the car soon got submerged and had to be pulled out with the help of a crane.
Now, the big reason for such large-scale flooding in Rajasthan is because the rivers across the state seem to be in spate.
Due to torrential rains for more than a week, water levels in rivers have increased. This man was trying to cross a bridge, but the water was flowing so fast that he got stuck. Thankfully, some locals rushed in and managed to rescue him. Almost all the dams in the state are full, and authorities have been forced to open the gates and release excess water. But many are making the most of the situation and enjoying the abundance.
Welcome back, and there's a massive political controversy that has erupted over Kanwar Yatra. AIMIM chief Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi has taken a jibe at the warmth with which Kanwarias are greeted by the administration. The leader argued that while Kanwarias are showered with petals, the authorities should at least spare the Muslims and not use bulldozers on their houses. Sharing several news reports about the Kanwar Yatra, Owaisi said, and I'm quoting, "If a Muslim offers prayer in an open area for a few minutes, it leads to a row. Muslims are facing police bullets, custodial clashes, NSA, UAPA, lynchings, bulldozers, just for being Muslims," unquote. Meanwhile, BJP has defended the tradition, saying that the government makes arrangements for all religious festivals. The reactions.
तो ये आप डिस्क्रिमिनेशन कर रहे हैं एक समुदाय के खिलाफ, जो भारत के संविधान के खिलाफ है। भाई आर्टिकल 25 का हवाला देंगे भाजपा वाले, भाई इसमें आप बताइए, आर्टिकल 25 का हवाला देंगे, इसमें कौन सा इसमें वो हो रहा है कि पब्लिक यहाँ पर किसी को तकलीफ हो रही है, किसी को हार्म हो रहा है नमाज पढ़ने से, कोई फसाद हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है ना। तो आप इक्वली ट्रीट करिए, क्यों नहीं इक्वली ट्रीट करते? आपका नारा है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, तो आप तो वो तो निस्बत कायम नहीं है।
एमआईएम के मुखिया जो आए दिन ये जहर उगलने का काम करते हैं, समाज को बांटने की कोशिश करते हैं, अपना वोट बैंक बढ़ाने के लिए इस प्रकार के बयान दे करके चर्चा में आने का असफल प्रयास करते हैं, इससे उनको बाज आना चाहिए। अगर कांवड़ यात्रा चलती है तो उसमें लाखों करोड़ों लोग देश भर में निकलते हैं। और उस पर इस प्रकार के सवाल उठाने वालों का मैं समझता हूं कि मानसिक संतुलन ही बिगड़ गया है। वह इस प्रकार का दृश्य देख नहीं पा रहे हैं, बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, लेकिन इस प्रकार के लोगों को महत्व नहीं देना चाहिए।
Our UP Bureau Chief Pranshu Mishra is joining us on the broadcast. Pranshu, you were talking about the strategic silence of most of the opposition parties in the state of Uttar Pradesh over Mr. Owaisi's statement.
Yes, that's right. In fact, that has been a very established trajectory. And even before the elections, when Mr. Owaisi was, all charged up attacking the BJP, he was never endorsed. His attacks were never endorsed by mainstream opposition parties. That is again the fact. In fact, the entire cover affair issue, though many opposition leaders opted out to say that the state government machinery is being used to, patronize a particular religion, Hindu religion in this case. No one actually comes out and makes an official charge about it. Mr. Owaisi has done so, and opposition parties again will not, comment on it because they feel this Mr. Owaisi's stake, the political stakes of Mr. Owaisi, at the end of the day, always serve the purpose of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They ignite the debate in which the ultimate gainer is the Bharatiya Janata Party. And that's the reason why no party is responding. They have not spoken on the Kavayatra issue. They are most likely not going to respond to what Mr. Owaisi has said.
Thank you, Pranshu, for giving us that political analysis and context of Mr. Owaisi's statement. We'll continue talking about the story. Much more lined up on the other side of a very quick break. Stay tuned.
After getting alerted by locals, police and SDRF personnel rushed to the site to rescue him.
Is India at the risk of slipping into a recession? Here's what a Bloomberg survey of economists says. Right now, according to them, there is zero probability of India slipping into a recession. Experts say that the global impact on India will be moderate. In the short term, Sri Lanka has an 85% probability of going into recession. In fact, all of Asia, the Asian continent, has a 20 to 25% chance of slipping into recession. As far as the United States is concerned, there's a 40% risk, and the odds for Europe are greater than 1 is in 2. So more than 50 to 55% chance of recession in Europe. Recession will pull down the prices of commodities globally, as also the value of assets across the world. Meanwhile, Olympic champion and World Championship silver medalist javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra has pulled out of the Commonwealth Games. Chopra has a groin injury. He's been advised a month's rest by his doctors. Neeraj Chopra is defending champion at the CWG, which begins in Birmingham on Thursday. Boxer and Olympic medalist Lavlina Borgohain's personal coach Sandhya Gurung has received her accreditation for the Commonwealth Games. This comes a day after Lavlina alleged mental harassment by the authorities, who denied entry to her coaches to the Games village. After Bollywood star Ranveer Singh broke the internet last week with his nude photo shoot for a magazine, a case has now been filed against the actor. The complainant has accused Ranveer of hurting the sentiments of women and insulting their modesty because of his photographs. Meanwhile, a shocking incident of moral policing has come to light in Mangaluru in Karnataka, reminiscent of what happened in 2009.
Bajrang Dal members barged into a pub and disrupted a party that was organized by a group of college students. The right-wing group asked the staff to stop the event, alleging that the students were indulging in some illegal activities. They objected to the girls partying there and asked the students to leave the pub. According to the police, the Bajrang Dal members approached the bouncers and asked them if the minor students were being served alcohol. In 2009, at the same pub, members of the Sri Ram Sena had similarly attacked customers and chased them away.
Beijing and Islamabad's latest move on the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor project has left India fuming. China and Pakistan are now inviting third countries to join the project. The MEA has called this move illegal, illegitimate, and unacceptable. The CPEC is part of China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative. It was launched in 2013 to improve Pakistan's connectivity corridor. It in fact passes through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that is something that India has pointed out on a number of occasions to the Chinese. Its incessant rains have wreaked havoc across Rajasthan, in particular in Jodhpur.
Heavy flooding in Jodhpur led to several vehicles being washed away. These dramatic pictures show helpless locals looking on as cars are dragged away by strong flood waters. Similar scenes were witnessed in Tonk. The road in the middle of this market turned into a river, washing away everything in sight. People tried in vain to hold on to their bikes, but the current was too strong and they fell into a drain. In Kota, one man tried to drive his SUV on a bridge over an overflowing river, but the car soon got submerged and had to be pulled out with the help of a crane.
Now, the big reason for such large-scale flooding in Rajasthan is because the rivers across the state seem to be in spate.
Due to torrential rains for more than a week, water levels in rivers have increased. This man was trying to cross a bridge, but the water was flowing so fast that he got stuck.
Welcome back, and a quick check of some key stories from across the country. Several adjournments and ruckus continue to disrupt both the houses of the parliament today as well. Rajya Sabha was adjourned for the day while Lok Sabha resumed work at 2 p.m. The Congress party says that it will continue to protest both inside and outside the parliament on key issues like inflation, GST, misuse of agencies by the government. The opposition parties led by the Congress protested outside the parliament under the Mahatma Gandhi statue over the issues like inflation and GST. The opposition leaders have said that they will keep raising these issues in parliament for the citizens of the country.
जो बहुत बड़ा GST लगाया गया है वो सामान्य जनता के हित में नहीं है। सदन में हम लगातार इसको लेकर हम आवाज उठा रहे हैं। सस्पेंशन का विड्रॉल के लिए हम स्पीकर के पास और चेयरमैन साहब के पास अपना दरखास्त रखेंगे। ईडी तो बार बार धमकी दे रहे, हमारे लोग कोई डरने वाले नहीं।
People of India can see that the BJP party do not want a discussion on price rise. Therefore, they keep suspending opposition MPs in Lok Sabha, in Rajya Sabha. They don't accept discussion. They are turning this parliament, this beautiful parliament, into an empty building, a hollow symbol of democracy. They want to convert it into their party headquarters, where only Modi ji ki jai jai will happen, but the problems of the people of India will not be answered.
সাধারণ মানুষ খেতে পাচ্ছে না, চিড়ে মুড়ি বাতাসা দুধ দই সাধারণ গরিব মানুষ খায়। তাদের পেট্রোল ডিজেল রান্নার গ্যাসের দামও 100 টাকা 1000 টাকা ছাড়িয়ে গেছে এবং চিড়ে মুড়ি বাতাসা এসবের উপর জিএসটি লাগানোয় সাধারণ মানুষ অসুবিধায় আছে। তাই আমরা তার প্রতিবাদে সংসদের ভেতরে এবং বাইরে গান্ধী মূর্তির পাদদেশে অবস্থান বিক্ষোভ আন্দোলন করছি।
The Congress leaders further marched from the Parliament House towards Rashtrapati Bhavan as a mark of protest against the government over suspension of MPs. The police asked the leaders to go back. However, senior Congress leaders like Jairam Ramesh, Ajay Makan, who refused, were detained by the police.
आज भी हमारे कांग्रेस सांसदों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या है। पार्लियामेंट के अंदर महंगाई और जीएसटी पर बहस नहीं होने दे रही है मोदी सरकार। हमारे आवाज़ हम उठा रहे हैं और हमें आज फिर से गिरफ्तार किया गया है। और अब भगवान ही जाने, प्रधानमंत्री ही जाने, गृह मंत्री ही जाने हमें कहाँ ले जाएगा आज।
Congress chief Sonia Gandhi left the ED office after her third round of questioning in an alleged money laundering case. The third round ended today. Mrs. Gandhi was quizzed for about 3 hours, which started at 11 a.m. and continued till 2 p.m. She will not have to appear before ED till further summons are issued against her.
जो बात हो रही है सो हो रही है, मतलब अब ये गवर्नमेंट मतलब गलत इस्तेमाल कर रही है। अब क्या करें इसके बारे में? बीजेपी का टूल है, इलेक्शन टूल है और मतलब सबको परेशान करने का टूल है। ना तो महिलाओं के बारे में सोच रहे हैं, ना उनकी सुरक्षा के बारे में। सबको घसीटा जा रहा है। ये प्रशासन जो कर रही है खाली बीजेपी के कहने पे कर रही है।
कांग्रेस लोकतंत्र पर हमला करने में कभी पीछे नहीं हटी। संवैधानिक पदों पर बैठे लोगों पर भी हमला करती रही, प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़े करती रही और ये तो अपनी सरकार में भी ऑर्डिनेंस को फाड़ते रहे। इनके लिए नई बात नहीं है, क्योंकि एक परिवार अपने आप को देश के कानून और जांच एजेंसियों से ऊपर समझता है। अब देश के सामने सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि क्या गांधी परिवार देश के कानून से ऊपर है?
Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has announced a ban on the production and use of plastic-coated and laminated goods. A press statement from the government added that single-use plastic items, including cups, plates, spoons, have already been banned but continue to be in circulation as paper products, even though they are plastic laminated or coated. As India is celebrating 75 glorious years of independence under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav initiative, ITBP troops posed with the tricolour at a height of about 12,000 feet in Ladakh with the message Har Ghar Tiranga. The soldiers also urged the citizens to hoist tricolour in their homes from 13th to 15th of August. JKLF chief Yasin Malik has fallen ill and he has been shifted to a hospital from Delhi's Tihar jail. Malik was on a hunger strike since July 22nd in protests against denial of his fundamental rights by Government of India and presently is in a serious condition. The JKLF chief is in custody since 2019 when NIA arrested him in a terror funding case and is currently facing trial in the Rubaiya Saeed's kidnapping case. CBI has arrested Bhola Yadav, a former officer on special duty to then Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav for alleged involvement in the Land for Jobs scam. Bhola Yadav is alleged to be the kingpin in the scam. Searches have started in Darbhanga and Patna. In a tragic incident, at least 39 people have lost their lives and more than 60 were admitted to different hospitals after consuming spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district. Some of the patients are in critical condition. The Gujarat ATS and Ahmedabad Crime Branch have also joined the investigation. Aam Aadmi Party staged a protest in front of BJP headquarters at 1 p.m. today. The protest was against the Hooch tragedy in Gujarat. AAP leader Durgesh Pathak has alleged that in a tweet that people lost their lives after consuming this liquor sold under the patronage of the BJP government in the state. The Manali-Leh National Highway has been closed due to heavy landslides and shooting stones at Himachal Pradesh Nehru Kund. The landslide had occurred on Tuesday night. The Border Road Organisation has started the restoration and clearing of the road. Heavy rains continue to lash several districts of Telangana, including Hyderabad, where an alert has been declared for today. Visuals from different parts of the city reveal severe flooding in low-lying areas, partially submerging vehicles and makeshift homes. Chief Minister KCR, who's in Delhi, has asked for all district officials to be more vigilant and move people to relief camps.
Water from two main reservoirs here in Hyderabad, that is the Himayat Sagar as well as the Osman Sagar. The excessive water discharged from that has now flown into the Musi River, which is the lifeline of the twin cities of Hyderabad and Secunderabad really, and you can see that this is exactly the plight of what is exactly a bridge.
Namaste, you're on the Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narsiman coming to you live from the newsroom here at CNN News 18. Right at the top of this midweek edition of the Nation at 5, we turn the spotlight towards Bhopal, the death of Nishank Rathore under very, very mysterious circumstances, and the mystery is all around this Mazhabi post, the Mazhabi message that he sent across to his father, and what the cops initially very clearly said is a case of suicide, now is shrouded in mystery. So much so that the Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Narottam Mishra, has actually assigned this entire case to the SIT. And that is because of a series of posts on social media, message sent to his father and post on Facebook, that then draw questions on what actually happened. Was there an external factor, or did this young boy, Nishank, commit suicide 32 kilometers away from Bhopal in the Barkhera police station? Now, the timeline itself is very, very interesting, but like I said, the SIT has to get to the bottom of it, because there are plenty of unanswered questions on either aspect, whether it is murder by radicals, or whether it is suicide committed by a youngster. And is there an angle of cryptocurrency? That's another part that has got to be ascertained. Most importantly, the post-mortem report confirms that he died because of being run over by a train. So the injuries to his body are not on the upper half of the body, it's on the lower half, cut from the thigh, and it is because the train ran over. But did he jump or was he pushed? These are questions which remain. And interestingly, the family believes, the family is convinced that he was under no mental distress, and that he could not have committed or he could not have ended his own life. He had no reason to do so. Now let's try and understand the timeline, and the timeline is what piques the intrigue and the interest. Around 4 p.m. on the 24th of July, at 4:08, he took a scooter and he left his home. He left Bhopal's TT Nagar. Now this scooter, this black Activa, is actually a hired one. That's what the cops are saying. But he left on this scooter. He reaches to this area that is a Barkheda petrol pump an hour later, nearly an hour later, at 5:09 p.m. He's been captured on CCTV camera, tanking up, filling 400 rupees worth of petrol. He's alone. He's without a helmet. His face can be clearly seen, and he looks relaxed, normal in the CCTV footage. And he also uses the phone to make the payment. So till 4:09 p.m. he has the phone access. There is nobody around him. So he does not seem to be under any duress or in the company of any other people. Then the place where he commits suicide is 6 kilometers from where he filled petrol. Just 6 kilometers along the same railway line, because this petrol bunk is on the highway. So the murder or the death has happened 6 kilometers from the point where he's filled petrol. Now, look at the timeline. This petrol filling is at 5:09 p.m. At 5:44 p.m., Nishank's father has got a Sar Tan Se Juda message on WhatsApp, and this was shared by Nishank. He has sent it to him. The cops say that Nishank downloaded this message, or this message that purportedly says Gustakhe Rasool ki ek hi saza Sar Tan Se Juda. This message he has downloaded around 5:26 p.m. He sent it to his father. This post has been, and there is a photo and post shared on Facebook at 5:50 p.m. and also at Instagram at 5:48 p.m. and at 5:50 p.m. on Facebook. So clearly it's gotten shared. So what you post on Instagram, he may have had the fact that it will also be put up on Facebook. So it is also relayed on Facebook. Now, let's understand the timeline. At 6:05, the GT Express is past that area, passes Barkheda station and passes that. At 6:13, you have the Shirdi Express that came on and passed the track, the same track. It's the train driver or the locomotive driver of the Shirdi Express at 6:13 who relays to the control room at Barkheda station that I have seen a body on the track. Please investigate and please find out. And that's when they realize that there is a youngster and there is a body that's been found. So this means that Nishank was alive till 6 p.m. From 5:09 when he is at Barkheda petrol pump till 6 p.m. or 6:05, what transpired at that time along with these posts are a few questions which remain. Did he meet somebody there? Was somebody around there? Because he's parked his vehicle on the side of the road. He's locked the vehicle, but the cops have not found the key. They found his phone, they found his body, but they have not found the key to the bike. The bike is at the police station at this point. They broke the lock and they've taken the bike there. Manoj Sharma has gone down on ground and done an in-depth investigation into what transpired and also been to the exact spot, 32 kilometers from TT Nagar in Bhopal at the Barkheda station. Have a look at this.
एसआईटी की जांच में एक बड़ा सवाल ये भी है कि आखिर निशांक राठौर पेट्रोल डलवाने के बाद अपने घर क्यों नहीं पहुंचा, अपने गांव क्यों नहीं पहुंचा। यही वो पेट्रोल पंप है भोपाल के पास बरखेड़ा में, और ये जो पेट्रोल पंप है निशांक राठौर की जहां पर लाश मिली है रेलवे ट्रैक पर, ये साथ ही साथ रेलवे ट्रैक से लगा हुआ ये पेट्रोल पंप हाईवे पर है, और जो लाश मिली है उससे इसकी दूरी तकरीबन 6 किलोमीटर है। और जो नंदवंशी हैं इन्होंने यहाँ पर आपने पेट्रोल डाला था। कितने बजे आए थे वो?
आए थे 5:09 पे। फोन पे करा उन्होंने, 400 का पेट्रोल डलाया और निकल गए।
ये फोन पे देखिए, यहाँ पर फोन पे से यहाँ पर फोन पे किया निशांक ने, इसके बाद 400 रुपये का पेट्रोल डलवाया। तो कुछ ऐसी अलग बात आपको दिखी थी क्या?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं दिखा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं दिखा। बस आए हैं, डलवाए हैं और निकल गए।
बड़ा सवाल यहाँ पर खड़ा ये होता है कि 400 रुपये का जो पेट्रोल डलवाया निशांक ने, उसके पीछे एक वजह हो सकती है कि इतना पेट्रोल अगर स्कूटी में डलाया जा रहा है तो शायद निशांक अपने गृह गांव जो है सिवनी मालवा, वहाँ जाना चाहता हो, लेकिन नहीं, वो यहाँ से सिर्फ 6 किलोमीटर आगे चला, सड़क पर अपनी गाड़ी खड़ी की, उसे लॉक किया और उसके बाद ट्रैक पर जाकर पहुंचा और ट्रैक पर उसकी लाश मिली। उसके बाद एक मैसेज आया उसके पिता को, जिसके बाद सारे सवाल खड़े हुए और एसआईटी की जांच सरकार को बिठानी पड़ी। भोपाल के पास बड़खेड़ा पुलिस स्टेशन पर ये स्कूटी खड़ी हुई है। ये स्कूटर जो है यही स्कूटर है जिसको लेकर निशांक राठौर रेलवे ट्रैक पर पहुंचा था। सड़क पर ये गाड़ी खड़ी की गई। इसके बाद इस गाड़ी को लेकर गाड़ी को सड़क पर छोड़कर निशांक रेलवे ट्रैक पर पहुंचा और वहां उसकी लाश मिली। लेकिन एक बड़ा सवाल खड़ा हुआ है इस बात का कि ये गाड़ी जब पुलिस को मिली तो लॉक थी, इसकी चाबी की पुलिस तलाश कर रही है। एक बड़ा सवाल खड़ा हुआ है इस स्कूटर को लेकर, इस स्कूटी को लेकर कि इसकी चाबी नहीं थी, पुलिस को ताला तोड़ना पड़ा और उसके बाद पुलिस इस गाड़ी को लेकर, जो कि किराए की बताई जा रही है, इस गाड़ी को लेकर फिर थाने में इस वक्त यहाँ पर खड़ी है। लेकिन एक सवाल पुलिस के सामने है कि आखिर इस स्कूटी की चाबी, निशांक राठौर की स्कूटी की चाबी कहाँ गई। भोपाल से होशंगाबाद के बीच बड़खेड़ा रेलवे स्टेशन पर यही वो रेलवे का ट्रैक है जहां बीटेक छात्र निशांक राठौर की लाश मिली थी। 6:05 पर इस ट्रैक से जीटी एक्सप्रेस निकली थी और 6:13 पर साईनगर शिरडी एक्सप्रेस, और साईनगर शिरडी एक्सप्रेस के लोको पायलट ने ही स्टेशन मास्टर को, बड़खेड़ा स्टेशन के स्टेशन मास्टर को यह सूचना दी थी कि ट्रैक पर एक शव मिला है, एक ट्रेन की कटिंग हुई है, ट्रेन से कटिंग हुई है, और उसके बाद ही ये पता चला कि निशांक की मौत हुई है। किन हालात में ये जांच हो रही है, एसआईटी जांच कर रही है। लेकिन बड़ा सवाल ये है कि 6 बजे तक निशांक राठौर जिंदा था और उसके पहले अपने पिता को मैसेज कर रहा था, धार्मिक आधार पर धमकाने वाला मैसेज भी उसमें पहुंचा। इसके अलावा उसने सोशल मीडिया पर भी पोस्ट शेयर किया।
मनोज शर्मा नाउ जॉइंस अस लाइव। मनोज, आपने जाके उस स्पॉट को भी देखा और जहां पर ये बाइक खड़ी थी वो भी देखा। कई सारे सवाल हैं जो कि मन में उठते हैं। देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस दैट इमर्ज, especially from the petrol bunk to the time when his body was found at the railways, on the railway tracks. The distance is just 6 kilometers, but there is nearly about 50 minutes time. What transpired becomes very, very curious and interesting, because if he had come there with a plan or plot to end his life, why did he fill 400 rupees worth of petrol? And was he also in the direction to his native place, his village?
Yes, Anand, these are two very important questions which has, you have rightly pointed out, because, he purchased 400 rupees, almost 4-liter petrol from that petrol pump. And from that petrol pump, the spot where he reached, where he allegedly committed suicide, as the police was pointing out earlier. So that spot is just 6 kilometers away. So if somebody is going by scooty to that spot, it will take hardly 10 minutes. But if you look at the timeline, the crucial timeline, he was at the petrol pump at approximately at around 5 p.m. and as per the timeline, and if you look at the, when GT Express was passing through that track, when that Shirdi Express was passing through that track, if you look at the timeline, then you can understand almost 50 minutes, more than 50 minutes are there. So this time lapse, what he was doing, if it takes just hardly 10 minutes to go there from that petrol pump to that spot where he allegedly committed suicide, so what he was doing in the remaining 40 minutes, that is one question. And the second most important question, and we have spoken to Madhya Pradesh Home Minister and Dr. Narottam Mishra, he was saying that message, Sir Tan Se Juda message, that message, in fact, he had gone through one article on his own mobile regarding that Sir Tan Se Juda message. Then he edited it and then he sent that message to his father. So we are saying he had done it, but nobody knows who has done it, because there is some 50 minutes are there, and there are questions about these 50 minutes, what he was doing, who was accompanying him, because if you look at this CCTV footage on the petrol pump till 5:09 p.m. he was there, he was all alone, he was not accompanied by anyone on that petrol pump. But after that, what happened? And that is the question they are trying to find out the answers.
And he also had access to his phone all the while.
They have also.
He had access to his phone all the time. So if he was in distress, why didn't he call his family? Also, did his family know that he was heading out so far out of Bhopal, 30-35 kilometers out of Bhopal?
Yeah, we have been told by his family that in fact his sisters were there in Bhopal on Sunday, on that day, on that crucial day when he allegedly committed suicide. His sisters were here in Bhopal. So his father asked him to meet his sisters. That is a statement by his father. But the second important question, as it was pointed out by Home Minister Narottam Mishra, they have also recovered one laptop. They have already recovered this mobile phone, and other recovery which were made from that spot is, filter of a cigarette. Who smoked it, nobody knows. Filter of a cigarette, then slippers of this guy, Nishank, and slippers. Nishank. Okay, so these are the only three recoveries. Slippers were also recovered from that spot. So that is the question. That is why these things, laptop and mobile phone, they have been sent to the cyber department, and we are still waiting for the report from the cyber experts.
Right.
In fact, they will go through.
Manoj, I'll come back to you.
Equipments.
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on the aspect of where was this bike exactly parked. And did he make any other calls or receive any other calls between 5:09 p.m. and 6 p.m. that day? We'll talk about that. But in the meantime, you spoke to the key man on the railway tracks who monitor and patrol the morning shift. And you also spoke to the Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra. Let's listen into both and then I'll come back to you.
आप रविवार के दिन की घटना थी?
हाँ, रविवार के दिन की घटना थी। हम तो सुबह 6 बजे आते हैं।
तो फिर कब तक आप ये ट्रैक देख के गए थे?
हम 10 बजे तक देखते हैं।
उसके बाद ये आपको ये वाली बात कब पता चली कि इस ट्रैक पे किसी ने खुदकुशी कर ली? अगले दिन पता चली?
हाँ, अगले दिन पता चला सुबह 6 बजे।
अच्छा, तो उस समय कौन सी गाड़ी निकलती?
उस समय पुष्पक वगैरह निकलती है।
जीटी भी आती है?
हाँ, जीटी पुष्पक।
और जो साई एक्सप्रेस
शानी भोपाल तो हबीबगंज तक चलती हो
तो मतलब जब आप ट्रैक देख रहे थे तो उस समय आपको अगले दिन जाके उस ट्रैक पे कहीं इस बात दिखा है, सबूत दिखे कुछ की कुछ ब्लड खून?
नहीं, हमें तो नहीं दिखे। जैसे पुलिस वाले वगैरह थे वो रिकवरी कर रहे थे वहाँ पर।
साथ खुद डॉक्टर मिश्रा हैं। सर, क्या इसमें आपकी मतलब एसआईटी बनाने की जरूरत आपको क्यों पड़ी?
कई चीज़ें भ्रम पैदा कर रही थी। उनके परिवार के जन जिस तरह से कुशंका जाहिर कर रहे थे, क्योंकि जो साक्ष्य आ रहे थे, पीएम रिपोर्ट आ रही थी, वो भिन्न थी और आशंकाएं भिन्न थी। तो एसआईटी बन गई। अब दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। जो भी बिंदु आएगा एसआईटी में जांच में लिया जाएगा।
सर, वो सर तन से जुदा वो मैसेज मतलब कैसे आया?
ये 5:26 पर उसके फ़ोन के अंदर ये इस वाला जो आपने कहा है वो आर्टिकल देखा गया था और उसी के फ़ोन से फ़ोटो एडिट करके जोड़ा गया था।
मतलब ये उसी ने डाउनलोड किया अपने ही फ़ोन पर?
ये जांच का विषय। फिर जब सारे हम ही कर देंगे तो एसआईटी क्या करेगी? यही तो भ्रम जांच का विषय है।
पर उसने ये मैसेज अपने पिता को भेजा और दोस्तों को भी भेजा?
ये सब जांच के बिंदु हैं। 5:48 कर उसने इंस्टाग्राम में स्टोरी शेयर की है। 5:50 पर उसी की फेसबुक पर फोटो शेयर हुआ है। ये सब चीज़ें निकल के आ गई हैं और साफ हो जाएंगी अब।
सर, इस पूरे मामले में जो सबसे अहम बात है, मतलब